Well, Isaias may be just off the southeast coast, but big-time threats remain a cause of concern for the start of the week. Hello and welcome into the show. I'm meteorologist Stephanie Abrams live in Jacksonville Beach, where Isaias just really passed by us. It is just to the north of Jacksonville. You see it is kicking up the surf here. This whole system actually over the weekend kept crews in South Florida busy restoring power. It forced lifeguards to close beaches early and left a flooding mess behind in places like the Bahamas. Now, wind, storm surge, heavy rain, flooding, and the threat for tornadoes are all on the table as Isaias moves up the east coast. We've already hit our high tide, and thankfully at that point we had a north wind, so that did keep our tide at bay. Alex, you can see the debris line behind me here in Jacksonville, and we've had a few showers, coming and going, but the thing is it's been dry on the west side of this system. And so overall, we're faring very well here throughout the Sunshine State, and Alex, that sun should be coming back as we head towards the afternoon, since this thing's booking it at 13 miles an hour past us.
Well, Steph, I apologize if you asked me anything. I can't hear you right now, but we'll get into the nuts and bolts of Isaias here in terms of what we are going to be dealing with this particular still tropical storm at this point. What we know is it is forecast to regain some strength here for us. At least it has a little small window of opportunity to do that before it makes that landfall somewhere along either the South Carolina or North Carolina coast. Life-threatening storm surge, that is certainly a possibility here for us along some of the immediate coastlines of South Carolina and North Carolina. And then down the road, we'll be watching for the heavy rainfall. That could certainly impact us here, not just here in the Carolinas, but moving through the mid-Atlantic and into the Northeast as well. That could lead to some flash flooding as well in those areas. So there we are looking at the very latest here on our tropical storm Isaias. Not the most well-formed tropical storm, that is for sure. A very disheveled look to this thing. It's been really struggling. It seems like its entire lifespan, but still a system that we certainly want to pay attention to and not take lightly. 70-mile-per-hour tropical storm moving on off towards the north at about 13 miles per hour. There's Jacksonville, of course, where Steph is, and the system itself leads the center of the circulation right around in that general area. So let's follow this thing moving its way on off towards the north. You can see the path moving up basically the entire east coast. Eventually, by the time we get to basically the mid part of the week, we'll be saying goodbye to this thing Wednesday into Thursday. Closer view on it. Again, sometime this evening, making that landfall somewhere along the South or North Carolina coast. Still, again, potential is there for it to strengthen to a hurricane. That potential is in place before it makes that landfall. So a small window for that to happen. And then once it works its way over land, of course, we'll see that gradual weakening. But again, bringing with it some gusty winds as well as some heavy downpours to the mid-Atlantic and all the way up into even portions of New England. We do have tropical storm warnings still in place here for us. Northeast parts of Florida into Georgia, all the areas that are in that red. We'll probably start to see these getting shaved from south to north, getting shaved away as the system moves farther and farther away. So that'll be a better scenario there, but not the case farther north where the warnings will last throughout our day. Eastern parts of the Carolinas up into Virginia as well, from the Norfolk area, Virginia Beach, even the Richmond area, tropical storm warnings and even watches extend away inland, even to places like Raleigh. Notice that purple zone, that's where we do have hurricane warnings. We'll talk about those areas in just a second, but all the way up the East Coast, tropical storm watches and warnings are in place here for us. There are those hurricane warnings. These are the areas where we have the best opportunity to deal with hurricane conditions. Georgetown, Myrtle Beach, there in South Carolina, then heading up towards the Southport region, up towards Wilmington, all locations that could see hurricane conditions. Now, the hurricane hunter's been flying through Isaias. They are still working their way on through, and you can see they haven't found very, very, very strong winds, but certainly winds in that tropical storm force range here for us. There's where they are right now as they've moved closer towards the center of the circulation, where we have been talking about some calmer winds there. But right along the periphery here, right along the northeast coast of Florida, up into Georgia, we're talking about 10 to 15 mile per hour sustained winds, but gusts have been getting up over 20 miles per hour. Again, the worst of the weather right now seems to be off towards the north and the east. All right, let's bring in Stephanie Abrams, meteorologist Stephanie Abrams. Been there in Jacksonville Beach this morning, joining us live. Steph, how are things looking for you now with Isaias off to your east?
Well, it's still pretty rough out there. Thankfully, the water's pulled out. I will say we just watched the lifeguards are setting up down the beach, and you see this one, a female lifeguard here, perched atop her chair, and they are doing the same as you look up and down the beach. I can see another lifeguard down the beach, and you can see a truck. I'm not sure how well you can see the truck, but there's one other lifeguard there, and then they're setting up another chair farther down. Obviously, it's a red flag, and the lifeguards had said to us, do not go in the water. Speaking of going in the water, Sorry, Austin, I know I have you all over the place here. My photo. You see this guy in the red shorts here, and he has some flippers that he's holding on to. We were told that the lifeguards will go out and train in this so that they do know how to rescue properly. So there have been some lifeguards out there this morning doing some training in the water, and obviously they are being watched as well. So it's, good that the system is far enough away they can get some of this training in. So where is it? Now, it's just off to our north. It's been about 95 miles off the coast of us all morning long. Winds actually have calmed down a bit. I can tell that this system is starting to pull away. The winds aren't as strong. The wind is also shifting around a little bit to the northwest. And we've had a few scattered showers that have been coming in and then leaving and coming in and leaving. We've seen a little sunshine here and there, but I know we'll see a few showers as this continues to pull away. Now, high tide has come and gone, and we're going towards low tide. You can see the debris line even left behind me from our high tide. And so, we fared well with our tides, which is good news. Unfortunately, it's not going to be the same along the borders of North and South Carolina. Not only do you have just the forward motion of the speed, but the winds on that right side, that's where you're going to get some of that higher surge and that, water rise there. Myrtle Beach heading up towards Cape Fear. And then, of course, as it moves inland, we are going to see that rain threat as it combines with our trough coming from the west. It's not just a tropical entity. It's also that trough that's coming in as well. So we fared very well here in Florida, Jen, I must say, from South Florida all the way to the first coast where we are here in Jacksonville.
That's good news. All right, thanks so much, Steph. Well, here's what we know so far about Tropical Storm Isaias. Duke Energy is warning customers in North Carolina that the coronavirus could affect its ability to respond to power outages. Company says crews are working in smaller groups, and that could translate into longer wait times to get your power back on. Evacuations are also underway for areas like Ocracoke and Hatteras Islands in eastern North Carolina. The state says more than 3,000 people have already been moved up to higher ground. Now, the Virginia National Guard has mobilized dozens of personnel and stationed them at the state's coast to help respond to the expected effects from Isaias. And a state of emergency has been declared here ahead of the storm's arrival. Meanwhile, in the city of Charleston, South Carolina, they are busy trying to clear the drainage systems that are always prone to flooding. As this storm approaches, that is certainly going to be impacting Charleston. They are offering sandbags to residents up until 4 o'clock this afternoon. All right, let's go down to South Florida. Here we are in Jupiter. Yeah, you may get a good Instagram post here, but I wouldn't go out there as that wind was just spraying up, or the waves were hitting the rocks there and causing that wind to kind of slap you in the face. Gusts were up to about 50 miles an hour. This happened on Sunday morning at the peak when that storm was very close to Jupiter and Palm Beach County. Waves were up about 7 to 11 feet. Here we are up in Cape Canaveral. No sailing here anytime soon. Hundreds of miles just up the coast. You can see that sailboat. Well, probably not where they parked it. At 9 o'clock last night, waves were also running 7 to 11 feet high here, and wind gusts were up into the 40-mile-an-hour range. Throughout Brevard County, officials are assessing the results of this storm, all the damage from it, and saying they don't expect to discover any major damage. Let's certainly keep our fingers crossed. Okay, this storm is on the move, and it's going towards the Carolinas. So we need to be aware of this. Obviously, you know it's coming your way, but storm surge is certainly something we're going to be watching out for. A watch has been issued for the North Carolina coast, but down from around Cape Fear, Bald Head Island south down to Charleston, that is where we have that warning in place. We will see about 3 to 5 feet of storm surge from Myrtle Beach up towards Holden Beach. Again, that water is going to continue to rise up here as that storm approaches. Want to talk about the tides. If you've been to Charleston, it's a beautiful city. It is just a little bit inland, pretty much surrounded by water. They are expecting high tide at around 2 o'clock this afternoon, and that is when we're expecting that storm to come very close to the South Carolina coast. So around 2 o'clock this afternoon, Charleston could be looking at wind gusts up to around 40 miles an hour, and that's going to move a lot of that water up into the harbor. So certainly a concern with that. We want to talk about other areas. Wrightsville Beach. Now we're up in North Carolina. Wrightsville Beach, that high tide, 8 o'clock tonight. Guess when the storm's going to be coming in. Later this afternoon, up towards around 8 o'clock. In fact, I think we're looking at 9 o'clock winds to be as high as 50 miles an hour around Wilmington. So again, not a good combination with the rise in the tide and the strongest winds coming through. And again, up towards the Outer Banks, we're expecting some storm surge, perhaps up to 3 feet. Alex?
All right, well, you know, Isaias also bringing the potential for severe weather to parts of the Carolinas. Tornadoes are possible as we work our way through the day for cities like Wilmington, North Carolina, looking at some of those darker skies that are in place right now. But again, we'll have to watch for some of those sort of outer rain bands that swing on through. Within those, they can contain some of those spin-ups, those tornadoes that try to get going here for us. So that is a concern in these areas where you see that red showing up here right along the coast. Now, what we see back towards the west, that's in association with a bit of a front that's hanging around there. But it's right here for South and North Carolina where we do have that bigger risk for some of those isolated tornadoes to get going. So from the Outer Banks, we talked about Wilmington all the way down to even Charleston. We'll have to keep an eye on that for the rest of our day. Torcon values here for us, they're right in that 2 to 3 range, the highest closest towards the coast. So it's not the greatest risk, but it's also not a zero risk here for us. Oftentimes when you get these tropical cyclones getting closer to land, you can get these things to fire up. So here's what we got right now, and we do have a few showers and storms here moving across the inland areas here of North and South Carolina. Some heavier downpours just offshore. You can see how those are going to try to rotate their way back on in. So heads up in places like Charleston. Some of that heavier rain action is going to be moving in your direction, and we can actually follow this here as we head on through the rest of our day. There's your timestamp. As we head through basically the late part of our morning hours, there's that activity that's in place now. There's some of the heavier rain offshore, and you'll see how this continues to migrate northbound here as we head on through this afternoon. 4 or 5 o'clock, Charleston, you may be in the thick of things in terms of some of the heavier rain and gustier winds. And then eventually we'll see sort of the center of the circulation hanging out there by this evening. 8, 9 o'clock, approaching the South Carolina coast, and potentially here as we get in towards later tonight, making that landfall somewhere along the North and South Carolina coast. And then continuing to push inland with some pretty heavy rain, and that becomes the concern. Heavy rain that could lead to some flash flood issues here for us. But the good news is it will be picking up some speed. So that's a better scenario than something that would just be sitting there time and time and time again, dumping that rain. Despite that, though, we still have that risk for some flash flooding. And then by tomorrow, as we continue to see this thing move up the coast, there's still going to be that risk for some of those severe storms, at least the chance for some isolated tornadoes here from eastern North Carolina, even getting into portions of southern New England there for us. So a lot to track here when it comes to our tropical cyclone, not just the heavy rain, the gusty winds, but also that risk for a few isolated tornadoes. Jen?
Meanwhile, down in the islands, roads looking like rivers in the West Indies over the weekend as the tropical storm blew through the Bahamas, dropping massive amounts of rain, especially for cities like Freeport. Reports from the island country that more than a foot of rain fell before Isaias cleared out. Well, flood watches are stretching for nearly 1,000 miles, all the way from Charleston, South Carolina, up into Burlington, Vermont. That is where we expect this storm system to travel next, up I-95, right up along the coast. That is where we're going to find the impacts here from this tropical storm. And flash flood watches have been issued already as we anticipate several inches of rain for parts of the Carolinas, the Mid-Atlantic, up into Jersey, up into upstate New York, the Hudson Valley, and right into parts of northern New England. Here's a look at the flash flooding, the potential as the storm makes landfall from Myrtle Beach up towards the Raleigh area. That could see, again, flash flooding. So make sure you're mindful of what is going on outside if you're doing any traveling. This is where we could see 3 to 5 inches of water, and that certainly could lead to some problems. Here's a look at the water vapor loop. We're starting to see that moisture from the tropical storm approaching the Carolina coast. Also want to mention a lot of dry air as a trough. A dry air back over into the plains, but a trough is kind of swinging through and helping to steer this tropical system up the East Coast. Again, it looks like it's going to be driving right along I-95, and that's going to impact a lot of people as we go through today, tonight, throughout the day tomorrow into the early part of Wednesday. Again, that rain is coming your way in D.C., Baltimore, Philadelphia. 3 to 5 inches of rain over the next 24 to 48 hours. And there is the possibility here in D.C. up into the Philadelphia area across Trenton that we could have some flash flooding. The rain forecast up into northern parts of New England is pretty impressive. 2 to 3 inches of rain, and that also includes the capital district of New York and up around the Adirondacks. Here's a look at the European computer forecast model. It is indicating that this storm is going to go inland as it comes near Myrtle Beach, up across the North Carolina state line. And then it's going to be pushing farther to the north. Again, it's going to happen pretty fast, Alex, for today and tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. Picking up that speed. Well, still much more to get to here on Isaias this hour here on Weather Center Live. Now, we've told you about the various threats that come along with a storm, including the wind and the surge. We're going to be breaking down all of the possible impacts city by city.
Would you spend $1 to help protect your family? Of course you would. And now it's just that easy with Protect Direct, a new service designed to provide you and your loved ones with the personal protective gear you need at prices any family can afford. Right now, you can get non-medical masks for just $1 each. That's right, just $1. The price is guaranteed and shipping is always free. The CDC's top recommendations for protecting yourself and others are: wash your hands often, avoid close contact, and cover your mouth and nose. Now, it has never been easier or more affordable to follow those guidelines thanks to Protect Direct. And unlike those questionable masks from who knows where, these top-quality triple-layer masks come from Bell & Howell, a brand your family can trust. Each one features a moldable nose clip to fit every face comfortably, even when wearing glasses or sunglasses, and undergoes careful quality control testing before being shipped to your door. Best of all, you can order as many of these masks as you need and actually receive them right when you need them. No more shortages, shipping delays, or out-of-stock messages. Thanks to Protect Direct, you can feel comfortable going to the store, coming into contact with delivery personnel, or just spending time with cherished loved ones. Plus, you can feel good about ordering from Protect Direct because not only are you helping your family, you're also helping frontline medical workers and their families. That's because a portion of every purchase will be donated in support of our healthcare heroes. Act now to get started and get 20 non-medical masks from Bell & Howell for just $20. That's just $1 each. Larger packs of 50 and 100 masks are also available, and shipping is always free. Rush shipping is also available, so don't delay. Call or click today.
To order, call 1-800-671-4783. That's 1-800-671-4783, or order online at buyprotectdirect.com. That's 1-800-671-4783. Call now.
Book 2 separate qualifying stays and earn a free night. The open road is open again, and wherever you're headed, Choice Hotels is there. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
Do you love Reese's? Do you love Reese's Pieces? Well, have we got a deal for you? We're making Reese's with Pieces. Sort of like a buy one, get one free inside the thing you just got. Not sorry, Reese's.
It's Mattress Firm's Summer Save and Sleep event. Hurry in and don't miss savings of up to $300 on our top-rated brands. Plus, get a free adjustable base with select mattress purchase of $6.99 or more. Or get up to 50% off select mattresses from our best-selling brands like Beautyrest, Serta, and Sleepy's. Don't wait. Shop in-store, online, or by phone with a sleep expert for these amazing deals. Only at Mattress Firm.
Feeling stressed? Try new Nature's Bounty Stress Comfort. 3 unique gummies for your unique needs. Find peace, boost mood, sleep well. Stress comfort comes naturally, only from Nature's Bounty.
I'm 53, but in my mind, I'm still 35. That's why I take Osteo Biflex to keep me moving the way I was made to. It nourishes and strengthens my joints for the long term. Osteo Biflex, plus vitamin D for immune support.
Free at this point.
Plus, it's not cold at all.
We're drying out and even warming up.
We love it that way.
Better days start with the Weather Channel.
A tropical storm warning is in effect.
Currently in our area, 83 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Today, a mix of clouds and sun. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. High 91. Tonight, late night thunderstorms. Low 76. Chance of rain 60%. Tuesday, windy with showers and thunderstorms likely. High 81. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Well, it is a critical balancing act for emergency officials all along the Atlantic seaboard, providing a safe haven for people that are seeking shelters from tropical systems without risking the spread of the coronavirus. So joining us now on the phone is Kate Oldslager. She is a public information officer for New Hanover County in Virginia. And Kate, we appreciate you joining us on the phone. I know it's a busy day for you as the storm approaches. You aren't, though, planning to open traditional shelters because of certain reasons these days, right?
Good morning. Yes, that's right. We are really keeping a close eye on the forecast risks in our area in New Hanover County. And based on those risks, we are not planning to open emergency storm shelters and really opening up additional risks with COVID-19 at this time. We are working with our community partners and our Emergency Public Information Center to provide information and help people work through those emergency plans if they need assistance and resources right now.
All right, I apologize. I did say Virginia, but this is New Hanover County in North Carolina, correct?
That's right, yes.
Well, you know, Virginia, North Carolina, you guys know these storms. You've been through this before. It's not your first time. But, you know, there are a lot of residents or a lot of visitors to your area. They go to the beaches. I see them enjoying the beautiful beaches. So what can you tell visitors to your area, Wilmington, farther south along the coast? What can you tell them to do as the storm approaches?
We're encouraging our residents and visitors to be in a safe place by 8 o'clock this evening. So keep an eye on our emergency website and the information that we're putting out as we monitor the approach of this storm. Folks should be in their, structure, safe place by 8 o'clock tonight. And as you've kind of provided already, but we expect the impacts of this weather to be out of the area by midday Tuesday.
All right, so it is definitely a fast-moving storm. Last question. You know, you've been through several storms before and hurricanes, but what are you most concerned about this one as it comes your way?
Really, with our response for this storm, we are working on a modified staffing schedule and plan to, again, reduce the risk of the spread of COVID-19. So our team here is working in some new virtual environments and spread out quite a bit. But so far, it's been working really well. We've been able to adapt, and I think as we monitor this storm's approach, we're going to keep being flexible and appreciate the resilience of our residents who are continuing to be flexible as well. Like you said, we've been through these storms a few times, so some of it's going back to our regular playbook, but we're changing things up this season to make sure we're accommodating COVID-19 risks.
All right, well, that is great to hear. And of course, we will be thinking about you guys and watching this storm as it comes in. Thanks so much. That was Kate Oldslager from the Public Information Officer in New Hanover County, North Carolina. All right, let's see what this storm is going to be doing. Alex?
All right, thanks so much, Jen. And indeed, checking in on Savannah, where we may be talking about some of the issues here thanks to Isaias. Winds right now sustained right around 13 miles per hour. So not too terrible, but we do think the winds will creep up as we work our way on through the rest of this afternoon and getting into the evening hours as well. I was just reading that the Talmadge Bridge potentially maybe getting shut down and closed if conditions warrant it a little bit later today. So just keep that in mind as we could be looking at some travel issues there. All right, so there we go in Savannah as we head through our day. 20-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible here for us heading into this evening, maybe getting up into the 30-plus mile-an-hour range with the rainfall. Looks like less than an inch showing up there for us there in Savannah. As again, there's the center of the circulation. There's Savannah. Should stay well to the east of Savannah. But again, remember, you don't have to be within the red zone to find yourselves dealing with the impacts. So still some impacts, but more impacts look to be working their way northbound into South Carolina and North Carolina. Not just the wind issues and some of the rain, but watch out for the storm surge. Now, about 1 to 3 foot storm surge here for southeastern Georgia into northeastern Florida, but the higher surge will be impacting us here in the Carolinas. It looks like maximized right in this orange zone, including around Myrtle Beach. Top possibility for 3 to 5 foot storm surge is in place there. So certainly got to keep an eye on that as we head through this day into this evening as this thing gets closer and closer to land. Jennifer?
All right, well, this storm is going to be on the move. So a tropical storm warning is in effect this morning up in Ocean City, Maryland, as folks here are bracing for the arrival of Isaias. Cities all through the Northeast know it's coming, and they're going to be feeling the impacts from this storm as it travels northward. Now, this is a look at the projected path from Tuesday and beyond. The storm is expected to get weaker, but it's still going to provide a lot of rain and a lot of wind for you. Wind speeds, when it could come close to the Philly area by tomorrow night, could be up around 65 miles an hour. It's going to continue to weaken in speeds for winds as it moves up into northern parts of New England, around 40 miles an hour. However, that surge is going to still be something we need to continue to watch out for. About 1 to 3 feet of surge is expected around the Chesapeake. So I know a lot of people want to go out and see the storm and take some pictures and post them on your Instagram. Well, make sure that you're aware that those waves are really going to be picking up. Here's a look at the rainfall in Richmond, up to around 95. We see that 3 to 4 inches of rain. This storm looks like it's going to dump a lot of rain up along 95 across the Northeast.
Hey, you brought some brats, huh? What if the store took back all the brats you didn't eat at the end of the month the way some wireless companies take back your data?
That would be weird.
TracFone Wireless gives you unlimited carryover data, so if you pay for brats, you get to keep your brats. You also get unlimited talk and text on America's best 4G LTE networks for $20, no contract.
Wow, that's great.
Yeah, hit decline. I don't want to talk to her. Hit me. Get me. This is your wake-up call, people. TracFone Wireless. Now you're in control.
Now is the time for a new bath from Bathfitter. Every Bathfitter bath is installed quickly, safely, and beautifully with a lifetime warranty. Go from old to new, from worn to wow. The beautiful bath you've always wanted, done right, installed by one expert technician, all in one day. We've been creating moments like these for 35 years, and we're here to help you get started. Book your free virtual or in-home design consultation today.
Life doesn't give you many second chances. But a Subaru can.
You guys okay?
Eyesight with pre-collision braking. Standard on the Subaru Ascent. The 3-row Subaru Ascent. Love. It's what makes a Subaru a Subaru.
Get 0% APR financing for 63 months on select models during the Subaru A Lot to Love event.
Yeah. Little choices make a big difference. Like delicious fruits and veggies. However you healthy. Naked.
On the road again. Book 2 separate qualifying stays and earn a free night. The open road is open again. And wherever you're headed, Choice Hotels is there. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
Hey, I didn't order any pizza.
Jake from State Farm. After you saved me so much dough on insurance with that Parker promo, I devised a promo for you.
Here's the deal, Parker. State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
Yeah, right. Pepperoni pockets, an atomic brownie, cuckoo crusty.
There's no promo, it's just great rates.
And a cider ranch. You're the man.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Move
Moves like these need Pampers Cruisers 360 Fit. With an ultra stretchy waistband and 360 Fit that adapts to every wild move. Plus, up to 12 hours of Pampers protection. So anything your wild child does, Cruisers can too. Our best ever fit is Pampers Cruisers 360 Fit.
Morning, noon, night. Indulgent, delicious, irresistible. Fancy Feast makes delighting your cat delightfully easy. Every recipe, every last detail. Another fancy way to show your love. Fancy Feast. Try savory centers. Pâté with a center of gravy.
Now you can make any morning of the week feel like the weekend with Jimmy Dean Simple Scrambles. Made fresh with 2 real eggs, sausage, and cheese. And ready in seconds.
Why don't you put a Sunday morning shine on tomorrow morning's breakfast?
Here's Candace, who works from home and then works from home. But she can handle pickup even when her bladder makes a little drop-off. Because Candace has poise. Poise under pressure and poise in her pants. It takes poise.
Well, a suspected tornado strikes northwestern Connecticut. There are reports of substantial property damage and a lot of trees down across Litchfield County. The National Weather Service says a tornado, a possible one, also hit Main Street up in Sandysfield, Massachusetts, about 20 miles away. Not clear if it's the same tornado that spun up right along the border here in Connecticut. All right, thanks so much for staying with us as we continue our coverage of Tropical Storm Isaias. I'm meteorologist Jennifer Lopez, along with meteorologist Alex Wallace. Now, 47 million people are in the forecast cone along the East Coast. Let's get you caught up on what is making headlines at this hour. Here is a look at what we know about the system. This hour, preparations are underway along the coast of the Carolinas as Isaias is making its approach. The city of Charleston has placed pumps in the low-lying spots to help fight flooding in flood-prone areas. Up in North Carolina, ferries are running until about 10:30 this morning to help evacuate people off of Hatteras and Ocracoke Islands. More than 3,000 people have already been moved up to higher ground. Duke Energy is warning customers in North Carolina that the coronavirus pandemic could actually affect its ability to respond to power outages. Company says crews are actually working in smaller groups, and that could translate into longer wait times for you to get your power back on. Now, farther north, the city of Baltimore is also getting ready ahead of Isaias. It's handing out sandbags to residents until 4 o'clock today on a first-come, first-served basis. All right, so this storm is going to be moving up into the East Coast. Meanwhile, meteorologist Stephanie Abrams has been out on Jacksonville Beach in Florida this morning. And Stephanie, that wind, we can certainly hear it. We can see your hair blowing. What other impacts has the beach seen?
Well, you see that we're getting a little rain right now, and this is what it's been like. A little bit of wind, a little bit of rain, and then actually even at times blue skies. High tide came in much earlier. You can see the debris down the beach. You see people walking down the beach, and you even see the lifeguard stands. The lifeguards are up as far as the eye can see, put out on the beach there. Now, the problem is the water is rough right now. The surf is rough right now, but as this passes and things get nicer and better, especially as we head into tomorrow when we're gonna have a nice forecast, the water will still be dangerous.
The dangers once this passes will be the rip currents. Right now it's the sheer force of the surf, but once this is over there'll be strong rips because a lot of sand has been moved around by the ocean, so there's going to be a structure for large strong rip currents. So as always, it's going to be imperative to swim near a lifeguard, listen to their whistle, listen to their advice. They're not doing this for fun. It's to keep you from getting dead.
Now, we have seen a couple people in the water. As I was watching a lifeguard right next to us, a female lifeguard. She had her binoculars, you know, checking everything out. So they're keeping a close eye. Let's have a close eye at what's happening with Isaias. Now, it is passed to our north. It's moving at 13 miles an hour. We're going to have our next full update at 11 a.m. So be ready for that. And the winds have started to shift here. So we know that the storm is moving away from us. Again, a few scattered showers coming in and out. The tides were crucial when this was closest to us, but now that it's starting to move out, you know, I'm not too concerned about the tides, but as it pushes ashore into the Carolinas, that's where we're going to see that water rise 3 to 5 feet right on the border of North and South Carolina, and that's where you do have to be concerned about some of the worst weather. And the big question is, where does it make landfall? Now, of course, Alex, the latest landfalling August hurricanes in South Carolina, Gaston in 2004, North Carolina, it was Irene in 2011. Those were just in the month of August.
Yeah, absolutely. And when we talk about Irene, hopefully we shouldn't be anywhere near dealing with an Irene situation for sure. But nonetheless, this will be one to certainly pay attention to. We don't want to dismiss it because it is a tropical storm here. 70-mile-per-hour winds still with this thing. We'll be getting a new update here soon. But 70-mile-per-hour winds moving to the north, as Steph mentioned, pretty quickly. Northbound now at 13 miles per hour. And so we'll keep an eye on this thing as it continues to work its way northbound towards South and North Carolina here later on this evening. That's the projected forecast here for us. And there's still a chance we could see this thing maybe creep up to hurricane status with 75-mile-per-hour winds. Now, the difference between where it is now at 70 as a tropical storm and a hurricane at 75, there's no difference. We want to focus in on the impacts coming in. Strong gusty winds. Watch out there along the coast for the storm surge here for you, parts of North and South Carolina. That's where we'll maximize that. And some very heavy rainfall as well. So again, moving up the coast here as we make it that landfall later tonight somewhere along South and North Carolina's coast. Moving up for our Tuesday into the mid-Atlantic and then racing across and into New England as we head on through Tuesday evening into Wednesday. Tropical storm warnings, anywhere you see that red showing up, we'll probably start to see some of these getting shaved away here for us as we head through our day across parts of Florida and Georgia. But heading northbound, we've got our hurricane warnings. There you see the best chance for seeing hurricane conditions, parts of South and North Carolina.
Hey, can I
hold on 1 second?
Sure.
Okay, safe driver, save 40%. Guys.
Check it out. Safe driver, save 40%.
Safe driver, save 40%.
Safe driver, save 40%.
That's Safe Driver Save 40%.
It is. That's Safe Driver Save 40%.
It's right there.
It's him. He's here.
He's right here.
Hi.
Hi.
Hey. That's totally him.
That's him.
That's totally the guy.
Safe drivers do save 40%. Click or call for a quote today.
Little choices make a big difference, like nutritious fruit smoothies. However, you healthy? Naked.
Chicago. Okay, so I'm Magnificent Mile.
I thought I was managing my moderate to severe Crohn's disease until I realized something was missing. Me.
You okay, sis?
My symptoms kept me from being there for my sisters. So I talked to my doctor and learned Humira is for people who still have symptoms of Crohn's disease after trying other medications. And the majority of people on Humira saw significant symptom relief, and many achieved remission in as little as 4 weeks.
Humira can lower your ability to fight infections. Serious and sometimes fatal infections, including tuberculosis and cancers, including lymphoma, have happened, as have blood, liver, and nervous system problems, serious allergic reactions, and new or worsening heart failure. Tell your doctor if you've been to areas where certain fungal infections are common, and if you've had TB, hepatitis B, are prone to infections, or have flu-like symptoms or sores. Don't start Humira if you have an infection.
Be there for you and them. Ask your doctor about Humira. With Humira, remission is possible.
If you can't afford your medicine, AbbVie may be able to help.
How do you think they make Starburst taste so juicy?
Starburst? Juice-Dradic equation. Super top secret mathematical formula they keep stored inside a safe, inside a vault, inside a volcano.
Oh, Juice-Dradics.
Starburst, unexplainably juicy.
Every day is sweet when we're serving you Blizzard treats. Like M&M's, cookie dough, and new Oreo fudge brownie. Thanks for being our fans for all these years. DQ, happy tastes good.
Morning, noon, night. Indulgent, delicious, irresistible. Fancy Feast makes delighting your cat delightfully easy. Every recipe, every last detail. Another fancy way to show your love. Fancy Feast. Try savory centers. Pâté with a center of gravy.
Well, here's to first dates. You look amazing.
And you look amazingly comfortable.
When your V-neck looks more like a U-neck, that's when you know it's half washed. Try Downy Fabric Conditioner. Unlike detergent alone, Downy helps prevent stretching by conditioning and smoothing fibers. So clothes look newer, longer.
Downy, and it's done.
So I'm going to hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you? Wait, what? The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there. Nope.
Watch this.
Breathe. Rear automatic braking. So if this Nissan Sentra isn't going to compromise, why should you? You're right. Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
Well, Isaias, it's a coast hugger for Florida, and what a bit of a slow poke it was. Now, it took the tropical storm roughly 24 hours to travel 300 miles up the coast from Miami to Daytona Beach. As meteorologist Jen Carfagno reports, Isaias will finally pull away from the peninsula today. It's doing so now, allowing Florida to reclaim its title as the Sunshine State.
Angry surf and gusty winds. The hallmarks of Isaias as it slowly crept up Florida's Atlantic coast on Sunday. Double red flags mean no swimming. Lifeguards shutting down beaches and warning swimmers of dangerous surf and rip currents.
A lot of people do understand the risk and heed to our warnings, but a lot of people too, they just kind of blow us off, go back in, and sometimes those are the ones who we have to rescue.
Stores and shops near beaches sandbagging to guard against 2 to 4 foot storm surge from Isaias. Gusty winds bringing down power lines and leaving nearly 30,000 Floridians without air conditioning on a stifling, muggy day. Pandemic temperature checks, social distancing, and masks slowing repair crews.
All of those components together just mean that it's going to take us a little bit longer to restore power than we might during a normal period of time or during a normal storm.
Isaias wasn't much of a rainmaker for Florida. Most of the storm's heaviest rain bands circulated offshore. But the strong winds and churning surf making Isaias a wild ride on Florida's Atlantic beaches.
Well, you know, Florida can get more rain out of a routine thunderstorm than it did from Isaias, but the top accumulation, 1.86 inches in Lauderhill, an inch and 2/3 in Sunrise and West Palm Beach, and even 1 inch at Miami International Airport. So again, certainly dealing with some of the top wind gusts here showing up around the Dania Beach area. 58-mile-per-hour winds. Palm Beach Airport got up over 50 as well. There in Miami, right at 50, along with Melbourne Beach and Fort Lauderdale. You saw your top wind gusts at 45 miles per hour. So certainly well within that tropical storm force range. You can see that all up down the coast here for you. Even seeing a few reports up into even South and North Carolina already before this thing has even really made that a real punch there. But let's get down into Florida. You can see some of the reports showing up. Gifford, the Vero Beach Airport there. You saw a gust of 46. India Atlantic saw a wind gust of 44 miles per hour, as well as Barefoot Bay, 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts showing up there. So certainly the issues there. We'll be watching things as it moves down the line, though, Jennifer, moving its way into South and North Carolina today.
Yeah, we're really concerned as it comes into the Carolinas for that wind to push up a lot of water, storm surge, inland flooding. That could be happening as we head into this afternoon, starting this afternoon and continuing through the night. There is a storm surge warning out for the coast of South Carolina. That includes Charleston, up towards Myrtle Beach, all the way up towards Bald Head Island. And then through the Outer Banks, we're certainly going to be watching for the threat of storm surge. I think the highest amounts could be around Myrtle Beach, all the way up to Holden Beach, where storm surge could be maybe up to 5 feet. And high tide is also going to be coming in as the storm system gets closer to you. So high tide around Charleston will be at 2 o'clock this afternoon, and we're expecting that storm to continue to push those winds up that area as well. Also, when the storm gets into the part of North Carolina, we're expecting high tides in other areas. Here we are at Wrightsville Beach, high tide tonight at around 8 o'clock, and that is when we're going to be watching those winds may be up to around 50 miles an hour gusting, and that is going to bring a lot of that water up into the area. So certainly something we are going to be watching out right along the coast of the Carolinas. Again, the Outer Banks up towards the Delmarva, lighter amounts of storm surge, but certainly something we need to keep an eye on as well. And again, storm surge even up towards the coast of Maryland and Delaware, up to 1 to 3 feet. Again, this is going to impact the Northeast with a lot of rain. Let's find out more now from Alex.
Yeah, absolutely. The rainfall going to be heavy at times for some folks up and down the East Coast here as we head on through the next couple of days. Looking at that flash flood watch, we've got that. In fact, flash flood watches, I should say, from South Carolina all the way up even into parts of New England here. Many of these going through Wednesday morning. You see what we've got here in terms of the likelihood to deal with flash flooding in that yellow, but really anywhere you see the green showing up, the possibility certainly does exist out there. The amount of rainfall that we're forecasting through Wednesday, you see the higher totals here showing up. South Carolina, North Carolina, into Virginia, parts of Maryland, pretty widespread 3 to 5 inches of rain. That's going to be possible here as we watch. There's the center of the circulation with Isaias moving on in. Looks like later tonight, there's your timestamp, later this evening, making that landfall somewhere in south of North Carolina and then continuing to push on off towards the north and the east. Now, the good news is it will be moving compared to some previous storms that we've seen. Remember Florence a couple of years ago? It just kind of sat there and sat and dumped all kinds of rain. This will not be that type of situation, but even despite that, its movement pretty quickly, still will be able to dump quite a bit of rain in some of these areas. So that is no doubt a concern. All the way up through the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast, a swath of 3 to 5 inches. That's going to be possible. We'll still ahead here on Weather Center Live. We know you have questions about the storm, so send them to us. We're going to answer them for you here on the show.
We love our new home. There's so much space.
We have a guest room now.
But we have ants.
You're slouching again, Ted.
Expired. Expired. Expired.
Thanks, Aunt Bonnie.
It's a lot of house. I hope you can keep it clean.
At least Geico makes bundling our home and car insurance easy.
Which helps us save a lot of money.
Oh, Teddy, did you get my friend request?
I'll have to check.
Aunt Joni's here.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
All right, I brought in Ensure Max Protein to give you the protein you need with less of the sugar you don't. I'll take that.
30 grams of protein and 1 gram of sugar. Ensure Max Protein with nutrients to support immune health.
These both have the same amount of potassium. Only one of them is always right for the picking. V8, the original plant-powered drink. Veg up.
Still fresh. Unstoppable. In-wash scent booster.
Downy Unstoppables.
How do you think they make Starburst taste so juicy?
Starburst? Juice-Stratic equation. Super top secret mathematical formula they keep stored inside a safe, inside a vault, inside a volcano.
Oh, Juice-Stratics.
Starburst, unexplainably juicy.
If you can't find anywhere that can brew your organic beer, you grow your own organic brewery, naturally. Michelob Ultra Pure Gold, organic by nature.
If you have moderate to severe psoriasis, little things can become your big moment. That's why there's Otezla. Otezla is not a cream. It's a pill that treats plaque psoriasis differently. With Otezla, 75% clear skin is achievable. Don't use if you're allergic to Otezla. It may cause severe diarrhea, nausea, or vomiting. Otezla is associated with an increased risk of depression. Tell your doctor if you have a history of depression or suicidal thoughts, or if these feelings develop. Some people taking Otezla reported weight loss. Your doctor should monitor your weight and may stop treatment. Upper respiratory tract infection and headache may occur. Tell your doctor about your medicines and if you're pregnant or planning to be. Otezla, show more of you.
Real people are realizing there's a better way to mobile.
My carrier probably has a lot of fees I don't even know are there. Basic phone line access, federal universal service charge, I don't even know what that is. Why am I paying these fees?
At Spectrum Mobile, there are no added taxes and fees. What you see is what you pay. $45 a line with our unlimited data plan or $14 a gig with our Buy the Gig plan.
The calculator said that we would save $600 a year. We've actually saved $612 in half a year.
With Spectrum Mobile, I'm saving over $350
$650 a year.
$650 a year. It's true. Most customers who use our calculator find they could save hundreds every year. Don't wait. Find your savings at SpectrumMobile.com or call 844-258-8115 and get it all with free nationwide talk and text and no contracts.
I'm ready to switch.
Get more for less with our unlimited data plan for $45 a line or our Buy the Gig plan for $14 a gig. Plus, get the flexibility to mix and match plans. Visit a Spectrum store. Go to SpectrumMobile.com or call 844-258-8115.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got severe weather threat. We are live on the ground. Right now, it's coming down.
The Weather Channel.
A tropical storm warning is in effect. Currently in our area, 84 degrees under fair skies. Today, a mix of clouds and sun. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. High 91. Tonight, late night thunderstorms. Low 76. Chance of rain 60%. Tuesday, windy with showers and thunderstorms likely. High 81. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back here to Jacksonville Beach, and we're watching families play in the water, people exercising as the sun is coming out. Things are only going to get better here, though the water is still dangerous. That surf is really kicked up. We have the lifeguards here that are watching very closely. We have seen some. Mom is watching her two little ones over here play. I know that one of the little girls over there is named Ivy. She wanted to come over. We can show you. Can we go over there, Austin, and show them playing? Her mom was okay because we talked to her a little bit earlier. They're glad that they were really spared the worst. But, you know, enjoying the beach, at least staying out of the water. But you can see there are some boogie boarders that are going in. I'm glad the lifeguards are here because there will be a risk, obviously, of rip current and obviously just rough seas today and also as we head into tomorrow, and still some passing showers that are going to be coming in and out for us here like we've been seeing throughout the morning hours. So things will be improving for the Sunshine State, and we will be living up to our name as the afternoon progresses and the storm gets into South Carolina and North Carolina. Alex, little girls are just so precious. She said, "Do you know Donna?" And I said, "I'm sorry, I don't know Donna." She said, "Well, that's my grandmother, you know, so I want to say hi to Donna in case she happens to be watching, Grandma Donna."
All right, thanks, Steph. Hi, Grandma Donna. Indeed, if you're watching, we're checking in on the tropics. And behind what we've got with Isaias, Tropical Storm Isaias, there is an invest area that's hanging out, Invest 94L. And you can see there's a little bit of a flare-up here of some showers associated with that thing. But for now, in terms of its development chances, it's about 50 to 60% here, according to the National Hurricane Center, as it currently is working its way on off towards the northwest at about 20 miles per hour. So it's moving pretty quickly. Fortunately, it missed the island here to the south. We'll continue to move towards the north and the west here. And you can see there's a potential here for that development anywhere in that sort of orange hatch zone as we work our way through the next several days. But in terms of its future prospects, it looks like it's just going to hang out there south of Bermuda and just hang around for a bit as far as any impacts. At least not looking for much right now. But in the early part of August, you can see what happens here. And this is going back to 1950. You see all the storm origins here. All those dots indicate storms where they originated. And at this time of the year, now we start looking at basically everywhere. You know, early in the season, we tend to look a little bit closer to home for systems to get fired up. This time of the year, now we're not just looking off the southeast coast or there into the Gulf of Mexico, but parts of the Caribbean and then far reaches of the Atlantic as well can start to get involved out there. All right, let's take a look here at the southeast here for us. So we're looking at Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina. These are the most recent landfall from hurricanes here for you. So in basically Florida, it was back in 2005, Katrina as a Category 1. Now, of course, it went on to become notorious there as it moved its way into Louisiana, but it first initially made a landfall as a Category 1 hurricane in South Florida. Gaston, that impacted South Carolina back in 2004. Then we had Irene, which, of course, that was retired, impacting North Carolina in 2011, really ravaged parts of the Bahamas and the Caribbean there. But take a look at this. Georgia, the last time we had an August hurricane landfall, we have to go all the way back to 1898. That's a long time ago. Just goes to show you it's pretty difficult to get a landfalling system in Georgia. Now, that doesn't mean we haven't been impacted by systems, but a landfall is really tough because of the way Georgia is situated here along the coastline. These storms like to tend to curve towards the north and the east, kind of bypassing Georgia. And that's exactly what's happening with Isaias. The center of the circulation, well east. Now, still some impacts, but well east. Biggest impacts here later this evening, getting into parts of South and North Carolina. And then down the road, you can see making its way up the East Coast, bringing with it some gusty winds, heavy downpours as well there. So a large swath of the eastern part of the country here, Jennifer, feeling the impacts from Isaias over the next few days.
Meanwhile, we know a lot of you have questions about this storm, so let's answer a few. Philip on Twitter asking, would the tropical storm force wind field increase in size as the forward speed picks up? Answer is yes. As this storm system, again, pushes up into the northeast, we expect those winds to expand. Now, they won't necessarily get any stronger, but we do anticipate gusts anywhere from around 39 miles an hour, perhaps even as high as 70 miles an hour. So again, tropical storm force winds are expected right along the coast, anywhere from I-95 towards the beaches as the storm moves up. It is moving at a pretty good clip, so it's going to come into the Carolinas late today and tonight. And then by tomorrow, move up into the mid-Atlantic, and by Tuesday night coming into New York. And then by Wednesday, pushing up into New England, a very fast-moving storm, which Alex is, again, may help out. And the situation with the rainfall may not be as dramatic.
No doubt about it, no question. Well, in addition to the heavy rain and flood threat, Isaias is packing another danger where severe weather could leave behind damage like this. We're tracking the potential for tornadoes. That's all when Weather Center Live returns. First, though, let's get you out to Nags Head, where we are watching things closely here offshore. Certainly some darkening skies. We got some wet weather in place for us already.
This summer, we've all got miles to make up. Miles to the job site, to the campsite, and anything else we set our sights on. Miles back to those who can make this summer mean more than ever. We can help you get the most out of those miles during the Ram Summer Clearance Event.
Right now, get $7,300 in total values on the 2020 Ram 1500. Shop and buy online at ram.com.
Someone calls. They've won a lawsuit with a structured settlement.
Or they have an annuity and only get a little of the money at a time. But they're buying a house, or they have medical expenses.
Or they need tuition, and they call J.G. Wentworth and they say, can you help?
And we say, at J.G. Wentworth, helping you is what we do.
Call J.G. Wentworth to get your money now. It's a simple call, and you may be able to keep getting monthly checks in addition to a lump sum. Trusted by more than 50,000 people to get their money faster, with over $349 million in cash payouts. And we're rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau. There's no cost, no obligation, no pressure.
I tell people it's your money.
And I'll do all I can to help you get it now.
They're so relieved, so happy. I really love my job.
If you need your money now, call J.G. Wentworth at 877-CASH-NOW. That's 877-CASH-NOW. We're here to help.
I have the power to lower my blood sugar and A1C.
Because I can still make my own insulin, and Trulicity activates my body to release it, like it's supposed to. Once weekly Trulicity is for type 2 diabetes. It's not insulin. It starts acting from the first dose, and it lowers risk of heart attack, stroke, or death in people with known heart disease or multiple risk factors.
Trulicity isn't for people with type 1 diabetes or diabetic ketoacidosis. Don't take Trulicity if you're allergic to it. You or your family have medullary thyroid cancer or have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Stop Trulicity and call your doctor right away if you have an allergic reaction, a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, changes in vision, or diabetic diabetic retinopathy. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Taking Trulicity with sulfonylurea or insulin raises low blood sugar risk. Side effects include nausea, diarrhea, vomiting, belly pain, and decreased appetite, which lead to dehydration and may worsen kidney problems. We're committed to helping ensure Trulicity is available and affordable. Learn more at Trulicity.com.
Good morning.
More treatment.
We're going to try something different today.
Oh, it's so pretty.
Dogs bring out the good in us. Pedigree brings out the good in them.
It only takes a second for an everyday item to become dangerous. Tide Pod's Child Guard Pack helps keep your laundry packs in a safe place and your child safer. To close, twist until it clicks. Tide Pod's Child Guard Packaging.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy. Great tasting Ensure with 9 grams of protein, 27 vitamins and minerals, and nutrients to support immune health.
Morning, noon, night. Indulgent, delicious, irresistible. Fancy Feast makes delighting your cat delightfully easy. Every recipe, every last detail. Another fancy way to show your love. Fancy Feast. Try savory centers. Pâté with a center of gravy.
Well, Isaias just off the southeast coast, but the threats continue to ramp up as we head into this new week. Welcome in. I'm meteorologist Felicia Combs, live coming to you from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, as Isaias is inching its way closer to this area. Now, over the weekend, the storm had crews restoring power across Florida, also closing beaches early, leaving behind a flooded mess for places like the Bahamas. Tons of different threats associated with this system: tornadoes, heavy rain, storm surge, flooding. All of those going to come together to make this a formidable storm that we're going to have to deal with. Alex, I understand we just got in that 11 a.m. update with the latest on Isaias.
We certainly did get that update here for us. Thanks, Felicia. And pretty much holding steady here in terms of the stats here. The one difference is we have noticed that the pressure has crept up just a bit from the last advisory. So that pressure going up is going to mean it's going to have a tougher time for trying to really get its act together, although it is still anticipated and forecast to become a hurricane before that landfall takes place. But where it is now and where it may be a little bit later today, the appreciable difference, very, very much negligible. We're talking about the impacts being the same here for us. Watch for those gusty winds. Watch for the storm surge issues there for us. Parts of South Carolina into North Carolina, and some very heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding in a large swath of areas here from the Carolinas up even into parts of the Northeast. So there's the bottom line. Life-threatening storm surge a possibility with some heavy rain coming on through, producing some flash flooding from the Carolinas into portions of the Northeast. So there's that latest stat. Still moving to the north at 13 miles per hour. There's the one difference there. The pressure sitting at 998. It was at 994. So a slight uptick here, an indication that, again, it's not picking up strength, at least at the moment, but it still has a window of opportunity to do so before it makes that landfall somewhere along, again, the South Carolina, North Carolina border, and then continuing to march its way northbound. You can see across the mid-Atlantic up into the Northeast. Looks like by the time we get to about Wednesday morning, afternoon, we'll be saying, at least here in the lower 48, goodbye to this thing as it heads up into far eastern Canada. There's that closer view. And then you can see Monday evening, 75-mile-per-hour winds. Again, where it is now at 70 to 75. Is that going to make much of a difference? No. So, again, preparing exactly as you are now for the system as it moves its way northbound and continuing to do so as we head on through our early week. Now, it's going to pick up some speed, so that's a good scenario as opposed to sitting in the same location. Picking up some speed, that'll be better here for us. But tropical storm warning still in place. We'll probably start to see some of these getting shaved away here as we head through this afternoon. Parts of Florida, there into Georgia, but hanging on for South and North Carolina up into Virginia with those warnings in the red, and then continuing up the coast. We've got some of these areas. I mean, we got watches and warnings all the way up into New England And in some of these spots here across sections of New England, we haven't had tropical storm watches or warnings. It's been about 9 years. So, yeah, you don't see this happening too often. Closer view on where we have hurricane warnings. A few areas here in southern North Carolina dealing with that, including Myrtle Beach, where, of course, our very own Felicia Combs is right now, and then into towards Wilmington as well. That's where we have at least the best opportunity to experience and deal with those hurricane conditions here for us. So we'll certainly have to keep an eye on these zones and these spots as we head on through the rest of the day as we watch Isaias get closer and closer to these areas. Well, let's bring in meteorologist Felicia Combs. They're in Myrtle Beach. And again, Felicia, this thing is still a ways away, but getting closer and closer, we'll see those conditions certainly deteriorate.
Oh, yeah, definitely, Alex. This is kind of just the precursor. This, I'm going to call it pleasant. We're not having terrible weather right now. It's going to deteriorate later this afternoon, certainly into this evening and tonight as Isaias approaches. Now, here in Myrtle Beach, we do have that hurricane warning. We have storm surge warning. So expected to get some of the brunt of this storm. Still about 220 miles to the south-southwest, but as you mentioned, picking up some forward speed. So if you don't know Myrtle Beach, you might not know exactly this area, and I want to tell you a little bit about it. This is the Grand Strand. I'm on the Grand Strand, and what that is about 60 miles of beach that stretches from Georgetown, South Carolina, up to about the South Carolina, North Carolina coast. This area attracts more than 10 million visitors each year, and you can see why. Tons of beach to hang out on here, and this weekend has been no different. I'll tell you, yesterday the weather was picture perfect on Sunday. Tons of sunshine, lots of people in the water, but as mentioned, those conditions continuing to deteriorate as we head into this new week. Now, I want to show you the double red flags flying, and that means you cannot be in the water, no swimming, because we do have a couple other things going on right now. We have a high surf advisory in effect. We're talking about for this area, you could see 8 to 12 feet waves with that high surf advisory, and then we also have the risk of rip currents, dangerous rip currents, and people are still here. There are some people who maybe plan to cancel their vacations or cut them short, but as we look down the beach, so if we could just get a shot of all the people still hanging out on this Monday, there are still a lot of people here hanging out that are going to have to ride out this storm. And I'll tell you, we've been talking to some people, and not all of them have been through a hurricane before. So some of our guests that are hanging out with us here in Myrtle Beach will be experiencing this hurricane if we see Isaias as forecast become the hurricane before it makes landfall later on tonight. This will be the first time they're experiencing that. So, of course, I want to tell you to stick here with the Weather Channel. We've got all the latest updates for you. And, J-Lo, you're going to break it down a little bit more.
Yeah, here's what we know about this tropical storm, Isaias, at this hour. Duke Energy is warning customers in North Carolina that the coronavirus pandemic is actually going to affect its ability to get the power back on if there's outages. Company says crews are working in smaller groups, and that could translate into longer wait time for customers. Up in New York City, they're working to put flood protection measures into place ahead of the arrival of Isaias. The city will open a virtual emergency operations center tonight at 8 o'clock. Meanwhile, state officials in North Carolina say 1,500 vehicles have been ferried off of Ocracoke Island as it works to evacuate people from those low-lying areas. Speaking of low-lying, the city of Charleston has crews working to clear drainage systems that are prone to flooding. As this storm approaches, they are offering sandbags to residents up until 4 o'clock today. Well, big waves are breaking along the rocky beach here in Jupiter, Florida. This happened yesterday as the spray was caught up in the wind and splashed that photographer for sure. Gusts were up to 50 miles an hour at the peak around Sunday morning. Waves can be seen anywhere from 7 to about 11 feet high. Meanwhile, we go 100 miles to the north, right up along the coast, and the wind and surf trying to tear this boat apart. At 9 o'clock last night, waves were also running as high as 11 feet, and those wind gusts were up to 40 miles an hour. Now, throughout Brevard County, officials are assessing the results of this storm, saying they really don't expect much to discover any major damage. But this boat owner, probably not too happy. All right, let's talk about the situation and what is expected here across the Carolinas. Storm surge, that's a big concern with warnings issued from Charleston, actually just south of Charleston, all the way up towards Oak Island and Bald Head Island in North Carolina. As that surge could be up to 2 to 4 feet around Charleston, even some higher amounts, that's 3 to 5 feet in Myrtle Beach. Now, as this storm approaches Charleston, unfortunately, the tide is going to be high in South Carolina. High tide around 2 o'clock, and that's when we can be expecting those wind speeds to maybe be to as high as 40 miles an hour. So that's going to push a lot of that water into the inland areas, and that's why coastal erosion can be expected. Then the storm is going to be moving overnight up into North Carolina, and as it approaches North Carolina, high tide around Wrightsville Beach at about 8 o'clock tonight. And when we see the center of circulation, again, it's expected to move inland into the parts of the eastern Carolinas. That's when we can be expecting around Wrightsville Beach those wind gusts to be maybe as high as 60 miles an hour. Now, through the Outer Banks, still anticipating storm surge all the way up to the Chesapeake. It may not be as high, but still a concern. Again, 1 to 3 feet in storm surge and a lot of rainfall for this area. Again, by the time it moves into this region, it should be inland, coming closer towards I-95 as it moves into this spot. So again, we're going to be watching this storm as it moves through the Carolinas. Let's go over to Alex for more.
Well, I tell you, Isaias also bringing with it, well, some issues here in terms of severe weather to parts of the Carolinas. We're going to have to keep an eye on things here for us. Oftentimes when you get these tropical cyclones getting close to land and making that landfall, you can get tornadoes to try to fire up and spin up. Now, they tend to be very brief. They also tend to be on the sort of lower end of the scale in terms of the intensity, but a tornado is still a tornado and one that can produce damage. So that is certainly a concern here for us. And you can see the area that we're going to be watching the closest, basically eastern sections of South Carolina into North Carolina here for us heading through tonight. The area back towards the north southern portions of getting to the mid-Atlantic and then all the way back into North Georgia. That's in association with a front. Now in both areas, watch for some gusty winds, potentially damaging winds, but the tornado risk going to be heightened here in eastern South and North Carolina, where we have Torcon values in that 3 range. So it's certainly a possibility here. And again, you oftentimes find that happening when you get these tropical cyclones. It's those outer bands that can be the most concerning here for you. And we're already seeing some showers and moving on through parts of South and North Carolina right now. But the core of the system still hanging out here just off the southeast coast. Some rain starting to fill in there around the Charleston area. There'll be more to come. There's your timestamp. We'll start you off right around that lunch hour. Charleston seeing that rain then spreading its way up the coast into eventually here this late afternoon into the evening into North Carolina. By about 8 or 9 o'clock, there's the center of the circulation there. That will be moving its way on in. It looks like as we approach that 11 o'clock hour, maybe around midnight or so, that's when we potentially could be talking about the landfall and then racing on off towards the north and east. But boy, there's going to be some heavy rain to deal with here with this thing. The good news is it will be moving. Despite it moving so fast, though, still will be dumping quite a bit of rain. That could lead to some flash flooding across some of these interior areas. And then we still have the threat as this thing moves up the coast for some more isolated tornadoes to fire up. This is now looking at tomorrow for eastern North Carolina into Virginia and then spreading all the way up. We've got a good chunk of Jersey into even parts of Massachusetts that has that risk here. So a lot to follow here for us as the system continues to move its way inland, but again, up the east coast. Jennifer?
Well, roads looking more like rivers in the West Indies over the weekend as tropical storm Isaias blew through the Bahamas, dropping massive amounts of rain in cities like Freeport. Reports from the island of about more than a foot of rain came down before the system moved away. You know, flash flooding is a big concern, and watch has been posted for about 1,000 miles, anywhere from Charleston, South Carolina, all the way up to Burlington, Vermont. Many states here across the East Coast are going to feel the impacts from this hurricane. Again, flooding is a big concern. This storm is going to be moving inland as it comes into the Carolinas, and as it comes up, we have the potential for flash flooding. That's why we see many cities anywhere from Myrtle Beach up towards Raleigh, even Washington, D.C. is all underneath a flash flood watch. There is a huge concern for a high amount of rainfall that could lead to some localized flash flooding. Areas shaded in yellow indicating that high amount right through parts of eastern North Carolina. As you look at the projected path of the amount of rain, the yellows indicating 3 inches or a little bit higher in some spots, so 3 to 5 inches. And again, that's kind of right along I-95, anywhere from south of the border up towards, actually all the way up into Philadelphia and into Pennsylvania is where we're going to be expecting the high amount of rain. This is a look at the water vapor. We're starting to see those high cloud tops move over the beaches, causing for a lot of clouds. We look to the west, we see dry air as a trough is swinging in, and that trough is going to help to steer this storm all the way up the east coast. So as it moves inland up the east coast, it is going to be weakening, especially as it moves into New England. But we can still be expecting plenty of rainfall with it. And with the rain saturating the ground, you get a little bit of wind on top of that, and trees can easily be knocked down. That 3 to 5 inch swath of rain is still going to be impacting eastern parts of Pennsylvania, all the way up towards the Hudson Valley. And again, that's a spot that could be dealing with some flash flooding. Again, 3 to 5 inches of rain is a lot to handle in a short time. We're talking within the next 24 to 48 hours. That's when this rainfall is going to come in. So that could cause a few problems here, Alex.
All right, thanks so much, Jennifer. Well, you know, still much more to get to here on Isaias this hour here on Weather Center Live. Now, we've told you about the various threats that come along with the storm, including things like wind and surge. We're going to break down all the possible impacts. We're going city by city. First, though, let's get you back out to Myrtle Beach. That's where we find our very own meteorologist, Felicia Combs.
Yeah, hey, Alex, let's talk about it. Right now, the weather, I'll tell you, not terrible. It's worse than it was yesterday because it was beautiful yesterday. We've got quite a bit of cloud cover. A breeze is beginning to pick up. But I'll tell you something else that's different. It's these waves. Look at these waves. They're definitely a bit bigger than they were yesterday. And here's why. We've got a high surf advisory going into effect here. But not just that. Myrtle Beach, you're one of the places that has a hurricane warning and a storm surge warning because Isaias, while a tropical storm right now, is expected to strengthen back to hurricane strength before it makes landfall somewhere around the South Carolina, North Carolina border. So lots of people still out here enjoying at Myrtle Beach. All I can say is I hope they have a plan for later on because I'd say this afternoon into this evening and tonight, especially for this area, we're going to see those waves continue to pick up and we're going to see the weather just continuing to deteriorate. Of course, we'll be here on the Weather Channel, keeping you updated on all of it as we head through this storm with Isaias.
Stouffer's mac and cheese is made with 100% real cheese.
So creamy. So cheesy. It's too bad you're a dog. This is really creamy. You'd love it.
Stouffer's, the taste you love at a price you'll love.
Stay tuned to get a free 5-piece utensil set and more from Gotham Steel. Tired of digging through a mess of pots and pans just to find the right one? Well, now there's Gotham Steel's Stackmaster cookware. Non-stick, space-saving cookware that neatly stacks inside itself. Finally, you can have an organized kitchen with every pan and lid right at your fingertips. Stackmaster features a triple-layer titanium coating with our non-stick super durable cast texture surface. Nothing sticks to these pans. Everything just slips and slides. It's like cooking on air. You can chop right inside them without making any scratches. Even use electric metal beaters and everything slides right out. Not even a scratch. Plus, they're oven safe. Great for pot roasts or baking all the way up to 500 degrees. Even flames won't damage these pans. The entire Stackmaster set is dishwasher safe and made without any harmful PFOAs. Some high-end cookware sells for close to $500, but you won't pay that. Not $400, $300, or even $200. Today, through this special TV offer, get the full 10-piece Stackmaster cookware set for the factory direct price of just 5 payments of $39.99. And we'll even ship it to you free. And if you call or click to order today, we're going to drop one payment. You'll get it all for just 4 payments of $39.99. And we'll even guarantee it for a full 10 years. Plus, as a free bonus, you'll get our Stackmaster fry basket and stainless steel steamer insert. But there's even more. We'll also send you our 5-piece utensil set. It includes every utensil you'll ever need in the kitchen. Together, these are a $60 value. Yours 100% free. That's a complete 17-piece set, a huge value, for just 4 easy payments of $39.99. And we'll even ship it to you free. Call or click now.
To order, call 1-800-504-6205 or go online to GothamStackmaster.com. So call 1-800-504-6205. That's 1-800-504-6205 or go to GothamStackmaster.com.
I didn't order a pizza.
I know. But that Parker promo saved me so much on my insurance. Brought you a little something special.
Parker, State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
You're the man, man.
And you want the real deal? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Don't even. I'm serious. Yes!
Frito-Lay Variety Packs, packed with possibilities.
Mama, Mama.
Why do I keep falling asleep during the day? What's making me so tired?
Why does it feel like I'm still dreaming when I wake up? What could be causing this?
Hey, Luke, wake up. You fell asleep again.
Why do I always fall asleep on the bus after school? Why am I so tired?
It turns out we're more than tired. We have symptoms of narcolepsy, like the uncontrollable urge to sleep during the day, sudden muscle weakness during laughter or emotions.
Dreamlike hallucinations, or feeling paralyzed when falling asleep or waking up.
Or waking up frequently during the night.
If you or your child has any of these symptoms, it's time to do something about it. I waited too long to take action, but you don't have to. Learn more at morethantired.com. Take the narcolepsy symptom screener now and find a sleep specialist to share your results. Visit morethantired.com today. Don't wait any longer to take action.
A tropical storm warning is in effect. Currently in our area, 85 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Today, a mix of clouds and sun. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. High 91. Tonight, late night thunderstorms. Low 76. Chance of rain 80%. Tuesday, windy with showers and thunderstorms likely. High 81. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back in. I'm meteorologist Felicia Combs coming to you live from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, one of the places that is under a hurricane warning and a storm surge warning. Quite a bit going on here. This area known as a tourist attraction. I'm on the Grand Strand, which is about 60 miles worth of beach that stretches from Georgetown, South Carolina up to the North Carolina, South Carolina border. Now, I want to show you a couple things. This area is certainly no stranger to tropical systems. The wave is beginning to pick up. We do have a high surf advisory in effect. That risk of some storm surge coming in, 3 to 5 feet possible for this particular area. But if we look off in the distance, you can see a pier well off in the distance, and that is the Spring-Made Pier. This pier actually just reopened. It was destroyed back in 2016 from Hurricane Matthew. In fact, several piers here in Myrtle Beach ended up being destroyed during Hurricane Matthew, as it took a very similar path that we're actually seeing with this, of course, Hurricane Matthew much stronger. So with that, it just opened up in July. It took almost 4 years to get that back open. Now, as mentioned, Isaias is nowhere near the strength of Michael, but still, it's going to be a formidable system for this area, as we are expecting Isaias to make landfall somewhere around here or up to the North Carolina coast overnight tonight. So, Alex, I'd say this area certainly needs to be on high alert. It's not bad right now, but the conditions are going to deteriorate really quickly.
Yeah, that picture is certainly going to look a lot different later on today, no doubt. Now, we've got the threat for some heavy rain as well here across the Savannah area as Tropical Storm Isaias tries to brush the Georgia coast, bringing some of those downpours and some potentially gusty winds for some of these coastal cities here. Now, they're in Savannah. The Talmadge Bridge, that's actually expected to close at 2 p.m. here for us. That's if conditions warrant that to take shape. I asked the DOT, the Department of Transportation, what the threshold is for the bridge to close, and they said, well, tropical storm force winds, so getting up over 39 miles per hour or so. So if that were to happen, bridge will be closed, so just keep that in mind there. that may be taking place later on. You can see what we are expecting in Savannah, 20-plus mile-an-hour winds throughout the day, and then this evening, potentially getting up into that 30-mile-an-hour range plus range here for you. And the rainfall looks like less than an inch is what we are anticipating there. As again, the system here will be moving well east of Savannah itself. Still, though, on the outer periphery, there will be some impacts to deal with. But it will start to race towards the north and the east, making that landfall later this evening here. Potentially here still has the chance here to strengthen. We still have some real estate here over the waters for that to happen. Then we get up to a 75-mile-per-hour hurricane. So that may happen before that landfall. And then once it makes its way northbound, helping to bring in more gusty winds and rain through the inland areas. But watch for the storm surge. Now, 1 to 3 foot storm surge is possible here for us as we work our way across parts of southeastern Georgia into parts of South Carolina. But the higher storm surge issues looks like that'll be in coincidence with the center of the circulation here, which will be coming in this direction. So it's going to be essentially on that sort of east side where that water really gets pushed up onto shore. Potentially 3 to 5 foot storm surge into a spot like Myrtle Beach. Now, Charleston, for you, for our afternoon into the evening, watch those wind gusts start to creep up. 50-plus mile-an-hour wind gusts will be possible, and we also have some rain to deal with. Looks like, Jennifer, anywhere from 2 to 3 inches will be possible. And then, of course, we've got this thing that'll continue to move north. Even the Northeast could feel the impact.
Yeah, the Northeast is going to find the rain coming your way right now, though. It's a beautiful start to this Monday and the work week here in New York as we see just a few of those high clouds pushing in, the temperatures in the lower 80s. But the Big Apple is gearing up for the threat posed by Tropical Storm Isaias. Just a short time ago, the mayor said storms can change at the last minute and that the city will take no chances. He said the focus is on deploying flood protection barriers in lower Manhattan, and he called on residents to look out for each other.
This is why we take precautions, because we've learned the hard way and because we know that it is our job, the city's job, to get ready with measures like this. We also need everyone. If you're in a situation where this storm is affecting your community, your block, your building, look out for your neighbors, particularly seniors. Always be there for them whenever there's something like this bearing down on us, and see if they need anything.
All right, as the system moves northward, it is going to actually looks like it's going to drive up 95 here across the Carolinas into the mid-Atlantic. Once it moves over towards D.C. and Baltimore, it's expected to come in by Tuesday, and the winds could be a little bit weaker than what they are right now, but that rainfall is still going to be a problem. Storm surge anywhere from 1 to 3 feet can be expected. And as far as the rainfall amounts, Richmond, again, maybe up to 4 inches of rain, and that 4 inches of rain is also going to continue farther to the north. The timing of it, we should be in decent shape today, but starting overnight is when that rain, or starting later today is when that rain moves in, and it's going to continue through the overnight hours. Look around 2 o'clock or 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Rain is going to be pretty heavy here across the mid-Atlantic. Now, let's go. Where's our next stop? Here we go up into the Beltway, and we see the high amounts of rain around D.C. and into Baltimore. Maybe some areas getting up to 5 inches of rain. Again, today we see a lot of clouds over us, but starting late this afternoon, hopefully you got to telecommute, because that ride home today could be pretty rough with the rain coming down. Alex?
All right, thanks so much, Jennifer. And, of course, playing motor track as we deal with our tropical storm Isaias. Gets you to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, a spot that could feel the brunt of the system later on tonight.
Don't even. I'm serious. Yes!
Frito-Lay variety packs, packed with possibilities.
Each year, Americans waste $21 billion by overpaying on car insurance. That's why I went to thezebra.com. Because while every company claims to save you money on car insurance, the Zebra shows you who actually can.
Compare car insurance for free at thezebra.com today.
Do loose batteries clutter up your house? Is finding the right size impossible? And why do they always waste precious space? What you need is the Battery Daddy storage system, the new compact and portable way to organize, store, and protect all your batteries. Turn any disaster into an organized master. Battery Daddy uses both sides to store all types of different batteries, even coin size. The unique design groups them for easy easy selection. You could even find one with a blindfold on. Best of all, it packs 180 batteries, yet takes up about the space of a laptop. Perfect in any cabinet, drawer, or shelf. Forget flimsy bags or messy containers. Battery Daddy stays organized forever guaranteed, and the carrying handle lets you bring it anywhere. Use it during power outages and never go searching in the dark. Select the right battery for kids' toys in an instant, or tackle household chores with the precision of a pro. Watch out, loose batteries can touch and drain power. Not with Battery Daddy. They stay fully charged and protected in their own compartment. Keep one in the house and one in the office, boat, or RV to organize, store, and protect all your batteries. Plus, the clear locking lid lets you see everything at a glance. Amazing! Act now to get your Battery Daddy for just $19.99. And here's an electrifying deal. We'll include the battery tester, so you'll instantly know which batteries are bad and which are good, saving you time and money. Yours absolutely free. End the battery blues with Battery Daddy for just $19.99. Call now.
To order, call 1-800-477-3009 or go online at batterydaddy.com. Don't delay. Call 1-800-477-3009 or go online at batterydaddy.com. Order now.
Want a career where you can make a difference? Destinations Career Academies prepare students to step into high-demand jobs in healthcare straight out of high school. We combine a modern learning approach with relevant coursework and real-world experiences. And you get a leg up on the competition by getting prepared to earn certifications, all tuition-free.
From the time I was little, I've always wanted to go into the healthcare pathway because I've always wanted to help people.
Are you ready to make a difference? Anytime, any place. Education for anyone.
At Safelite, we're committed to taking care of you and your car.
We'll fix it right with no contact service you can trust.
So if you have auto glass damage, stay safe with Safelite.
Safelite Repair, Safelite Replace.
All OTC pain relievers, including Voltaren, have one thing in common. None are proven stronger or more effective against pain than Salonpas Patch Large. There's surprising power in this patch. Salonpas. Dependable, powerful relief.
Every day is sweet when we're serving you Blizzard treats. Like M&M's, cookie dough, and new Oreo fudge brownie. Thanks for being our fans for all these years. DQ, happy tastes good.
Splashdown.
As you can see on your screen, we have visual confirmation for Splashdown.
Well, it was a picture-perfect ending to an actual history-making trip. The SpaceX Crew Dragon rocket pulling off a pristine water landing out in the Gulf of Mexico yesterday. The first water landing for American astronauts in more than 40 years. The two astronauts spent more than 2 months up at the International Space Station as part of this mission, a historic team project merging America's public space program with the privately owned SpaceX Corporation. All right, thanks so much for staying with us here as we continue our coverage of Tropical Storm Isaias. I'm meteorologist Jennifer Lopez, along with meteorologist Alex Wallace. Well, millions of people are in the forecast cone. Up to 47 million could be impacted up the East Coast from this tropical system. Let's get you caught up on what is making headlines at this hour. Here is a look at what we know. The Georgia Department of Transportation says it is closing some bridges around Savannah and Chatham County at 2 this afternoon because of deteriorating conditions due to Isaias. The Lanier Bridge down in Brunswick County is also closed. Virginia National Guard says its Humvees and light tactical trucks are on standby in the event that the flooding causes damage along the state's coast. Meanwhile, cities like Charleston, even up to Baltimore, they're both offering free sandbags to residents as people are preparing to fight back the floodwaters. Duke Energy is warning power customers in North Carolina that the pandemic, the coronavirus, could actually affect its ability to respond to the power outages. The company says crews are working in smaller groups, and that could actually translate to longer wait times for you to get the power back on. Well, let's go to the coast. Let's go to the beaches here. Meteorologist Felicia Combs is in Myrtle Beach right now. And Felicia, I can see a lot of people behind you, so good that you're taking some precautions there. How's it looking?
Oh, yeah, and a lot of people have using on both. And of course, dealing with COVID-19 very seriously, J-Lo. I see a lot of people wearing their masks. Now, there are quite a few people on the beach today, but yesterday, when it was perfectly sunny, this beach was packed. So, of course, this is a big tourist attraction in this area, and there are some people, like the Fosters that I'm going to bring in now, who have been planning this family trip since February. And you said that, you know, you've been planning it since February before all the COVID-19. 17 of you here from Indiana. So tell me a little bit about what brings you to Myrtle Beach.
This is one of our favorite family vacation spots, and we can bring all of our friends and family with us, and we enjoy it here.
And it's my understanding that you've never been through a hurricane before, so what are you thinking about Isaias?
We have no idea. Yeah. We're just listening to the lifeguards, we're listening to the hotel people. Just, you know, we're having fun in between, but we're trying to be responsible. You know, and listen to what people are telling us to do, but it sounds like we're going to be fine as long as we stay in the hotel. So. Oh yeah, definitely. We're a little apprehensive, but we're also wondering what it's going to be like. They're talking about a big lightning show, so that sounds a little, you know, it'll be entertaining, but we are hoping that everybody's safe. And you're here until Thursday, so what made you decide to stay? Pardon? What made you decide to stay instead of leaving with the storm? Really, it was the hotel people. So we talked to them, and they said that we would be safe as long as it didn't get up to like a 3 or a 4. They said that we would be safe in the hotel. We did change our plans. We're going to stay in tonight instead of some of the fun things that we were going to do. Well, you know what? In can be fun too. Yeah. Thanks so much, guys. I appreciate you for talking to us. Of course, lots of people having to keep this in mind, Alex. Some vacations have been planned for months, and you just got to listen to what the officials are saying.
Yeah, absolutely, indeed. Listening to officials, that is very, very key advice. Thanks so much, Felicia. Meanwhile, we're continuing to watch what's going on with Isaias. The latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center, still moving to the north at about 13 miles per hour as a tropical storm. The center of the circulation right around in there, and you can see sort of the flare-ups here just on off towards kind of the north and east. Sort of a disheveled appearance here when it comes to the satellite presentation, but there's still a window of opportunity for it to try to maybe get up to that 75 mile per hour range, which would put it to Category 1 hurricane status, but the impacts would be the same. Strong gusty winds, still the potential for some high waters, the storm surge for parts of South and North Carolina, and some very heavy rain as well along the path of the system as it moves its way up into parts of the Northeast. So later tonight, that landfall taking shape here somewhere into South and North Carolina, and then continuing to move up the coast. It looks like this is going to really pick up some speed. So by the time we get into Wednesday, Thursday, we'll basically be saying goodbye to this system. Tropical storm warnings are starting to get shaved off here across parts of Florida. We should continue to see that from south to north, but hurricane warnings, they're including Myrtle Beach and Wilmington. We'll keep an eye on those spots for this evening.
This program is brought to you in part by Humira.
Your mission: stand up to moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis and take it on with Rinvoq. Rinvoq, a once-daily pill, can dramatically improve symptoms. Rinvoq helps tame pain, stiffness, swelling, and for some, Rinvoq can even significantly reduce RA fatigue. That's Rinvoq relief. With RA, your overactive immune system attacks your joints. Rinvoq regulates it to help stop the attack.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including tuberculosis. Serious infections and blood clots, sometimes fatal, have occurred, as have certain cancers, including lymphoma, and tears in the stomach or intestines, and changes in lab results. Your doctor should monitor your blood work. Tell your doctor about any infections, and if you are or may become pregnant while taking Rinvoq.
Take on RA. Talk to your rheumatologist about Rinvoq relief. Rinvoq. Make it your mission. If you can't afford your medicine, AbbVie may be able to help.
Hey, GH is back.
That's right, we're back.
This week we're here with all new episodes.
So, get ready.
For the biggest shockers yet.
We are so ready.
GH, all new.
This week on ABC.
Look, this isn't my first rodeo. And let me tell you something.
I wouldn't be here if I thought reverse mortgages took advantage of any American senior. Or worse, that it was some way to take your home. It's just a loan designed for older homeowners, and it's helped over 1 million Americans. A reverse mortgage loan isn't some kind of trick to take your home. It's a loan, like any other. Big difference is how you pay it back.
Find out how reverse mortgages really work with AAG's free no-obligation reverse mortgage guide. Eliminate monthly mortgage payments, pay bills, medical costs, and more. Call now and get your free info kit. Call 1-800-231-7626.
Other mortgages are paid each month, but with a reverse mortgage, you can pay whatever you can when it works for you. Or you can wait and pay it off in one lump sum when you leave your home.
Discover the option that's best for you. Call today and find out more in AAG's free no-obligation reverse mortgage loan guide. Access tax-free cash and stay in the home you love.
You've probably been investing in your home for years, making monthly mortgage payments, doing the right thing. And it's become your family's heart and soul. Well, that investment can give you tax-free cash just when you need it.
Learn how homeowners are strategically using a reverse mortgage loan to cover expenses, pay for health care, preserve your portfolio, and so much more.
Look, reverse mortgages aren't for everyone, but I think I've been around long enough to know what's what. I'm proud to be a part of AAG. I trust them. I think you can too.
Trust AAG for the best reverse mortgage solutions. Call 1-800-231-7626 so you can
retire better.
It's Jake from State Farm. Sounds like a really good deal.
Jake from State Farm at 3 in the morning. Who is this?
It's Jake from State Farm.
What are you wearing, Jake from State Farm?
Khakis? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Well, dark clouds on the horizon and a lot of wind right along the St. Augustine Beach area in Florida. This was a look yesterday. Surf here started rising significantly right after the sun went down, overnight reaching 7 to 11 feet before dropping off as the storm passed by. We are seeing a little bit of that west-northwest breeze still across the first coast, but it looks a lot better than it did yesterday. All right, now the storm is on the move. It's coming up into the Carolinas. It's going to bring with it some storm surge. We have warnings and watches in effect across parts of South Carolina and then right along the coast of North Carolina. The highest amount of storm surge could be up around Myrtle Beach, all the way towards the state line of North Carolina, and then even beyond, right up towards Bald Head Island. That means that storm surge could be around 3 to 5 feet. Then we're going to combine that with high tide. Unfortunately, not a good combination. Here's a look at the high tide around Charleston, South Carolina. Comes up in a few hours at 2 o'clock, and then overnight we see it at 2 in the morning. And that is when, by this afternoon, we're expecting wind speeds to be gusting up to 40 miles an hour. In South Carolina. And then that storm overnight goes up into North Carolina. Now, North Carolina is also going to be looking at high tide. Wrightsville Beach, 8 o'clock tonight, right when those winds could be strong significantly up to around 40 to 50 miles per hour and then continuing to pass through there during the overnight hours. So again, strong winds and storm surge and high tide, never a good combination to come all at once. Alex?
All right, thanks, Jennifer. Well, officials in Virginia Beach are preparing for Tropical Storm Isaias. And joining us here for the very latest on some of those efforts is the director of the city's Emergency Management Department, Erin Sutton. Thanks so much for joining us here.
Thank you for having me.
So as we stand now, again, this thing's a little bit of ways away, but what's your biggest concern when it comes to this tropical storm?
So as we're looking at the tropical storm and the way it's coming up in those southeasterly winds, we have our southern end Back Bay area, and we're really looking at some southern watershed flooding that does cover our roads and challenging. It's definitely a challenge for transportation down there.
Now, what resources do you guys have on standby for now in response to this tropical storm as it starts to move on in later tonight and into tomorrow?
So we've moved, we do have high water vehicles. We've moved them to the southern end. Our public works department is working on pumping down some of our lakes in the southern end. And also moving around the city to, clear our stormwater system, because we're definitely, with the winds that we're looking at definitely having some power outages and trees down. So making sure that best prep we can do is what we're doing moving forward.
Now, of course, we're now having to deal with this tropical storm, but also in the midst of this pandemic. Is that causing any issues when it comes to trying to prepare for this particular system here? I know we talked to someone in North Carolina about how the power situation may be prolonged because the crews are a little bit more limited because of the pandemic. Are you guys anticipating any issues from that?
So we had our conference call with Dominion Energy this morning, and that is definitely a concern, but they're bringing crews in from outside the area. Our crews here locally for tree removal and road clearance are making the preparations, but it does add an extra level that we have to think about, especially with our, if we needed to do sheltering as well. So it's just making that extra step that we need to think through process.
And what's that one piece of advice you want to give to the folks there in Virginia Beach as the system approaches?
I really want to make sure that everybody is making their preparations. They should have already started, but looking around your house for areas that may have loose items, we want to make sure that everybody's securing that and making sure that they are considering making sure they're keeping COVID in mind as well, and getting the supplies that they need ahead of time.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Erin Sutton, their Emergency Management Director for Virginia Beach, Virginia. Certainly wishing you the best here as we deal with this system moving on through again later on in this evening and into tomorrow. All right. Well, we are continuing to follow this thing. And Jennifer, this thing's going to bring us more rain and flood problems for a number of areas. We're talking about not just into the Carolinas, but eventually the Mid-Atlantic and getting up into sections of the Northeast.
Yeah, all up and down the East Coast, we're going to be feeling the impacts from this storm. Really concerned with a lot of rainfall that could cause some flooding. Flash flood watch has been issued for much of Virginia, much of North Carolina, much of Maryland, even up into Vermont. We have the threat of flooding as the storm moves north. The possibility that we're likely to see that flooding would be in through eastern parts of North Carolina. This is where some areas from Raleigh down to Wilmington to Rocky Mount, you could get 3 to 5 inches of rain, and it's going to come within a short time, so that could lead to the flooding. Alex?
All right, thanks so much, Jennifer. Well, we want to get you to your Subaru Safe Driving Guide here for us, and we'll start you off looking into how things are going to be faring for you there across northeastern sections of Florida, where we do have the potential for some wet weather, although improving conditions, I would say, along the 95 corridor there. But I'd say going downhill as you head farther to the north, moving up through Savannah, then eventually up along the coast here of South Carolina, heads up there into North Carolina as well. So these are some of the areas where things are going to get wet, gusty with the winds. Certainly going to be difficult to try to travel. It's not going to be an evening and into tomorrow where you want to be out there on the roads. That is for sure. Plenty more on Isaias next.
Subaru Safe Driving Guide, brought to you by Subaru. Love, it's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
Jack was one of 6 million pets in animal shelters in need of a home. He found it in a boy with special needs who also needed him. As part of our love promise, Subaru and our retailers host adoption events and have donated $28 million to support local animal shelters. We're proud to have helped over 230,000 pets so far, changing the lives of dogs like Jack and the families who adopt them. Subaru, more than a car company.
Love. It's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
This is Fracture. Just upload an image, place your order, and it'll show up at your door, beautifully printed directly on glass. And this isn't just another frame, not just another canvas. This is new. This is a Fracture. Visit FractureMe.com and print one today.
Needles. Essential for sewing, but maybe not for people with certain inflammatory conditions, because there are options, like an injection, Xeljanz. The first and only pill of its kind that treats moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis, psoriatic arthritis, or moderate to severe ulcerative colitis, when other medicines have not helped enough. Xeljanz can lower your ability to fight infections, Before and during treatment, your doctor should check for infections like TB and do blood tests. Tell your doctor if you've had hepatitis B or C, have flu-like symptoms, or are prone to infections. Serious, sometimes fatal infections, cancers, including lymphoma, and blood clots have happened. Taking a higher than recommended dose of Xeljanz for RA may increase risk of death. Tears in the stomach or intestines and serious allergic reactions have happened. Needles. Fine for some, but for you, there's a pill that may provide symptom relief. Ask your doctor about the pill first prescribed for RA more than 7 years ago. Xeljanz, an injection.
I'm Greg. I'm 68 years old. I do motivational speaking in addition to the substitute teaching. I honestly feel that that's my calling, to give back to younger people. I think most adults will start realizing that they don't recall things as quickly as they used to, or they don't remember things as vividly as they once did. I've been taking Prevagen for about 3 years now. People say to me periodically, man, you got a memory like an elephant. It's really helped me tremendously.
Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
Bunny is just breaking through every time. He's getting pressure on Velociraptor. You gotta fill the gap. You gotta know.
Dad?
Yes?
I need Lammy back.
Well, Lammy is Daddy's tight end.
I know, but we're having a tea party.
Oh, do you know who loves tea and has hands of stone? Muffin. Just big concrete mitts. She hasn't caught a pass all day.
Want NFL Red Zone? Get the Spectrum TV Sports Pack. Over 10 sports channels for just $5 more a month. Upgrade now on channel 2495.
Hey, Luke, wake up. You fell asleep again.
Why do I always fall asleep on the bus after school? Why am I so tired?
That's what we always wondered. But then he was diagnosed with narcolepsy, so he was more than tired. Narcolepsy can affect anyone, children and adults. We waited too long to take action, but you don't have to.
Visit morethantired.com now. Learn about the 5 symptoms of narcolepsy, take the narcolepsy symptom screener, and find a sleep specialist. Don't wait. Visit morethantired.com today.
A tropical storm warning is in effect. Currently in our area, 86 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Today, a mix of clouds and sun. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. High 91. Tonight, late night thunderstorms. Low 76. Chance of rain 80%. Tuesday, windy with showers and thunderstorms likely. High 81. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back in. I'm meteorologist Felicia Combs coming to you from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, where we are under a hurricane warning and a storm surge warning as Isaias is expected to strengthen back to hurricane strength before it makes landfall somewhere around here or the North Carolina border later on tonight. Now, one of the things that we're dealing with here in Myrtle Beach is the risk for storm surge and the fact that we have a full moon. So the tide, of course, impacted by the moon. And when you have a full moon, that makes the tides even higher, called a spring tide. And that's something that we're going to have ongoing even as we go into high tide later on this evening. So high tide here in Myrtle Beach going to be around 8:30 this evening, the peak. But the window is actually between 7 p.m. and 11 p.m., which, of course, as we know, that is when Isaias is going to be approaching. So we have a couple different factors working against us here in Myrtle Beach that give us that forecast of 3 to 5 feet of storm surge inundation. So that might not sound like a lot because, you know, with other hurricanes, we talked about 10, 20 feet, but I'm 5'6". So that would put it about here on me at the higher end. So that's a lot of water, and water has a lot of force to it. We're talking about beach erosion. We're talking about rough surf going on as well. So that is one of the concerns that we have here in Myrtle Beach. And then, of course, Alex, not just the saltwater flooding, but also the fresh water with several inches of rain expected as well.
Yeah, definitely a lot of impacts, no doubt, that will be following here for the rest of the day, heading on through at least the mid part of the week for a lot of the East Coast. All right, Felicia, we'll be checking back with you in a bit. Other areas to track here as we look at the tropics. Of course, we've got Isaias just off the southeast coast, but then there's actually an invest area not too far behind that is hanging out there for us as well. That's here, invest 94L. And there are a few showers and storms kind of bubbling up here and there, but very disorganized at this point. We'll keep an eye on it. There is the chance we could see this developing here in the next few days into maybe a tropical depression. The National Hurricane Center giving that about a 60% chance for that to happen as it moves towards the northwest. Right now moving at about 20 miles per hour, staying well north of all the islands here of the Caribbean and moving in that direction. There's Bermuda, and it looks like it may kind of move towards the northwest and then kind of hang out in this zone and not do a whole lot. At least that's what the current thinking is with that particular system there. But we'll keep an eye on it because at this time of the year, we have to watch all these things in all the areas here in the Atlantic, the Caribbean, as well as the Gulf of Mexico, because we can see storms originate in those zones. This is going back to 1950, and all these dots indicating where in the early part of August, we have seen storms originate. So focusing on all these zones right now as we take a look at the southeast and some of the most recent southeast hurricanes that made landfall, they're in Florida. The most recent was actually Katrina. Now, of course, it went on after it made that landfall here in Florida. South Florida is a Category 1 hurricane, infamous there in Louisiana into Mississippi. As a much stronger system. There in South Carolina, we had Gaston back in 2004 as a Category 1 hurricane, and then Irene in 2011 making its way into eastern North Carolina. But look at Georgia. Last hurricane to make landfall in the month of August, we have to go all the way back to 1898. It's tough to get a hurricane to make its way on into Georgia, just the way the state is kind of tucked in here. All right, so let's follow what's going on with Isaias. Again, there is the potential we could see this thing try to strengthen just a bit before that landfall later tonight, Category 1 hurricane status, and then continuing to move up the coast here for us across the mid-Atlantic into the northeast. Watch for some gusty winds here. This is going to kind of hold on to strength just a bit here until it marches its way well up into New England and eventually Wednesday late getting up into basically eastern sections of Canada. So a lot of areas, Jennifer, that will be watching the system, a lot of population that will be involved as well.
I know we're giving you a lot of information and we try to answer a lot of your questions, but maybe you have that one question that we just haven't gotten to. You can send it to us via Twitter. That is exactly what we got right here for you. What is the difference between a tropical storm watch, tropical storm warning, hurricane watch, and a hurricane warning? Good question. It's all about the time. When will we see those conditions? With a tropical storm watch, we have a little bit more time, 48 hours. With a warning, we don't have that much time, 36 hours. Now, both of these, we're expecting the conditions to be about the same. It's all about the timing. We do have tropical storm warnings, so within the next 36 hours, any areas in red, you are going to be feeling tropical storm conditions. We also have a tropical storm watch. You see that's posted farther to the north up into New England, Maine, New Hampshire. That's because you have a little bit more time to watch this. There was, I think, a hurricane warning down there in the Carolinas. That's, again, expecting maybe hurricane conditions very shortly. So, again, the watch and the warnings for hurricanes, it's the same. It's all about the timing. 48 hours for a watch, 36 hours for a warning. Needless to say, make sure you're taking extra cautions as this system comes in. Alex?
No doubt about it. Well, in addition to the heavy rain and flood threat, Isaias is packing another danger where severe weather could leave behind damage like this.
At Physicians Mutual, we know that planning for retirement can feel scary.
I see you're about to turn 65.
You know what that means. Medicare. It doesn't cover dental. What high bills you'll have.
Actually, we're getting a Physicians Mutual.
Oh, great. She'll be covered. Retire with confidence. We'll listen and find you the coverage you need.
Physicians Mutual, Physicians Mutual.
Is there a power struggle in your home? Fighting to charge phones, tablets, or game consoles? Because there's never enough plugs. Or worse, you end up without a charge. Now there's Spin Power. the ultimate smart charging station. Brought to you by Bell & Howell. Bell & Howell Spin Power lets you conveniently charge all of your electronics. And with our rapid smart charging technology, devices are charged in a flash. It has a 360-degree swivel design. And Spin Power is a smart charging station. Our smart control ports detect your connected devices for rapid optimal charging without battery stress. Spin Power Smart Charging Station is also a surge protector with 4 outlets and 6 smart USB ports. Charge 10 devices at once. Digging for extension cords? That's a tangled mess. Spin Power by Bell & Howell has a sleek and convenient 40-inch extendable cord. Reach any outlet with ease. Keep power at your fingertips and rapidly charge up to 10 devices at the same time, anywhere in your home. But there's more. Our cord's retractable. Just turn the top and it wraps inside the base. Tighten it up so it looks sleek on countertops or tables. Use it right near the wall. Finally, charge everything on your desk without crawling underneath it. Its tough design is great for your workshop or garage. Charge all your power tools at one time. Stop crawling around with tangled cords to find a plug. Spin Power's vertical design easily fits plugs of all shapes and sizes. With Spin Power by Bell & Howell, you'll always have a charge. You'll wonder how you lived without it. Call or go online to get your Spin Power by Bell & Howell with a low price of just 2 easy payments of $14.99. Spin Power comes with a 10-year warranty. But wait, you can double the offer. Just pay a separate fee. And shipping is free. That's right, free shipping. You get it all while supplies last. Here's how to order.
Call 1-800-458-4122. That's 1-800-458-4122 or go to buyspinpower.com. So call 1-800-458-4122 or order online at buyspinpower.com. Call now.
Daddy, what's that big moving house thing?
It's a motorhome, Junior. Modern invention.
Modern invention? We carried our homes with us since, like, forever.
Yeah, but humans have Geico to protect them. Something goes wrong, they're covered. What do we have?
What could go wrong? Ooh, a feather.
A feather. Duck, Junior!
That's no duck, Daddy. That's a vulture.
Geico for RVs. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
The story of the Kind Mini. We took the full-size bar and cut it in half. So the next time it's 3 o'clock and you want some delicious dark chocolate, grab a dark chocolate nuts and sea salt mini with whole almonds and just 90 calories. It's a kinder way to satisfy.
Isaias just off the southeast coast, and the threats continue to ramp up as we head into this new week. I'm meteorologist Felicia Combs. Welcome back in. I'm live here in Myrtle Beach, where we are under a hurricane and a storm surge warning. Now, Isaias already battering South Florida, where it kept crews busy restoring power over the weekend. Beaches have been shut early. It left behind a flooded mess in the Bahamas. And now we're talking about wind, heavy rain, storm surge, and even the possibility of tornadoes. All of that coming together as Isaias continues its trek up the East Coast. Now, as mentioned, I'm live here in Myrtle Beach. This is a tourist mecca at this time of year, and typically this time of year they would not be dealing with the possibility of a hurricane, and they are. In fact, it's been quite some time. It's been since 2004 that we actually had a landfalling hurricane in South Carolina. That was Gaston, but multiple different threats ongoing here at Myrtle Beach. We've got, of course, the ocean right here, which is one of the big draws, and that is also one of the big threats. Storm surge, possible 3 to 5 feet, hurricane warning in effect. So, Alex, you know, we've just gotten the latest advisory in within the last hour on Isaias, showing some strengthening, and the forecast still has this strengthening to a hurricane as it nears the South Carolina, North Carolina border later tonight.
Yeah, you said it, Felicia. There certainly is that window of opportunity for that to take place here for us before it makes that landfall, getting up to Category 1 status. So that is in the forecast here before making that landfall along the South Carolina or North Carolina coast, somewhere in that zone. But still, really the impacts, want to focus in on that, because whether it makes it to the 75-mile-per-hour mark or not, or stays at 70, the impact's going to be the same, and that's going to be storm surge that could be life-threatening here along the coastlines of South and North Carolina. And then watch for the heavy rainfall. That's going to be moving up, not just from the Carolinas, but into the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast, and that could lead to some flash flooding in a number of locations. All right, so there is the latest stat on Tropical Storm Isaias here. You can see some of the showers, thunderstorm activity here bubbling up here and there. It's moving to the north, 13 miles per hour. Certainly has picked up speed from where it was right around this time yesterday. It was moving a little slower, so picking up speed, and we should continue to see it speeding up as we move our way through the mid part of the week. You can see by the time we get to basically Wednesday, this thing's going to be all the way up into Canada. But again, there is that chance here before making that landfall, getting up to 75 miles per hour, and then continuing to move north and eastbound here, bringing with it the heavy rain, some of the gusty winds, all through these zones. So we're talking D.C., Baltimore, Philly, up towards NYC, and even farther inland here across New England, getting into parts of New Hampshire and Vermont. Also could be talking about gusty winds and some heavy downpours. There's where you have our tropical storm warnings. Those are the areas that are essentially in the red. That extends across parts of southeastern Georgia, all the way up into parts of the mid-Atlantic, continuing up into the northeast with some watches in place as well. There's some areas here across New England where we haven't had warnings or watches here. It's been about 9 years, so it's been quite some time. We don't see that very often in those zones. We do have hurricane warnings, so hurricane conditions are expected within this zone here, essentially within the next 36 hours. That does include Myrtle Beach up towards the Wilmington area as well. Here's what we are seeing right now. Here we are essentially looking at the coast of Florida, where those winds are 10, 15, maybe 20 mile per hour sustained, with some gusts getting a little bit stronger than that here as the system is right in that zone moving away. So conditions will be improving here, but going downhill as we head northbound. Savannah right now reporting 12 mile per hour winds. St. Simon's Island, the gusting to close to 30. And there are a couple of buoys here offshore. Looks like this one here just east of Georgia, gusting close to 40 miles per hour. So again, some very strong winds are coming on in, and we'll continue to deal with conditions going downhill for coastal South Carolina initially, and then eventually getting into North Carolina. Let's bring back meteorologist Felicia Combs, who is there in Myrtle Beach. And that's one of the zones here, Felicia, where we could be facing and dealing with the brunt of the system later on this evening.
Yeah, Alex, you hit the nail right on the head. And I will tell you, it has been a steady decline in weather here in Myrtle Beach. Now, Myrtle Beach is an absolute tourist mecca. If you would have seen this beach yesterday, it was packed behind me. There would have been no room for me to even stand here. The weather was perfect. It was sunny, it was hot, not a cloud in the sky, and we've seen a continuous deterioration over the past, say, 24 hours. But it's nothing like we're going to see this evening. That weather is going to continue deteriorating. In fact, here in Myrtle Beach, we have a hurricane warning. Now, of course, Isaias, as just mentioned, still a tropical storm, but a very strong one. So hurricane warnings in effect for places like Myrtle Beach, stretching up into the southeastern portion of North Carolina, as Isaias is expected to strengthen to a Category 1 storm. Not just that, but we also have a storm surge warning in effect for this area. That's going from the South Santee River all the way up into Surf City, North Carolina. 3 to 5 feet of inundation possible for this particular area in Myrtle Beach. As soon as we're being impacted by Isaias, we are also going to be having high tide, and we also have a full moon. So you do have multiple factors ongoing that could lead to that 3 to 5 feet inundation that is possible with this storm surge. Now, a little breezy right now. We've got winds at about 10 miles an hour, but we're going to continue to see these winds picking up, and we're also going to see the conditions continuing to deteriorate. Now, as we take a look at future radar, you'll notice that the storm kind of just moving through, really picking up later afternoon into the evening. The earliest reasonable time that we could expect tropical storm force winds, so winds of at least 39 miles per hour, will be around 8-ish this evening. That's the earliest reasonable time, or the most likely time. The earliest reasonable time would be a little bit earlier this afternoon. So you want to have all your preparations done. Now, as we take a look out through the coast, I want to show you that the waves have started to pick up just a little bit. We're going to continue to see those waves increasing, and we do have a high surf advisory, a risk of rip currents. So we do have multiple things that are going to be threatening us here in Myrtle Beach and along the northeast South Carolina coast. Now, this is just a precursor. things are really going to begin to ramp up this evening into tonight for Myrtle Beach. And of course, I'll be here later on with you tonight as things start to kind of deteriorate in the weather department. So while the weather's not bad now, tonight it's going to be a different story, J-Lo. So of course, we will be riding out Isaias with everyone that's going through it here on the Weather Channel.
All right. Thanks so much, Felicia. Well, here's what we know about this tropical storm right now at this hour. Duke Energy is warning customers in North Carolina that the coronavirus could affect its ability to respond to power outages. Company says crews are working in smaller groups, and that could actually translate into longer wait times for you to get your power back on. New York City is working to put flood protection measures into place ahead of Isaias' arrival. The city will open a virtual emergency operations center tonight at 8 o'clock. Meanwhile, the city of Charleston, South Carolina has crews working to clear the drainage systems in areas prone to flooding. As the storm approaches, they are also offering sandbags to residents up until 4 o'clock this afternoon. Meanwhile, big waves were breaking across the rocky beaches in Jupiter Beach, Florida yesterday. Oh yeah, fun to go out there and look, kind of dangerous, just a little bit, because the waves were slapping up that water across the area. That wind was also picking up 50 miles an hour at a time when the storm was passing near. The peak waves were coming in at about Sunday morning, as well as the wind, and waves were anywhere from 7 to 11 feet high. 100 miles or so northward up the coast, the wind and the surf trying to tear this sailboat away from its moorings. At 9 o'clock last night, waves also running here 7 to 11 feet. Wind gusts were around 40 miles an hour. Brevard County officials are out assessing the results of the storm. They're really hoping and not expecting actually to discover any major damage. But I would say that boat's a loss. Just saying. All right, let's talk about the conditions here across the Carolinas and what you need to know about. We have tropicals, or rather storm surge warnings. That's the darker shades of peak. That means within the next 36 hours, storm surge is going to be moving up into the Palmetto State. And then we go farther to the north and up across North Carolina, it's a storm surge watch. Storm surge, the highest amount around Myrtle Beach up towards Holden Beach, anywhere from 3 to 5 feet. As this center of circulation nears you, it's going to be bringing some strong gusty winds at the height of high tide in Charleston. 2 o'clock this afternoon is when the tide will be the highest, and that's when the winds could be around 35 miles an hour. So both of those not good combinations. Expecting a lot of high water here across the coast of South Carolina this afternoon. Meanwhile, up into North Carolina, high tide coming up around 8 o'clock in this evening. And that is when we expect those winds by 8, 9 o'clock around Wilmington to be about 50 mile an hour gust. So again, really going to be watching that water come up as we see this storm approach. The Outer Banks, again, that center of circulation passing just to the west of you. Storm surge anywhere from 1 to 3 feet. Same set across the Chesapeake up towards the Delaware Bay. Storm surge expected to be 1 to 3 feet. Again, that storm is going to have an impact here across the Carolinas and the Mid-Atlantic. Alex?
Thanks so much, Jennifer. Yes, Isaias also bringing the potential for severe weather to parts of the Carolinas, tornadoes. That is the possibility here for us later today and tonight for some of these cities like Wilmington in North Carolina. So we've got all sorts of issues that Jennifer outlined, not just the heavy rain threat, the storm surge threat and the gusty wind threat, but also that threat for some isolated tornadoes to fire up as well. It's going to be right in this zone here in that eastern section of South and North Carolina where we have that greater risk. Back towards the west, we have a front hanging around, and that brings us the chance for some gusty and potentially damaging winds there. But Torcon values, you can see they're in that 2 to 3 range. So we're not at the high end of the scale, but we're not at the 0 end of the scale. Certainly a risk here for us. Oftentimes with these tropical cyclones making their way towards land, they can spin these things up. Now, they tend to be of the brief, short-lived variety, and they tend to be on the sort of lower end of the intensity scale. But tornado is still a tornado and can cause damage. So certainly pay attention, heed any warnings as they are issued as we head on through our day. We're seeing some of the downpours starting to spread on in here. Parts of South Carolina, the Charleston area, the rain's going to be coming on in there pretty steadily as we work our way through the rest of the afternoon. Still hanging on here 5, 6 o'clock, and then eventually moving up into North Carolina with some of the heavier rain. Now there's the center of the circulation there. It looks like, again, late tonight, 10, 11, maybe midnight hour, somewhere in that range, somewhere along the South Carolina, North Carolina coast comes that landfall. But look at the heavy rain Tuesday morning. North Carolina up into Virginia and then spreading its way up across the rest of the mid-Atlantic and into the Northeast. D.C., Baltimore, you'll be pretty wet as well. And then also watching for that threat for some tornadic activity to spread northbound again as the system continues to move up towards the north and the east, right along the coast. We're talking about Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, all the way up, even up into sections of New England. There is going to be that risk here for us. Again, they tend to be brief, hard to see them, not going to be able to see them, and they can creep up very, very quickly. So you have to seek those, heed those warnings, and staying on inside is where you want to be in these areas here up and down the East Coast as we head on through tomorrow. So a number of risks that we'll be following here when it comes to Isaias. It's not just the risk for those winds, but also the risk for the heavy rain and that risk for storm surge issues there. Initially, we're talking about North and South Carolina, and then watch for the isolated tornado risk to continue to move its way up the coast. Jennifer?
Well, roads looking like rivers in the West Indies over the weekend as Tropical Storm Isaias blew through the Bahamas, dropping massive amounts of rain in cities like Freeport. Reports from the island are that more than a foot of rain fell before Isaias cleared out. Flash flood watches stretching for nearly 1,000 miles from Charleston, South Carolina, all the way up to Burlington, Vermont. Charleston seeing that rain right now. It's a nice day, though, to be out there in Burlington with some sunshine, 76 degrees. Ooh, sounds wonderful. Okay, but both cities are going to be finding more rain coming your way. So flash flood watches again, all the way from Charleston up into Myrtle Beach, through North Carolina, through Virginia, all the way up into Burlington. So again, the rainfall is going to be coming your way. And at first, it's going to be the heaviest right through the Carolinas. The likelihood right along I-95 that you could see some flash flooding, maybe not on the interstate, but certainly around that area. That's the potential, because this is a spot in the areas of yellow that could see 3 to 5 inches of rainfall. And it stretches up to Richmond, Fredericksburg, farther to the north, into the Baltimore area. This is this water vapor loop showing those cloud tops and some of that rain trying to push northward. I want to expand the view and look at the other areas across the country. A lot of dry air pushing in through the middle of the country. This is a big trough dropping in that's going to help to steer that storm and kind of keep it right near the coast as we go through the next 48 hours. So again, a lot of moisture with it, and the atmosphere is showing that moisture intense as it goes around that center of circulation, moves up to New England, and looks like it'll be across Maine by Wednesday morning. A fast-moving system, once it comes in as that trough, again, is going to push it a little bit faster. But as it moves up into Baltimore, Philadelphia, even up towards the Capital District of New York, that's where we can see high amounts of rain, 3 to 5 inches, and likely to see some possible flooding starting tomorrow and continuing Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. Again, the forecast for rainfall is pretty impressive, even up into Albany and Burlington, with maybe 2 to 3 inches of rain as Isaias comes in. Alex?
Well, still much more to get to here when it comes to Isaias here on this hour of Weather Center Live. And we've told you about the various threats that come along with the storm, including things like wind and surge. We're going to be breaking down all of the possible impacts city by city. And one spot that's really going to be dealing with some of the impacts, that is Charleston there in South Carolina. Already dealing with some rain. It's going to get more intense as we head through the afternoon.
Who are you? I'm your daydream. Come.
What a day for a daydream. What a day for a daydream.
You're never too far from the Life Artois.
For a close shave, you need to get a razor and lather up. For a quick shave on the go, you need to settle for an electric. But what if you really want both? Nick Bolton here with the newest addition to our tactical line, the Bell & Howell Tax Shaver. Designed with the needs of our military in mind, Tax Shaver gives you a quick, razor-smooth shave, whether you're at home or on the go. It even has a built-in trimmer for sideburns and beards. And it works wet or dry for a great shave in even the harshest conditions. That's right, the Tax Shaver is completely waterproof. In fact, you could even use a Tax Shaver underwater and still get a great shave. Navy guys, Tax Shaver is small and compact, so it slips easily into any pocket. Yet it also has 3 powerful rotary heads that can easily take on even the coarsest hair. To prove it, I'm going to do something I never do. Shave. As you can see, it easily handled even my stubborn stubble. Now that's what I call military tough. So let's review. Tax Shaver gives you a quick, razor-smooth shave, features a built-in trimmer, works wet or dry, even underwater, and has 3 powerful shaving heads. I mean, there's just nothing like it on the market today.
Act now to get your Tax Shaver for this special TV price of just $29.99 with free shipping. It's the only shaver that features genuine Bell & Howell precision and quality and is backed by our 10-year warranty. That's right. Call or click today to get your Tax Shaver and we'll ship it to you free. Act now to get the Bell & Howell Tax Shaver at this special TV price. Here's how to order.
To order, call 1-800-610-0354 or go to taxshaver.com. That's 1-800-610-0354, or you can order online at taxshaver.com.
ProPlan Live Clear, a breakthrough 10 years in the making that reduces allergens in cat hair and dander. Outstanding nutrition with the power to change lives. This is Purina ProPlan Live Clear.
The story of the kind mini. We took the full-size bar and cut it in half. So the next time it's 3 o'clock and you want some delicious dark chocolate, grab a dark chocolate nuts and sea salt mini with whole almonds and just 90 calories. It's a kinder way to satisfy.
Each year, Americans waste $21 billion by overpaying on car insurance. That's why I went to thezebra.com. Because while every company claims to save you money on car insurance, the Zebra shows you who actually can.
Compare car insurance for free at thezebra.com today.
Attention! Do you have Medicare? Did you know that you may qualify to get up to $144 added back to your Social Security check every month? It's easy to see if you're eligible. Just call the Go Medicare Benefits Help Center at 800-807-5730. In addition to receiving $144 every month, you might also qualify for a $0 Medicare Advantage plan that includes the following benefits: dental, including fillings, exams, and dentures; vision, including exams, frames, lenses, and even contacts; hearing, including hearing aids and batteries; and prescription drug coverage, all at no additional cost. The Go Medicare Benefits Help Center is open now at 800-807-5730. Both the call and the consultation are 100% free with absolutely no obligation to enroll. Call the Go Medicare Benefits Help Center now at 800-807-5730. That's 800-807-5730.
Cloud-free at this point.
Plus, it's not cold at all.
We're drying out and even warming up. We love it that way.
Better days start with the Weather Channel.
A tropical storm warning is in effect. Currently in our area, 86 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Today, sun and clouds mixed. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. High 91. Tonight, thunderstorms. Low 76. Chance of rain 80%. Tuesday, windy with showers and thunderstorms likely. High 81. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back in. to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Meteorologist Felicia Combs, thanks for sticking with us as we continue to track what is right now Tropical Storm Isaias, but is forecast to become Hurricane Isaias. So this area of South Carolina under a hurricane warning and a storm surge warning, but we're going to throw in a high surf advisory as well, a high risk of rip currents, and then also the possibility for some flash flooding as we're expecting several inches of rain here. So multiple threats that we're having to deal with along the northern South Carolina coast and the southern North Carolina coast. Now, of course, this particular area, absolutely no stranger to tropical systems. It's been since 2004 that they actually had a hurricane make landfall during August. That was Gaston. However, in 2016, they were impacted by Matthew. And if you can look off in this distance here, that is the Spring-Made Pier. And that actually just reopened around 4th of July weekend. It was closed for nearly 4 years because that's one of the many piers that was actually torn apart as Matthew moved through this area and impacted the East Coast back in 2016. So again, no stranger to those strong storms. Everyone does seem to be taking this pretty seriously and getting ready. Myrtle Beach is an absolute tourist mecca. We've talked to some people who are still sticking around even with the storm coming. So Alex, I think the best advice at this point is just to stay aware of the forecast and make sure you're inside when those conditions start to deteriorate.
Absolutely. Great advice for sure. Meanwhile, some heavy downpours here in Savannah. That's something that we'll deal with here as we head through our day as Isaias brushes its way up the Georgia coast, bringing some of those downpours and potentially some dangerous winds as well to some of these coastal cities. Now, they're in Savannah. I know the Talmadge Bridge, they're expecting to close that at 2 o'clock if the conditions warrant that to take shape. I asked them there, the DOT, the Department of Transportation, what would be the threshold for them to close it down, and, well, tropical storm winds. So getting up 39-mile-per-hour winds or greater than that. So we'll see if that happens here for us. Just know that that is a possibility there in Savannah as that bridge goes over the Savannah River and the Little Black River. All right, as we head through the day, winds will get on the increase potentially here this evening. 30-plus-mile-an-hour winds, cannot rule that out. Rainfall for us looks like less than an inch. And one of the reasons why is the system's moving well on off towards the east here. There's Savannah. There's the center of the circulation. We'll be pulling away as we head through the day. So things will be improving there first, but then making its way up into South and North Carolina. Making that landfall looks like later this evening. Potentially could see this thing strengthen just a little bit to around 75 miles per hour. So that would put it to hurricane status at that point. Now, with the way this thing is tracking, storm surge issues here will be maximized here on the east side here of where it tracks its way through. And so we're looking at the maximum storm surge potential, at least, to be around 3 to 5 feet. That does include Myrtle Beach. We'll have to certainly watch those areas very, very closely. Charleston's a spot that'll feel the impacts. 30-plus-mile-an-hour winds here as we head through this evening. 50-plus-mile-an-hour winds potentially impacting, and then 2 to 3 inch rainfall totals in and around Charleston. You know, it doesn't take a whole lot to lead to problems in Charleston when it comes to flooding. So that is a real concern. Let's time it out. Moving through the rest of this afternoon, there comes that rain. In fact, we're starting to see it now, but it'll pick up in intensity as we head on through our day. Looks like the center itself moves east of Charleston later tonight. But again, still some downpours before we improve, Jennifer, during the overnight hours.
Meanwhile, New York is activating the emergency measures to prepare for the arrival of this tropical storm. With memories of Superstorm Sandy still fresh, the mayor of New York says the city's taken no chances. The city emergency management commissioner outlined the steps being taken to protect from the storm surge and the flooding.
We have activated our interim flood protection measures in the South Street Seaport area. Based on the forecasted impacts, we believe that this is the only area at threat for storm surge. The site itself consists of pre-deployed HESCO barriers, which are large sandbags, and then tiger dams, which we put in place time of that are filled with water to close the gaps. It will span nearly a mile from Wall Street to Catherine Slip and South Street to Water Street. We started installing this at 7 a.m. yesterday, and it should be complete early this evening.
Let's look at the projected path from this hurricane as it moves inland and talk about tomorrow. The location of it by Tuesday morning will be right around the Richmond, Williamsburg, Virginia area. Then it's going to move up through the Baltimore area, Philadelphia, towards northern New Jersey, right up to Albany. That'll be through Tuesday evening. It'll be up into Albany. Also want to mention that these winds are expected to drop off a little bit. Now, it doesn't mean we let down our guards, because we're still going to find those gusty winds, and we're going to still see a lot of rainfall with this. Along the coast, we're expecting 1 to 3 feet of storm surge. Inland areas will really pick up some high amounts of rain, especially closer to 95 here in Virginia, where we could see up to 4, maybe even 5 inches of rain. Here's a look at that rain starting today and then just continuing through tonight. Some of it intense as well, with thunderstorms possible here as that system makes its way inland. Alex?
All right, we'll be watching things along the coast as well, including in around Myrtle Beach, which is actually under a hurricane warning now. So expecting hurricane conditions as we work our way through this evening. Flash flood watches also in place as well.
Hey, I didn't order any pizza.
Jake from State Farm. After you saved me so much dough on insurance with that Parker promo, I devised a promo for you.
Here's the deal, Parker. State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
Yeah, right. Pepperoni pockets, an atomic brownie, cuckoo crusty.
There's no promo, it's just great rates.
And a cider ranch. You're the man.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Look, this isn't my first rodeo. And let me tell you something. I wouldn't be here if I thought reverse mortgages took advantage of any American senior. Or worse, that it was some way to take your home. It's just a loan designed for older homeowners, and it's helped over 1 million Americans. A reverse mortgage loan isn't some kind of trick to take your home. It's a loan, like any other. Big difference is how you pay it back.
Find out how reverse mortgages really work with AAG's free no-obligation reverse mortgage guide. Eliminate monthly mortgage payments, pay bills, medical costs, and more. Call now and get your free info kit. Call 1-800-231-7626.
Other mortgages are paid each month, but with a reverse mortgage, you can pay whatever you can when it works for you. Or you can wait and pay it off in one lump sum when you leave your home.
Discover the option that's best for you. Call today and find out more in AAG's free no-obligation reverse mortgage loan guide. Access tax-free cash and stay in the home you love.
You've probably been investing in your home for years, making monthly mortgage payments, doing the right thing. And it's become your family's heart and soul. Well, that investment can give you tax-free cash just when you need it.
Learn how homeowners are strategically using a reverse mortgage loan to cover expenses, pay for health care, preserve your portfolio, and so much more.
Look, reverse mortgages aren't for everyone, but I think I've been around long enough to know what's what. I'm proud to be a part of AAG. I trust them. I think you can too.
Trust AAG for the best reverse mortgage solutions. Call 1-800-231-7626 so you can
retire better.
If you want to do a little fishing, you don't buy a yacht. And if you want to take a bath, you just fill up the tub, not a swimming pool. So if you don't use your cell phone that much, why pay for more than you need? For as low as $20 a month, you can get talk, text, and data from Consumer Cellular with no contract and connections on the nation's largest wireless networks. It's easy to switch. Activation is free. And if you like, you can even keep your phone and number. You'll also receive award-winning customer support. Consumer Cellular has received the J.D. Power Award for highest customer service 8 times in a row. And you get a simple, easy-to-understand bill with no surprises. Plus, they've been an approved AARP provider for over 10 years, so members get exclusive discounts. Start saving with Consumer Cellular. You can get talk, text, and data for as low as $20 a month. Switch today. With our 30-day guarantee, it's 100% risk-free. Call 1-800-918-4712. Go online or find us at Target.
Behind every 2020 census taker's mask is a friendly neighbor. They'll be coming by to ask simple questions that inform how billions in federal funds are spent on local services every year for the next decade. Time is running out. Shape your future. Start here at 2020census.gov.
Well, this is worth a picture on a postcard. This happened Sunday at sunset. Beautiful scene of the skies of the tropical system that was spinning just off the Florida coast. The tropical storm Isaias helped turn these skies over Flagler Beach orange. What a beautiful sight. Flagler Beach is a great beach as well. Thanks so much for staying with us here for our continuing coverage of Tropical Storm Isaias. I'm meteorologist Jennifer Lopez, along with meteorologist Alex Wallace. 45 million people are in the forecast cone along the East Coast. Let's find out the latest on the coast and go to meteorologist Felicia Combs. She's in Myrtle Beach right now. And Felicia, it's a gray, gloomy day, but I still see a lot of people out there on the beach.
Oh, yeah, J-Lo, this is an area, the Grand Strand, that's what they call it. It's about 60 miles of beach. It stretches from Georgetown, South Carolina, up to the South Carolina-North Carolina border. And this area is known for tourism. In fact, they see more than 10 million tourists a year. And Myrtle Beach caters to those tourists. You're talking about hundreds of hotels, a lot of them oceanfront. You're talking about more than 100 golf courses. That's throwing in your regular golf courses and your mini golf. So this is an attraction. People plan their vacations in advance and they still want to come, but it's dangerous here right now. One of the things that we've got going on, well, we've got double red flags flying here at the beach. No swimming. Yeah, that's because it's dangerous. We've got a high surf advisory going into effect and then lasting into tomorrow. Those waves could be 8 to 12 feet. Now that is enough to cause some beach erosion. That is also enough to easily knock you off your feet. We've also got the risk of rip currents, but not just that. When we finally start to see things picking up from Isaias, we do have that risk for storm surge. Myrtle Beach is one of the places that is under a storm surge warning. 3 to 5 feet of inundation is possible here. That's the forecast. And then, of course, a hurricane warning as well, as Isaias is expected to re-strengthen to hurricane strength before it makes landfall somewhere between Myrtle Beach and the North Carolina coast later on tonight and this evening. So gray and gloomy right now, little breezy, but I'll tell you, not terrible. Will continue to deteriorate in terms of those weather conditions later on this evening.
All right, Felicia, we'll try to get back to you in just a bit. Want to give folks the overview of what's happening when it comes to Isaias here with those winds at about 70 miles per hour. Still a tropical storm at this point, moving on off towards the north at 13 miles per hour. So that northward motion should continue here and then eventually towards the north and the east. But we've noticed here over the last maybe hour or two, a little bit more of a flare-up of shower thunderstorm activity associated with the system there. We've seen that over the last several days. It kind of perks up. And then we think, okay, here it goes, it's going to really start to strengthen and then dies off. So this may be one of those perking up situations here, which would maybe potentially allow it to maybe strengthen just a bit. And that is in the forecast to get to that Category 1 status with 75 mile per hour winds. But the difference between that and where we are now is basically the same. So preparing as you're doing now, please keep that going. As we'll watch this thing make the landfall later this evening, then eventually move up the coast, quick picking up speed even more, but still very strong winds will be possibly impacting us into parts of the mid-Atlantic and into the Northeast. So certainly paying attention to that. Places like D.C., Baltimore, getting up towards New York City and even points beyond that. It's very strong winds are still potentially going to impact us, along with some very heavy rain as well. So there's the closer view, making that landfall somewhere along the South Carolina, North Carolina coast here this evening, and then moving up all the way up through the mid-Atlantic into the Northeast. Now by Wednesday, really late in the day Wednesday, we should be saying goodbye to this thing, at least here in the lower 48. We'll be seeing this thing move up into eastern Canada. Tropical storm warnings, they are anywhere you see that red showing up. There are hurricane warnings, though. A few counties in South Carolina and North Carolina. And then look all the way up the coast. You don't see this very often. Tropical storm watches and warnings. There's some areas here in New England that haven't seen that in 9 years. So that is something that is certainly a rarity there. There's a closer view on the hurricane warnings. Myrtle Beach, you're in that, up towards the Wilmington area as well. Really in that area, hurricane conditions, we're expecting that. In fact, within the next, well, let's call it at this point, 24 hours. Right now, things are still a little breezy here across the northeastern sections of Florida down towards Daytona Beach, but conditions will continue to improve there as the system continues to pull away. Going downhill, though, as we head farther to the north, Savannah right now seeing winds at about 12 miles per hour. I think we have a shot, though, around Tybee Island. Some of the gusty conditions showing up there. Winds gusting up to around 30 miles per hour. Look at the double red flag, so there's no swimming. Getting that water, not something you want to be doing, and why would you? I mean, the conditions are just really nasty. We'll continue to move downhill as we work our way on through the rest of our day. Tropical storm conditions here are a pretty good bet for dealing with that in that 90+% range. Parts of South Carolina into North Carolina, and then continuing up the coast with gusty winds.
Oh, it's a beautiful day. Oh, I never felt this way before. Give us some more.
At University of Phoenix, we know you're always there for them. That's why our advisors are always here for you. Learn more at phoenix.edu.
Attention, catheter patients on Medicare. Do you use catheters? Are you tired of using messy lubricant? Depending on your insurance, you could be eligible to receive up to 200 catheters shipped to you every month for free, simply by calling Comfort Medical right now. You can use a new catheter every time you catheterize. And Comfort Medical has the latest styles with no need for lubricant from leading manufacturers. It's simple. Comfort Medical will deal directly with Medicare and private insurers so you can focus on the important things in life. Call Comfort Medical right now. If you want the newest products delivered conveniently and discreetly to your door, then it's time to discover Comfort Medical. Call Comfort Medical now. Shipping is free. And you can rely on Comfort Medical to deliver most catheter brands directly to your door. Reordering your catheter supplies is easy with the Comfort Medical app. Download it for free. Call now for a free Comfort kit and a free sample.
Call now at 1-800-868-8218. Call Comfort Medical today.
If something happened to you, what would happen to them? Their home, their education, their future. You need life insurance, and chances are SelectQuote can help you get it for less than $1 a day.
SelectQuote found Jacob 40, a $500,000 policy for only $19 a month. And SelectQuote found his wife Wendy a $500,000 policy for only $17 a month.
Our secret? At SelectQuote, we aggressively comparison shop highly rated companies to find you the company with the best rates.
We found Gary, 35, a $1 million policy for only $22 a month.
Why pay more? Give your family the security they need at a price you can afford.
Call 1-800-304-3321 or go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs.
At a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
I recently took a road trip to Greensville to attend a chili cook-off. Rough roads all the way down. I drove there on these Cooper Discoverer and Duramax tires. Without them, we might never know the winning bean-to-meat ratio of a good chili. So go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Hey, GH is back.
That's right, we're back.
This week we're here with all new episodes.
So, get ready
For the biggest shockers yet.
We are so ready.
GH, all new.
This week on ABC.
She's doing it again.
No cover-up spray here. It's the irresistibly fresh scent of Febreze Air Effects. Cheaper aerosols can cover up odors, bearing the smell in a flowery fog. Switch to Febreze Air Effects. Febreze eliminates even the toughest odors from the air, and it uses a 100% natural propellant to leave behind a pleasant scent you'll love. Use anywhere odors can spread. Freshen up. Don't cover up. Febreze Air Effects.
Hey, we want to head to the Georgia coast. Here's a shot of Tybee Island, where a tropical storm warning is in effect. You can see those orange flags flying there. It looks like a pier here. A few people walking around. Sure, they got a camera in there. Oh, yeah, he's going to take a picture right there, post it up. Yeah, it's really cool to see, obviously, a tropical storm or a hurricane passing by, but we want you to do it safely. Do not get out in the surf, no matter where you are, because that surf is going to be rough. The rip currents are also going to be a concern, especially through the Carolinas, Georgia, and then farther to the north. Here's the latest information we have for it. We do have that storm surge warning out for South Carolina, much of South Carolina along the coast, anywhere from Charleston up to Myrtle Beach and then farther north to Bald Head Island. So a warning means that storm surge conditions are expected pretty soon, within the next 36 hours, and you obviously need to be aware of that. So again, we also have a tropical storm surge watch posted here as well. So this is the outlook for the Carolinas, because this is where this storm is going to be making landfall, and it's going to be coming in by this evening and then continuing during the overnight hours through this area. So as that surf picks up, as that wall of water moves in, it could be anywhere from 2 to 4 feet to 3 to 5 feet across Charleston, South Carolina, and then farther to the north up towards the state line. We also have high tides, not a good combination when you have a storm moving in and the tide is going to be up. High tide in Charleston, South Carolina of about around 2 o'clock. And by this afternoon, within the next few hours, those gusty winds could be reaching more than 40 miles an hour. And again, with that tide coming up pretty seriously. We're also concerned across the Carolina coast, Wrightsville Beach, high tide tonight at 8 o'clock. And that's when those winds could be up to around 60 miles an hour. All right, let's find out more from this hurricane, from this tropical storm rather, and go to Alex.
Thanks so much, Jennifer. Indeed, watching it very, very closely. And on the ground right now, meteorologist Felicia Combs in Myrtle Beach. And Felicia, we're going to be seeing conditions certainly go downhill. What you're seeing now is not what we'll be seeing later on this evening.
Absolutely not, Alex. And I will tell you that I got here Saturday afternoon. Beautiful all weekend. The beach behind me was absolutely packed. Tons of sunshine yesterday. So we've seen a continuous deterioration, but we're going to continue to see that deterioration as we head into the evening. So this is a tourist mecca. You have tons of people here from out of town. So I want to bring in Mark Crua. He's the Director of Public Information for the city of Myrtle Beach. Mark, thanks so much for being with us. And, you know, I mentioned this is a big tourist spot. So people who are here from out of town and they're going to ride out the storm, what advice would you have for them?
We don't want them to take any unnecessary risks. It's going to be a fairly fast-moving storm. It'll come through pretty quickly overnight. You know, stay indoors. Don't get out and about. Don't explore anything unusual. Try not to do that this weekend. It'll go by pretty quickly for us.
And, you know, there is a forecast for some storm surge inundation, maybe a little bit of flash flooding. If you do encounter some of that flooding overnight tonight into tomorrow, what would the advice be for the people for tomorrow?
Hopefully tomorrow will be bright and sunny and the storm will be gone from here, but just drive carefully if you're out and about. Look for any street flooding that may be left over if that's the case. I think we'll do okay. It depends a little bit on where the storm is, whether we're on the east side or the west side of the storm.
And of course, Mark, Myrtle Beach, absolutely no stranger to the tropical systems. You guys were impacted by Matthew back in 2016. So tell me a little bit about how the city deals with these systems.
We've had a good bit of practice over the last several years. This is, I guess, our fourth year with an active storm. We had Florence last year, so we're well prepared for it. COVID-19 complicates life a little bit, but we've got our people ready to respond if there are any issues overnight. We're here and ready to serve if people need that assistance.
And so if people do feel like they need to get somewhere for safe shelter, what should they do right now?
If they feel that way right now, they need to do that right now. Again, this is a tropical storm, maybe a low Category 1 hurricane. We're not looking for any evacuations. Stay indoors, stay safe tonight as the storm goes by. And again, tomorrow should be back to beautiful Myrtle Beach weather.
Mark Crua, thank you so much for being with us. And yeah, that is one of the good things about this system. It is going to be a fast mover. So hopefully we'll get this in and get it moving out. But of course, tonight going to be the peak of that dangerous weather for Myrtle Beach. So we'll be with you through it. J-Lo.
All right, well, we're going to be watching for that heavy rain to move in and cause some problems well away from the coast where flooding is expected. And flash flood watches have stretched across many states in through the East Coast, anywhere from Charleston and South Carolina all the way into Albany, New York, and up into Burlington, Vermont. We're likely to see the greatest threat for flooding in these yellow areas, and that indicates that eastern parts of North Carolina up into central Virginia are likely to see some high amounts of rainfall, anywhere from 3 to 5 inches. Right along Interstate 95 is where we're going to find the biggest concern for the rain. This is a computer forecast model indicating that we will see landfall from this as we head into tonight, coming into parts of South Carolina and then over eastern North Carolina overnight tonight. And then it's quickly going to be moving into the mid-Atlantic and right up into the New England area by Wednesday. So a fast-moving storm here, Alex.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, still ahead here on Weather Center Live. We know you have questions about the storm and the forecast, so send them to us. You can do it by way of Twitter, Facebook, and we'll answer them for you right here as Weather Center Live continues.
Wait, are you being serious?
There's no way.
Maybe there's a joke. There's a joke inside the bag.
We invited food reviewers to try the Whopper, but with a special surprise.
$5 for 2 Whopper sandwiches.
I'm gonna leave before you change your mind.
A deal hard to believe. Get the Whopper and the 2 for $5 mix and match. Your way, way better.
From muscle pain, body aches, to strains, Blue Emu Maximum Arthritis. It works fast and you won't stink. Its unique formula with emu oil penetrates deep to relieve arthritis pain, sore muscles, strains, and more.
Attention, anyone on Medicare. Did you know you may now be eligible for additional Medicare-approved benefits?
I'm on Medicare. What kind of additional benefits could I be eligible for?
You may now be eligible for additional Medicare-approved benefits, including dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drugs. Just call 800-665-3608 now to find out if you're eligible for a Medicare Advantage plan that includes additional benefits like free hearing aids, free eyeglasses, free meal delivery, and expanded at-home telehealth visits.
Can I really get extra benefits for little to no additional costs?
You may also be eligible for $0 monthly premiums, $0 deductibles, or no copays. Just call the toll-free number on your screen now to see if you qualify for additional benefits. There is no obligation to enroll. The call and Medicare benefits review are absolutely free.
I'm at home mostly now. What benefits can I get here at my home?
You may also be eligible for additional benefits with a Medicare Advantage plan that includes additional benefits like home prescription delivery and expanded at-home telehealth visits. You don't get these benefits automatically, so call now to see if you're eligible. Just call 800-665-3608 now to find out if you're eligible for a Medicare Advantage plan that includes additional benefits like free hearing aids, free eyeglasses, free meal delivery, and free rides to medical appointments. You may also be eligible for $0 monthly premiums, $0 deductibles, or no copays. Just call the toll-free number on your screen now to see if you qualify for additional benefits, including dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drugs. There is no obligation to enroll. The call and Medicare benefits review are absolutely free. Just call 800-665-3608. 800-665-3608.
Hey football fans, the best seat in the house is yours with the Spectrum Sports Pack. Keep up with all the college and NFL action with the new Spectrum TV Sports Pack, dedicated to college and professional sports. The Sports Pack is the home of great channels like ESPN College Extra, NFL Network, and NFL Red Zone. Get your Sports Pack for only $5 more per month. Go to channel 2495 right now.
Mama.
Why do I keep falling asleep during the day? What's making me so tired? I kept asking myself these questions. It felt like I was more than tired. Then I was diagnosed with narcolepsy. There are 5 major symptoms. I waited too long to take action, but you don't have to. Visit morethantired.com now. Take the narcolepsy symptom screener and find a sleep specialist to share your results. Don't wait. Visit morethantired.com today.
Almost cloud-free at this point.
Plus, it's not cold at all.
We're drying out and even warming up.
We love it that way.
Better days start with the Weather Channel.
A tropical storm warning is in effect. Currently in our area, 87 degrees under fair skies. Today, sun and clouds mixed. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. High 91. Tonight, thunderstorms. Low 76. Chance of rain 80%. Tuesday, windy with showers and thunderstorms likely. High 81. Here's our 7-day outlook.
back in. I'm meteorologist Felicia Combs coming to you live from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, which is one of the places that have several warnings in effect. We have a hurricane warning in effect here in Myrtle Beach and also a storm surge warning, flash flood watch, the risk of some isolated tornadoes tonight. So lots of different things happening. One of the things that we're battling here in Myrtle Beach is the fact that Isaias is going to be approaching and impacting this area as we're also looking toward high tide, also during a full moon. So if you didn't know, the moon's gravitational pull is what creates the tides. So we're already starting to see these waves pick up a little bit. We do have a high surf advisory in effect as well, a risk of rip current. So already dangerous in the water right now. And we're actually approaching low tide. So low tide around 2 p.m. And you can see we still have some pretty good looking wave action, but high tide, we'll start to see things increasing heading into this evening and tonight. The peak of high tide around 8:30, and what we're getting is a spring tide. That's when you have a full moon or a new moon and you've got the earth and the moon and the sun all in line, and that kind of intensifies your tidal levels. And that's what you do not want to see when you're talking about the risk for storm surge, because then you're talking about storm tide. You've got the tide on top of the storm surge. So that is why Myrtle Beach in particular does have a storm surge warning, 3 to 5 feet possible. That is the inundation forecast possible here, Alex. And of course, all up and down the East Coast, Myrtle Beach is not alone. We've got watches and warnings from Isaias.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're watching very closely here for us because, again, things are going to be moving downhill in those areas where you stand there, Felicia, in Myrtle Beach, and then points northbound as well. Now, it's not just Isaias. We do have actually another invest area that's just on the heels of Isaias. That's Invest 94L. And you can see there's been a little bit of a flare-up of some showers and storms associated with that. Does that have a chance to become our next tropical cyclone? Well, National Hurricane Center giving it about a 60% chance for doing so as conditions will become slightly favorable for it to try to develop a little further, potentially becoming the next tropical depression here for us. But where does it go from there? Well, again, moving north and westbound. Pretty quick pace right now, 20 miles per hour. There's Bermuda. There's that little dot showing up of Bermuda. Looks like this is going to be moving northwestbound and then just kind of hang out a bit here. And at least right now, indications are that it won't be doing a whole lot as it kind of sits there. But in the early part of August, you can see all these dots representing different storms and where they originated. So we really have to focus in basically everywhere, from the Gulf of Mexico to the Caribbean, the far reaches of the Atlantic. It can happen just about anywhere at this time of the year. So certainly paying very, very close attention. But what's on hand now? That's Tropical Storm Isaias, which could become Hurricane Isaias before it makes that landfall. There is still that potential before it makes landfall later tonight for that to happen. But between a 75-mile-per-hour Category 1 hurricane or tropical storm, 70-mile-per-hour hurricane, the difference is really negligible. So essentially, the way you're preparing now, keep preparing that way. And we'll watch this thing continue to move towards the north and the east and then race its way up into Canada as we head into the mid part of the week. So picking up speed will be the case as it moves its way up the East Coast. Tropical storm warnings, we've got those. Those are the areas that are in that red. Parts of Georgia, South Carolina, into North Carolina, Virginia are in there as well. And then spreading all the way up into parts of New England. We've got warnings and watches as well. And we don't see that very often. Some of these areas haven't seen watches and warnings in 9 years. Well, let's focus in on the next 5 days in terms of the probability of tropical storm force winds. And you see that darker shade of that purple here really indicating here parts of South Carolina, North Carolina, where we have the best chance for dealing with that. But really anywhere you see that red shading, I mean, that's a greater than 80% chance. So it's a pretty decent bet. Tropical storm force winds will be possible and very gusty conditions working from the mid-Atlantic into the northeast as well. So there's just a lot of areas, Jennifer, that will be feeling the impacts from Isaias over the next couple of days.
All right, well, we know you have a lot of questions about this storm, so let's answer a few of them. Liam on Twitter is asking us, do you think that Isaias could develop winds higher than 70 miles an hour, 75 miles an hour before it strikes the Carolinas? 75 or higher? I really don't think so, but there is the potential that we could see it strengthen up to around 75 miles an hour just before it does make landfall. Now, I also want to mention when it comes ashore, there is the potential for some stronger thunderstorms, and some of those thunderstorms could certainly kick up the wind as well. Needless to say, you need to watch out for the wind. You need to be prepared for it, meaning try just to stay inside, and you also need to watch out for the heavy rainfall. rainfall. There's a look at some of this gusty winds, anywhere from 40 to 50, maybe up to 60 miles an hour. And then by tomorrow morning, we see those wind speeds up around 30 to 35 miles an hour. It is going to be carrying that wind even up towards New Jersey, towards eastern Pennsylvania, the Delmarva. So we're going to be watching this storm with the threat of those winds, but maybe, Alex, not any higher than 75 miles an hour.
All right, Jennifer, well, in addition to the heavy rain flood threat, Isaias packing another danger, a severe weather threat. We'll be focusing on that coming up next.
How do we stuff Reese's peanut butter, pretzels, caramel, peanuts, and chocolate into Reese's Take 5? Wait a minute. How do we do it?
I'm tired of being left off company email. Can someone tell me how we do it? Not sorry. Reese's.
This is Fracture. Just upload an image, place your order, and it'll show up at your door beautifully printed directly on glass. And this isn't just another frame, not just another canvas. This is new. This is a Fracture. Visit fractureme.com and print one today.
Hi, Joe Namath here, and like you, I'm at home staying safe. But I wanted to get this message out. To make these uncertain times a bit easier and safer while at home, Medicare Advantage plans have added new benefits, including telephone appointments with your doctors, in-home aids, home-delivered meals, home-delivered prescriptions, and so much more. But you don't get all the benefits automatically. You need to enroll. The easiest way to enroll is to call the Medicare Coverage Helpline. It's now more important than ever to make sure your Medicare coverage is up to date. We all have a few minutes to make a phone call to focus on our health. Get what you're entitled to. Call now. It's free.
Call 1-800-346-4800. That's 1-800-346-4800 now.
Now is the time for a new bath from Bathfitter. Every Bathfitter bath is installed quickly, safely, and beautifully with a lifetime warranty. Go from old to new, from worn to wow. The beautiful bath you've always wanted, done right, installed by one expert technician, all in one day. We've been creating moments like these for 35 years, and we're here to help you get started. Book your free virtual or in-home design consultation today.
Severe and dangerous weather can affect anyone, anywhere, at any time. I'm Neil Jacobs with NOAA, reminding you how important it is to be prepared for a weather emergency.
NOAA and the National Weather Service is ready to keep you safe. You should be prepared too. Start by creating an emergency plan for you and your family. Practice that plan, and then always stay on alert for weather threats.
When we all prepare together,
we can weather any storm.
Did you know the source of odor in your home could be all your soft surfaces? Odors get trapped in your home's fabrics and resurface over time. Febreze Fabric Refresher eliminates odors. Its water-based formula safely penetrates fabrics where odors hide. Spray it on your rugs, your curtains, your furniture, all over your home to make it part of your tidying up routine. Febreze Fabric Refresher for an all-over freshness you'll love.
Geico's been helping people save money for over 75 years. They've really stood the test of time, much like these majestic Rocky Mountains, which must be named after the Rocky...
That would be Rocky the Flying Squirrel, Mr. Gecko, sir. Obviously.
Come on, Bullwinkle. They're named after...
First President George Rockington.
That doesn't even make any sense, Mr. Winkle.
Geico, over 75 years of savings and service.
We know how to plan, prepare, and respond when it's over. Nothing about that has changed. But this time, we're going to have to do it with a mask on.
All eyes on the Carolina coast as they prepare for Tropical Storm Isaias. In North Carolina, a state of emergency has been issued as state and local response teams prepare to combat the storm and COVID-19. Right now, stormy skies over Wilmington ahead of Isaias, expected to move inland late tonight.
And currently, Isaias is spinning off the Georgia coast. Take a live look at St. Simon's Island, where the storm is bringing rather stormy-looking skies and some gusty winds right down the beach. The entire Georgia coast We'll be dealing with those tropical storm conditions throughout the day today, including north of here in Tybee Island, where we find our own Paul Goodlow. Hey, Paul.
Hey there, Jeff. And we're here in Tybee Island seeing some pretty heavy rain bands come on through, chasing a lot of people off the beach. The beaches are closed in terms of swimming. It hasn't stopped people from coming out here, at least on the pier. Some people even doing some fishing, some people trying to enjoy a rainy day on their vacation. But the concern is Tropical Storm Isaias could strengthen as a hurricane as it passes by the Georgia coastline. We don't expect a direct hit here, but we do expect more impact as we head throughout the day. And rain, heavy rain is one of them, not to mention an ongoing rip current danger, which has been sky high for areas of South Florida all the way up through the Carolinas, where rip currents is still an ongoing concern here. Light rain falling now, but trust me, if you were watching us from the Tybee area, you know we had some pretty heavy rain bands come through, and there are more lurking. So if you perhaps want to get out, grab a bite to eat or get something out of the car, do it now, because more heavy rain is going to be sticking with us for the rest of the afternoon. Coming up in a few minutes, we'll talk to the National Hurricane Center about the path and the impacts we're still expecting from Tropical Storm Isaias. Jackie?
All right, Paul, certainly looks very agitated in the ocean behind you there. Some rough waves and a lot of big surf. Tropical Storm Isaias, a very strong tropical storm, still packing winds right now at 70 miles per hour. The satellite presentation on this, not terribly impressive, but here's one of the things that I'm watching right now. You know, it's been going through these cycles of intensifying and big blow-ups of thunderstorm activity, and then it dies down. And I think we're back into one of those more ramping up periods where we're seeing some pretty good tops here on the north side of Isaias. So there's still some time as it continues to move over the warm waters for this to intensify back to a hurricane before landfall later on tonight. Now, either way, there's not a huge difference between a strong tropical storm of 70 miles per hour and a hurricane of, say, 75 miles per hour. So bear that in mind, that the impacts of what you'll feel in terms of the surge, in terms of the rainfall, in terms of the winds are essentially the same. It's about 90 miles to the east-southeast of Brunswick, Georgia, and it's moving in a northerly direction around 13 miles per hour. Right now. So here's a look at some of the wind gusts being recorded across the region where Paul is there at Tybee Island. Earlier in those bands that he was talking about, the winds were gusting up to 40 miles per hour. So you're getting those tropical storm force wind gusts there. Some of the buoys in the mid-30 range. We've got 25 over here. And Charleston, not too bad yet, but the rain's trying to move its way in. Your winds around 8 miles per hour. So this will continue to move northward. Later tonight, we think it will accelerate in forward speed, and we'll watch that gradual turn up towards the north and to the east. So landfall likely later on this evening or tonight as a Category 1 hurricane as it makes its way across North Carolina overnight into Tuesday morning through Tuesday night for you across the mid-Atlantic, and then Tuesday night into Wednesday into New England. We've got tropical storm warnings and hurricane warnings extending from the Georgia coast all the way up into Massachusetts, and then we've got a tropical storm watch in effect here for parts of Maine. So this is going to be kind of that ground zero where we think the worst of the conditions are going to be, where we have those hurricane warnings. We want to head over to Jeff Morrow right now, and he's got more on some of the impacts that they can expect as conditions go downhill even this afternoon in the Carolinas. Jeff?
All right. Thank you, Jackie. Now let's get you caught up to speed on what we know about Tropical Storm Isaias. Right now, hurricane warnings in effect for more than 630,000 people along the coast. In Georgia, drivers only have very little time left to cross the Talmadge Memorial Bridge in Savannah. The Department of Transportation is set to close that bridge in just under an hour at 2 p.m. And in North Carolina, President Trump has approved the state's emergency disaster declaration. All right, let's take a look at Isaias as it spins its way just off the Georgia and now almost getting up toward the South Carolina coast. The actual center of the circulation of this tropical storm is down here on the bottom of your screen. I want you to notice that the highest wind gusts are actually offshore at these buoys. Here at about 20 or 36 miles an hour to near 30 miles an hour to 25 miles an hour. Onshore, the wind's not quite as strong, and you'll find that most of the wind is in some of these bands, particularly as you get near the center of circulation or if it were a hurricane near where the eye would be. as Jackie just showed us, hurricane warnings up along the coast all the way from near Georgetown right up to Surf City, North Carolina. That includes Myrtle Beach as well as around the Wilmington area. And a fairly narrow cone. What that tells us is that the Hurricane Center is very confident that this is going to be the track as we head on through time from where it is now and probably making landfall as we head through the overnight hours tonight. So here we're going to kind of step it into motion in our future radar, and you can see these bands, and that's where you're going to find the strongest winds. Again, most of that offshore until the center starts to get closer, and this is by 8 p.m. this evening. You can see it's just offshore of Charleston and headed up generally toward Myrtle Beach, we think, somewhere between Myrtle Beach and Cape Fear and the Wilmington area. That's probably where it's going to make a landfall, taking a lot of that heavy rain well inland and then pushing it on up the coast. Also, we have to watch out for storm surge, and we'll talk more about this coming up this hour. But again, as the winds spiraling around the tropical storm start to pile that water up along the coast, we are going to see some overwash, and we are going to see some coastal flooding, something we'll have to watch very, very closely. All right, at this hour, multiple warnings are in effect as Isaias turns up the southeastern coast. Meteorologist Paul Goodloe joins us live at Tybee Island, Georgia, with a look at some of the current conditions. How's it looking, Paul?
Well, it looks like another rain band is coming in as you're tossing to me, Jeff, here. We're here on Tybee, getting a strong northerly wind here, so even the sand is blowing from north to south here. The beach, you can see how generally wide and flat it is. As far as you look, see the lifeguard towers are empty because the beach is closed. The double red flags are flying.
All right, it sounds like we have lost Paul's audio there. Sometimes happens with live television. We will try and connect back with Paul in just a minute. In the meantime, we want to bring in the director of the National Hurricane Center, who is going to be joining us right now, Ken Graham. And Ken, thanks for being with us this afternoon, first of all.
Oh, absolutely. Good to be here.
So time is running out. This is getting close to landfall. That's going to be happening later on this evening. What can folks expect as this continues to push closer to land?
Yeah, conditions are going to start deteriorating. I mean, you heard Paul on the beach. I mean, these are the rain bands. I mean, we're trying to stress that, you know, we focus on that center, but the rain bands stretching well away from the center. So what Paul's experiencing are these rain bands right here, and that could be high winds, heavy rain. But some of those rain bands have moved to South Carolina, North Carolina, and actually moving into Virginia. So well out ahead of this storm, even before we have the landfall later tonight. Tropical storm force winds and rain bands, all of that's going to get there earlier. So through tonight, through all day tomorrow, from the mid-Atlantic all the way up to New England, it's going to see some impacts from this storm.
So water, obviously a huge concern, both inland freshwater flooding as well as surge at the coast. What are you most concerned about?
I think it's always the rainfall and also the storm surge. And, you know, the greatest fatalities that we get in these systems is from the water. And it's just incredibly dangerous. And now we have a lot of rainfall plus the wind. So in the combination of the two in saturated soils, we could see some trees come down and some power outages. Those are the type of things that we're going to see over the next 24 hours. But look at these storm surge totals. I mean, some areas getting 3 to 5 feet. That's from the South Sanity River to Cape Fear, all the way up to the Pamlico Sound, 2 to 4 feet. That's basically water up your pant leg. That's where water normally is over dry land, and all the way up through Long Island, 1 to 3 feet, all the way to Martha's Vineyard. So this entire area is seeing elevated water levels, not just on the coast, but some of it filtering inland. And where those channels come together, the water piles up. So you could be miles inland and still see storm surge.
So how much weakening are we expecting as this is moving up the coast? Because it's going to be inland, but it's moving very quickly.
It really is, and we're still expecting the winds to be tropical storm strength. But here's the interesting fact: you can still get gusts that could reach hurricane strength at times. So right along that center and to the right-hand side through the big cities, you know, you're talking about getting into Philadelphia, getting into the coastal portions of Pennsylvania, and also New York and Boston. You're going to start seeing these gusty winds, and if you combine that with that rainfall. I mean, we were already talking about the storm surge, but you combine that with the heavy rainfall. This is the moderate risk of flash flooding. So lots of rainfall, a lot of winds, that could be real dangerous. So we think about that nighttime rain, just so dangerous to be out there on the road. Turn around, don't drown. Just really got to be careful over the next 24 hours with this water.
All right, thanks so much, Ken Graham, the director of the National Hurricane Center. Appreciate you being with us here today. Well, it's been a beautiful and serene sunrise here today ahead of the storm in coastal Carolina. This lovely scene was captured just south of the Outer Banks in Topsail Beach, North Carolina, earlier this morning. Ah, that is beautiful, isn't it? We have a live look now along North Carolina where several alerts are in effect, including a storm surge warning, a flash flood watch. There you can see Ocean Isle Beach, North Carolina. Not a lot of traffic still ongoing there. Tropical storm and even hurricane conditions will be possible as Isaias makes its way up the coastal area. So let's focus in on North Carolina. And, you know, North Carolina is kind of interesting compared to some of the other areas that are going to be getting impacts because North Carolina is really going to have it all. You're going to get a surge at the coast. You're going to get tropical storm force winds, even inland into some of the bigger cities, but also some of the worst flooding is likely to be far away from some of the coastal areas. So here's a look at conditions right now. And we have this little convergence area between our cold front and then some of that moisture that's getting drawn in with Isaias. And that's why we're getting some showers and thunderstorms pushing around the Charlotte area and stretching on up towards the Virginia state line. So none of those storms are severe right now, but they are producing some really heavy downpours, and you really don't want to see things like that leading up before the worst of the storm even arrives in terms of the tropical storm. Tropical tornadoes are going to be possible. I think that's going to be most likely this evening and overnight as Isaias is making landfall. So we do have torcons of 3 from just north of Charleston through Myrtle Beach, stretching on up towards Norfolk. So if there's a number, there is a risk. The higher the number, the higher the risk. And we were just talking about storm surge. That's an inundation on top of what's normally dry ground, and that could be 2 to 4 feet. And it's not just on the Atlantic side. We also are looking at that type of surge flooding into the Pamlico Sound throughout the region. Now, high tide coming in at about 8:10 for tonight into Wrightsville Beach, and then we'll have another high tide tomorrow morning at 8:31. Those will be the 2 main tides that we'll be most concerned about when water levels could be the highest. Here's a look at just the timing as this rips through the Carolinas. Conditions going downhill with landfall likely tonight, and then by Tuesday morning, the storm is already into parts of Virginia. So a quick hitter overall, Jeff, but big impacts with Isaias.
Yeah, particularly with a little bit of that surge and, of course, the rain you guys have been talking about. Well, check out some of the waves that pushed into the North Carolina coast. This pre-storm surf was spotted earlier today right along the Outer Banks. That's actually right at Buxton, right almost toward the Cape, and these waves are only going to build as we head through the next 24 to 36 hours. All right, let's talk about storm surge a little bit. You heard the hurricane director talk about and show us how high he thinks the surge is going to get. What factors go into storm surge? Well, actually, the configuration of the coastline, a convex coastline like we just saw there out on the Outer Banks, maybe a little bit less surge, and also the continental shelf drops off very quickly there. It's not quite as shallow farther out. That's not the case as you go down here, like let's say toward Appalachia Bay, or actually parts of the Georgia and South Carolina coast. It's much shallower, it's much more gradual. It's what we call a concave coast, and things tend to kind of focus in those areas. Also, if you have waves continuously breaking on shore, it doesn't give the water time to push back out, and it actually starts to pile up there. And of course, as the wind speed increase as well, it pushes more and more water on shore. In fact, a 15-mile-an-hour difference in the wind can raise that storm surge by about 4 or 5 feet. Now, the lowest low-lying areas actually are right here along the Carolina coast. This is in South Carolina. The elevation below 10 feet is wherever you see the yellow shading. That's a large population living in an area that could be affected here. Jackie?
Well, Jeff, coastal communities along the Northeast also gearing up for Isaias. You're taking a live look at Atlantic City, New Jersey, where heavy rain is set to drench the area starting tonight. Tropical storm warnings are in effect for all of the state of New Jersey. So let's talk about the alerts, because these go all the way up to Canada, right? So this is quite a stretch. In fact, some areas in New England have not had tropical alerts in the past 9 years. So it's been a while in some of these areas, and you really need to refresh yourself on best practices to keep yourself safe during these storms. Notice all of the major metropolitan areas here are also under the tropical storm warning. So we do expect to see those strong gusty winds. We're expecting heavy rainfall that will likely lead to flash flooding, and those two, not a good combination. That trees may be down ground, and we could have thousands of people really losing power during the height of the storm. So this moves through parts of Virginia, we think, early Tuesday morning, works its way through the mid-Atlantic. Tuesday afternoon, evening, conditions really go downhill, say from New York City on northward, and then eventually this begins to exit the region early on Wednesday morning. So it will be moving through at a fast speed. That's some good news, but flooding remains a huge concern, and we've got flood watches in effect for more than 40 million people, including much of the Northeast. Here's a look at some of the forecast rainfall amounts, and wherever you see that gold, that's as much as 3 to 5 inches of rain, and some areas easily getting a half of a foot.
Life doesn't give you many second chances, but a Subaru can.
You guys okay?
Eyesight with pre-collision braking. Standard on the Subaru Ascent. The 3-row Subaru Ascent. Love. It's what makes a Subaru a Subaru.
Get 0% APR financing for 63 months on select models during the Subaru A Lot to Love event.
With moderate to severe ulcerative colitis or Crohn's disease, your plans can change at any time. Your head wants to do one thing, but your gut says, not today. GI-focused Entyvio is made for this. Entyvio acts specifically in the GI tract to prevent an excess of white blood cells from entering and causing damaging inflammation. Entyvio has helped many patients achieve long-term relief and remission. It may help you too. Infusion and serious allergic reactions can happen during or after treatment. Entyvio may increase risk of infection, which can be serious. Although unlikely, a risk of PML, a rare, serious, potentially fatal brain infection, cannot be ruled out. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, experience frequent infections, or have flu-like symptoms or sores. Liver problems can occur with Entyvio. If other treatments haven't worked well enough, ask your doctor about Entyvio. If you're experiencing financial hardship during these trying times, Takeda may be able to help.
Stand up if you are. I will tell you this, Southern New Hampshire University can change the whole trajectory of your life.
On the road again. Book 2 separate qualifying stays and earn a free night. The open road is open again, and wherever you're headed, Choice Hotels is there. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
Okay, Limu, you said it. Then as I spike it, I'll tell them how Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance, so they only pay for what they need. Got it? Did you get that? Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Every day is sweet when we're serving you Blizzard treats. Like M&M's, cookie dough, and new Oreo fudge brownie. Thanks for being our fans for all these years. DQ, happy tastes good.
Oh, it's a beautiful day. Oh, I never felt this way before. Give us some more.
The terror of public speaking. Getting stranded at sea. Gas station bathrooms. Poisonous snakes. Paying too much for a bed that isn't right for you. These are the most commonly cited fears in America. That's why Mattress Firm came up with the Rest Assured Promise. So you'll find the right bed at the right price, guaranteed. With help from a sleep expert in a poisonous snake-free environment.
Hey Luke, wake up. You fell asleep again.
Why do I always fall asleep on the bus after school? Why am I so tired?
That's what we always wondered. But then he was diagnosed with narcolepsy, so he was more than tired. Narcolepsy can affect anyone, children and adults. We waited too long to take action, but you don't have to.
Visit morethantired.com now. Learn about the 5 symptoms of narcolepsy, take the narcolepsy symptom screener, and find a sleep specialist. Don't wait. Visit morethantired.com today.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat. We are live on the ground. Right now, it's coming down.
The Weather Channel.
A tropical storm warning is in effect.
Currently in our area, 88 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Today, partly cloudy. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. High 90. Winds southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tonight, thunderstorms. Low 76. Chance of rain 80%. Tuesday, windy with showers and thunderstorms likely. High 81. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Back to Weather Center Live, and you're looking at video from Hilton Head, South Carolina, here in the Low Country, where, yes, it's been a blustery day here. Waves agitated and not the best of beach days, or perhaps golf or tennis. A couple of activities quite busy this time of the year, but not with Tropical Storm Isaias lurking offshore and expected to make landfall perhaps a little farther north from the coast there of South Carolina towards Myrtle Beach and the North Carolina border as we head later on to this evening with low clouds and rain continues to come down. Now, we're literally a stone's throw from Hilton Head. A lot of people fly into the Savannah airport to get to that Hilton Head Island, but also Savannah, a great place to be. So is Tybee Island, Georgia. That's where I am. Meteorologist Paul Goodlow live on this Monday, awaiting the near passing by of Tropical Storm Isaias. We've been dealing with some, at times, heavy rain bands coming through, but a persistent wind coming in from the north, at times northeast. Sustained close to 15 to 20 miles per hour with 20 to 30 plus mile per hour wind gusts. You can see some of the sand behind you from time to time is blowing north to south on this beach. But you also see how wide this beach is too. Numerous people have come out now that the rain band has moved away, but there's more rain coming in case you're trying to get out here. Go between the bands because we could see persistent rain this afternoon. But the good news is we do think tomorrow will be a great day, but we got to get through today because we're going to see increased surf. You can see as far as you can see white caps here on the Atlantic Ocean rolling on in, and the rip current danger is sky high. That's why the beaches here are closed. We did see the lifeguards coming by just to make sure that people are staying out of the water. I did see just one person in the water. Fortunately, they got her out, but it's still a concern for more gusty winds and a lot of coastal concerns. We don't expect a huge storm surge just because the angle and the direction that Isaias is moving. But with that direction, with that angle, we still have severe impacts, including, tornadoes with this system. Jeff Morrow has more back in the studios.
That's right, Paul. It's always a possibility when you have a tropical system moving onshore that you have to deal with some threat of severe weather, often a tornado threat. So let's go ahead and take a look at what we're talking about here. By the way, Paul, right there at Tybee Island, and it's in these bands that you see these brightly yellow colored ones out here. That's where you're going to find the strongest winds, and as that moves onshore, that's where you'll find the threat of severe weather. And indeed, we have that as Isaias moves onshore tonight into tomorrow and then tracks here across the Piedmont of North Carolina. We have the possibility of severe thunderstorms embedded in those bands as they move by. In fact, our Torcon index, a rather healthy 3 as we head anywhere from northeast South Carolina, including the Myrtle Beach area this evening, through Wilmington and then through the Piedmont and even out to the Outer Banks through tomorrow morning. A little bit lesser threat as we move a bit farther north, but it's not zero. So again, we'll watch these bands as they move onshore, and we're going through the afternoon now into this evening, and you can see how some of these bands start to move onshore here, and it's within those, first in South Carolina and then moving up into North Carolina, where we'll have to watch that threat of severe weather as it moves. Again, we're after midnight here, moving all the way up past Raleigh, past Fayetteville, and there is a severe weather threat there, and then up through the Tidewater and then up across the Chesapeake Bay as well. Again, as we head on into tomorrow, that threat moves a little bit farther north, but it includes some major cities all the way up to Philly, New York, and even Hartford. Jackie?
Well, Jeff, Isaias taking aim at South Carolina today as it churns up the eastern seaboard. We've got a live look at conditions right now in Folly Beach as well as Myrtle Beach. Not looking quite as good there in Folly, where you can see some of that heavy rain continuing to come down, and looks like some big waves and a lot of sea foam getting kicked up there also. So South Carolina conditions are deteriorating and will continue to do so now for the rest of the today and into tonight. Landfall is most likely late this evening or the early overnight hours if it takes a slightly more easterly track. But this could be moving into the Charleston area, unfortunately, around the same time as high tide, about 8:15 tonight. So that's something we're really going to have to watch for, the higher level of water and that surge moving forward. It is going to be moving pretty quickly, however. Watch as it moves across North Carolina then through the overnight hours and into your Tuesday morning. So taking a place like Savannah, Georgia, not far away from Tybee, where our Paul Goodloe is. The wind gusts expected today and strongest ones this evening. Less than an inch of rainfall is forecast due to some of the quick nature of the system, as well as where that heavy rain is skewed farther up towards the north that Jeff was just talking about. So here's Charleston that we were talking about. There you can see some of the heavier bands could be moving in during the PM rush here. So keep that in mind between 4 or 5 o'clock. This is the type of weather you do not want to be out into. That's when we can expect to see the strongest winds that easily could reach 50, 60 miles per hour or better. Myrtle Beach continuing to be in the thick of it at 10 o'clock tonight. And keep in mind, we have extended coverage tonight, too, on the Weather Channel. So we'll have live reporters along the beaches as all this is happening, and that's going to be going all night long. So make sure you stick with us, especially if you live in those areas. So Charleston, the 50-plus mile per hour gusts arrive this evening. The rainfall forecast around 2 to 3 inches. If those rates are heavy enough, that will likely lead to some localized and flash flooding. Here's a look at what we can expect through the Outer Banks. We'll see some of these bands beginning to push in for the evening hours, and then the steadier, heavier rain will move in late this evening and continue into the overnight. Raleigh, you're also under the tropical storm warning. 3 to 5 inches of rain expected and flooding likely.
On the road again.
Book 2 separate qualifying stays and earn a free night. The open road is open again, and wherever you're headed, Choice Hotels is there. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
The story of the Kind Mini. We took the full-size bar and cut it in half. So the next time it's 3 o'clock and you want some delicious dark chocolate, grab a dark chocolate nuts and sea salt mini with whole almonds and just 90 calories. It's a kinder way to satisfy.
If you love hard-boiled eggs but hate watching water boil, then tediously peeling off shells, you need Egg Pod, a new kind of microwave egg cooker that does all the work for you. Fresh eggs go in, perfectly cooked eggs come out with the shells detached from the egg. Just slide and enjoy. Simply add water, place your eggs, then cook in the microwave. Next, simply shake in the egg pod and the shell slides right off. The secret is the microwave-safe design that creates steam convection, so your eggs cook evenly and consistently. Then, as you shake, the textured dome gently releases the shell from the white, so it slides right off. That's right, you just steam, shake, and slide for ready-to-eat eggs anytime. An egg pod is faster and easier than traditional stovetop cooking. No broken egg whites, no peeling, and no watching a pot boil. Now you can easily make hard-boiled eggs for a delicious egg salad, or slice them for a hearty chef salad. Prepare tasty deviled eggs with ease, and sliced egg sandwiches that are sure to please. Egg Pod is great when you're in a hurry. Just pop it in the microwave and enjoy a healthy breakfast on the go. So why make eggs the old-fashioned way when you can quickly prepare them the new way with Egg Pod? You just steam, shake, and slide for ready-to-eat eggs anytime. Fresh eggs go in, perfectly cooked eggs come out.
Egg Pod does all this, and it's yours for just $19.99 through this special TV offer. Compact and lightweight, Egg Pod is easy to clean, easy to store, so don't delay. Call or click to get your Egg Pod today.
Call 1-800-351-2506. That's 1-800-351-2506 or go to tryeggpod.com. So call 1-800-351-2506 or order online at tryeggpod.com.
Try Drive Up at Target. Contactless delivery right to your car, designed for your day. Your moves. Your style. Your taste. So quick and easy. Just download the Target app today.
Yeah, I'm married. Doesn't matter. You do that for me? Really? Yeah, I'd like that.
Who are you talking to?
It's Jake from State Farm. Sounds like a really good deal.
Jake from State Farm at 3 in the morning? Who is this?
It's Jake from State Farm.
What are you wearing, Jake from State Farm?
Khakis? Hey, do they ever ask you what you're wearing? Yeah. Red sweater, button-down shirt. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Ever wonder where the capital A in Chick-fil-A came from? It started with grade A, top quality chicken. But we believed everything, not just the food, should be grade A. A is for all the little things we do to bring you our best every day.
To me, the A in Chick-fil-A is for above and beyond. I know that I need encouragement right now, and I know that our guests need encouragement. It's about making sure that they know that we care about them and that we're going above and beyond for them in all the details.
Right now, rip current risk is the highest threat, and of course, lifeguards are urging people to stay out of the water.
The biggest threat is the size of the surf, just the sheer danger in the ocean.
But as the storm continues to crawl up the coast, that's when we will see many more impacts.
The dangers, once this passes, will be the rip currents.
Sights and sounds of Isaias so far today on this Monday, August 3rd, as it's moving past Florida and also past Georgia, eventually making landfall in the Carolinas as we head on towards the night. Thanks for staying with us for Weather Center Live. I'm meteorologist Paul Goodell live in Tybee Island, Georgia, where the wind is howling in from the north, even blowing some sand here. Waves of heavy rain coming in with some of the outer rain bands of Isaias kind of strafing the coastline here. We are not expecting a direct hit here on Tybee Island, which is a barrier island about, say, 20 miles just offshore from Savannah, Georgia. Beautiful city, by the way. And we're going to have impacts. Huge concern of waves and rip current risk. The beaches are closed to swimmers. You can come out here and walk between the rain bands if you want, but you cannot get in the water. There's some lifeguards that drove by and told one person to get out of the water. That is still a danger. Let's take a look at drone video that our storm tracker Charles Peak shot earlier today, giving kind of a bird's eye view of this area called, I guess, South Beach here on the island. About 5 miles of gorgeous, nice, wide beaches here. And remember, this is a barrier island meant to take the approach of storms from the Atlantic coming in here. And it's been a rare feat to get a hurricane making landfall in Georgia. So let's just count our blessings, not tempt fate. But right now, Isaias is not forecast to make landfall here. But the forecast is for this to potentially strengthen to a hurricane before it makes landfall. So we're going to see much of this afternoon of similar weather so far we had this morning. Waves of heavy rain and stronger winds in those rain bands. And from time to time, we're seeing this sand kind of being whipped around the area. This is the beginning of a more than 1,000-mile stretch of East Coast line that has a tropical storm warning. In fact, the warnings start here on the Georgia coast, go all the way up towards New Hampshire. All because of tropical storm Isaias coming on shore tonight, and I'm still moving on through the mid-Atlantic and into the Northeast, even New England. It's been a while since we've seen all these states impacted, Jeff, but yeah, we're going to see a lot of impacts, and while we might not have that much rain here throughout the day in terms of overall totals, the totals across the mid-Atlantic and Northeast, it could be devastating to actually hundreds of thousands of people in the path of Isaias.
That's right, Paul, and seeing you standing out there brings back a lot of memories of getting sandblasted on a few beaches. Try to take it easy down there. I see that wind whipping the sand. All right, let's get you caught up with what we know about Isaias at this half hour. According to the Georgia Department of Transportation, the Talmadge Bridge on US 17 in Savannah, Chatham County, is scheduled to close at 2 p.m., so that's about a little less than a half an hour from now. The Virginia National Guard will mobilize 40 personnel to the coast for storm response, and Duke Energy is warning residents in North Carolina that smaller crew sizes during the pandemic may slow power outage response. Jackie?
Yeah, that would not be great news, unfortunately. A little worried about that with the mid-Atlantic, by the way, with those tropical storm force winds in very, tree-infested areas that could cause some damage in those power outages. So folks really need to be prepared for that, even if you live inland. Let's talk about a couple of the nuts and bolts of what you really need to know right now about Isaias. It is forecast to regain a little bit of strength all the way leading up to landfall. So it may be a Category 1 hurricane as it reaches the South Carolina Carolina line and moves into North Carolina. However, there's not a ton of a difference between a strong tropical storm and a low-end Category 1 hurricane, so the impacts may ultimately be the same. Life-threatening storm surge certainly possible and expected along the immediate coastlines of South Carolina as well as North Carolina, and then heavy rainfall will likely produce flash flooding from the Carolinas all the way into the Northeast. So this is affecting millions of people. This is going to have far-reaching impacts all the way into our Wednesday. Satellite presentation not looking all that impressive right now. In fact, kind of a squashed storm with wind shear that's kind of fighting it. So our storm is a little bit tilted. It likes to be straight up, so it can breathe and intensify and ventilate. But we have been seeing a little bit of intensification in some of the thunderstorms that are offshore right now. So that could lead to some of that strengthening. And the latest on the forecast cone showing it making landfall likely later on this evening or tonight, moving through North Carolina overnight, arriving in Virginia early on Tuesday morning, continuing through the mid-Atlantic into the Northeast Tuesday night, and then working its way into New England as we head into your early morning hours on your Wednesday. Here's a look at the probability of tropical storm force winds. Notice they're most likely into the Carolinas, but still we may be seeing that right along the I-95 corridor from D.C. to Baltimore on up into Philadelphia, New York.
I know people love the dish remote. It's great. So why build in the Google Assistant? I mean, who really needs a TV remote that can turn the thermostat up,
Change temperature to 72.
the lights down,
Dim the lights.
and still access their DVR?
Play Rio.
Actually, some people could absolutely use a remote like that.
The new Dish Voice Remote. Dish, tuned in to you.
Attention, catheter patients on Medicare. Do you use catheters? Are you tired of using messy lubricant? Depending on your insurance, you could be eligible to receive up to 200 catheters shipped to you every month for free, simply by calling Comfort Medical right now. You can use a new catheter every time you catheterize. And Comfort Medical has the latest styles with no need for lubricant from leading manufacturers. It's simple. Comfort Medical will deal directly with Medicare and private insurers so you can focus on the important things in life. Call Comfort Medical right now. If you want the newest products delivered conveniently and discreetly to your door, then it's time to discover Comfort Medical. Call Comfort Medical now. Shipping is free. And you can rely on Comfort Medical to deliver most catheter brands directly to your door. Reordering your catheter supplies is easy with a Comfort Medical app. Download it for free. Call now for a free Comfort kit and a free sample.
Call now at 1-800-868-8218. Call Comfort Medical today.
If you have moderate to severe psoriasis, little things can become your big moment. That's why there's Otezla. Otezla is not a cream. It's a pill that treats plaque psoriasis differently. With Otezla, 75% clear skin is achievable. Don't use if you're allergic to Otezla. It may cause severe diarrhea, nausea, or vomiting. Otezla is associated with an increased risk of depression. Tell your doctor if you have a history of depression or suicidal thoughts, or if these feelings develop. Some people taking Otezla reported weight loss. Your doctor should monitor your weight and may stop treatment. Upper respiratory tract infection and headache may occur. Tell your doctor about your medicines and if you're pregnant or planning to be. Otezla, show more of you.
This year, the Alzheimer's Association Walk to End Alzheimer's is everywhere. On every sidewalk, track, and trail across this country. All of us are raising funds for one goal: a world without Alzheimer's and all other dementia. Because this disease isn't waiting, neither are you. Take the first step on your walk right now. Go to alz.org/walk.
Meet Function of Beauty, the custom shampoo the internet can't stop talking about.
Love the formulas. My curls are on fire.
This is the first time I've worn my hair naturally in years.
This has literally saved my hair. It was a hair-changing experience.
One-of-a-kind formulas created just for you. Just take the quiz. Choose your hair goals, scent, and color, and find out why Function of Beauty is the internet's #1 custom hair care brand. Get 10% off your first custom formula at functionofbeauty.com.
Make the summer yours with a twist of flavor. Discover the Mediterranean flavors and gentle bubbles of San Pellegrino Essenza. Add a twist of flavor.
Well, welcome back to Weather Center Live, taking a live look at Myrtle Beach, South Carolina right now. Myrtle Beach will likely be very close, if not in the area where Isaias makes landfall later on tonight. We've got hurricane warnings that are in effect right now. It is a warm and muggy day, feeling like the 90s. You can see people out there, and look in the background there. You can see those storm clouds that are continuing to build. You also have a flash flood watch remaining in effect, and flooding is going to be perhaps ultimately the calling card of this storm that's going to be affecting the most people overall. Here's a look at the flash flood watches that are in effect, and these really do stretch from the Georgia-South Carolina state line all the way up into Vermont. So this is a large piece of real estate that's going to be under that threat of some localized flash flooding. And as we take a look at the area just between now and tomorrow morning, that will be most likely to occur in the coastal Carolinas, up through the Raleigh-Durham area, perhaps east of Charlotte, and then stretching into southern parts of Virginia. And that's the kind of the sweet spot where we think just to the right of where the center of the storm is tracking, where it's going to be bringing in all of that moisture and bringing as much as 3 to maybe even 6 inches of rainfall. We couldn't rule out some locally heavier amounts on top of that. So a little bit of a closer view here. We are seeing some of those oranges beginning to pop up here or there. I just lost my pen. Got it back, though. Some of those orange areas indicating 5 to 8 inches of rainfall potentially. So rainfall rates is going to be one of the big things that we're going to have to watch. Not just urban flooding is going to be expected, but also some of the rivers, creeks, and streams are likely to get very swollen. Some will go out of their banks, and that could last for days even after the storm has passed. So something to keep in mind. This is our water vapor imagery, and you can really see the explosion of the green there. That's the moisture getting lofted up into the air here with Isaias. And then notice some of that drier air back there. That's where we've got our trough or our cold front. So we have a bit of a convergence zone where these two things are kind of coming together, and that's why we're seeing some of that heavy rainfall into western parts of the Carolinas and western Virginia here for today. So here's that trough digging down. That is helping to steer Isaias northward now and eventually tracking up towards the east. And so all that moisture kind of gets condensed and converged together, leading to the heavy amounts of rainfall as well as the risk of flash flooding, unfortunately moving through all the major metropolitan areas, and we won't be done with that at least until we get into the early morning hours on your Wednesday. So a lot of different elements with this tropical storm, Jeff.
Absolutely, Jackie. And one of those major metropolitan areas we'll be talking about will be Washington, D.C., as Isaias, I knew I'd mess that up sooner or later, works its way up the coast. All right, joining us now is the Director for Homeland Security and Emergency Management, Dr. Chris Rodriguez. Chris, thank you so much for being with us. What preparations right now are being made ahead of Tropical Storm Isaias?
Well, here in the nation's capital, we've been preparing for this storm since last week. We've been briefing our mayor, Muriel Bowser, all district agencies, as well as our private sector utility companies, and making sure we are all operating with a whole of government approach to our preparedness efforts here.
And Isaias is forecast to bring maybe as much as 5 inches of rain in the coming days. Are you worried about maybe some flooding potential there?
Absolutely. There are certain pockets here in Washington, D.C. that are traditionally prone to flooding. So we're already getting out to those areas, making sure we're clearing sewer drains, for example. So flooding is a big deal. And what I want to tell people is make sure you turn around and don't drown. A car can become submerged in water with a foot or two. And you can also fall down with 6 inches of water. So we're really telling people the flooding is going to be an issue. The other thing are potential power outages. With a lot of wind, we might see a lot of trees down, so we're telling people to be very careful.
And how has the recent pandemic changed the way you're preparing for this particular storm?
Yep. I mean, we're in the middle of a global pandemic, but we always have hurricane season, and we've been preparing for this season for many months. And again, when we do with COVID-19 is for any of our shelters, for example, we have mitigation measures in place like wearing a mask or doing social distancing. So we are implementing COVID-19 countermeasures into all of our hurricane planning.
All right. Thank you very much for joining us, the Director of Homeland Security and Emergency Management, Dr. Chris Rodriguez. All right. Let's go ahead and take a look right now at what we're talking about as far as the storm itself, and it's moving its way up the coast and the storm surge potential. We're Of course, talking a lot about what's going on with the heavy rain inland, but along the coast, particularly just to the right of where the center of this tropical storm moves ashore, and we think that'll be somewhere between Myrtle Beach and Oak Island and Wrightsville Beach. There's going to be a fairly significant storm surge. A little bit less, perhaps. We have a storm surge watch farther up. I want you to notice that some of these inland areas west and right along the west shoreline of Albemarle and Pamlico Sound have a warning as well. Those sounds are extremely shallow, and it's very easy for the wind to really pile that water up on the western end of those particular sounds. Not a lot of wind there right now, but that is going to change, of course, as Isaias moves inland. And you can see how the wind ramps up out here at Hatteras. And look at Norfolk at 50 to 60 miles an hour. That onshore flow is going to pile the water up. And not only ahead, but behind the system, you get winds 25 to 30 miles an hour. And that can actually blow Albemarle and Pamlico Sounds back onto the Outer Banks from the west. So that could be a big issue as well. Of course, we'll keep you updated not only on the storm surge potential, the rain potential, and the severe weather potential with Isaias.
Behind every 2020 census taker's mask is a friendly neighbor. They'll be coming by to ask simple questions that inform how billions in federal funds are spent on local services every year for the next decade. Time is running out. Shape your future. Start here at 2020census.gov.
Each year, Americans waste over $21 billion by overpaying on car insurance. Enter the Zebra.
Another car insurance ad?
No, the Zebra compares them all and shows you who can actually save you money. Compare car insurance for free at thezebra.com.
Attention Medicare recipients. Medicare has expanded benefits to help you during these uncertain times. Coverage may now include many benefits to help you while at home. To find out what new Medicare Advantage benefits you can get in your area code, call the Medicare Coverage Helpline now.
Hi, Joe Namath here. In Lakeview, I'm at home staying safe. There are new benefits to help you while at home. Telehealth, in-home aids, home-delivered meals, and so many more. But you don't get them automatically. You need to enroll. The easiest way to enroll is to call the Medicare Coverage Helpline now.
Get what you're entitled to. Coverage may now also include dental, home-delivered prescriptions, no deductibles, and no copays. Don't delay. Call to see if the new benefits are available in your area.
Call now. It's free.
Call 1-800-346-4800. That's 1-800-346-4800 now.
Look at that scuffed up wall. And staring at you. Embarrassing you in front of your in-laws. Spreading rumors about you at work. That wall is your Everest, but not anymore. Today, let's paint. That wall never knew what hit it. Today, let's paint. Fair, exclusively at the Home Depot.
Max! No! Max! Max! Max!
Dogs don't know what's good for them. Luckily, you do. Greenie's Dental Treats.
At Safe Flight, we're committed to taking care of you and your car. We'll fix it right with no contact service you can trust.
So if you have auto glass damage, stay safe with Safe Flight.
Safe Flight Repair, Safe Flight Replace.
It's back! It's back! It's back! It's back! It's back! It's back! God, it's back! Ah, I miss it so much! It's back! It's back! It's back! Woo!
Get all the sports you want with the Spectrum TV Sports Pack. Over 10 sports channels for just $5 more a month. Upgrade now on channel 2495.
Sports! Woo!
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Is almost cloud-free at this point.
Plus, it's not cold at all.
We're drying out and even warming up.
We love it that way.
Better days start with the Weather Channel.
A tropical storm warning is in effect. Currently in our area, 89 degrees under fair skies. Today, partly cloudy. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. High 90. Winds southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tonight, thunderstorms. Low 76. Chance of rain 80%. Tuesday, windy with showers and thunderstorms likely. High 81. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back to Weather Center Live, taking a live look at Savannah, Georgia, which is a coastal city here, the low country of Georgia, the gateway to parts of the low country, South Carolina as well. Lots of clouds overhead, some rain showers. Heavy rain bands have moved on through, although we are far enough inland, Savannah, where perhaps as we head towards, say, 4 or 5 o'clock this afternoon, the worst of Isaias in the Savannah area might be over. So that's some good news. This is going to be probably a mid-afternoon, early evening kind of exit of the impacts, besides the gusty wind still around, but the heavier rain should be pulling away. Welcome back to Weather Center Live. I'm on Tybee Island in the pier here, and you see the double red flags are flying. The beach is closed, but you can still come out here, do some just strolling on the beach. Lots of beautiful shells to pick up here. The folks are doing it, but you got to stay out of the water. The beach is closed for the entire day. We did see lifeguards earlier telling people, one person who was in the water, to get out of the water. Look at the waves here. As far as you can see, we're seeing whitecaps. Strong northerly wind coming through, at times even whipping the sand as well, and the winds will stay with us even as Isaias passes us by and potentially makes landfall in the Carolinas well north of us as we head into this afternoon. Let's take a look at the impacts we're expecting here in the Savannah area. Again, we are about 20 miles just off the coast of Savannah on this barrier island, Tybee Island, Savannah. We expect the winds to be gusty through the evening hours, and the rain should be around an inch or less. That's good news. So not a huge inland flash flood event, at least here in Georgia from Isaias. Let's move northward into the Carolinas here, and Wilmington, North Carolina. You're looking for the windy gust, strong gusts to be up in the 50+ mile per hour range as we head on towards this evening and tonight as well. And we can see several inches of rain fall from Isaias. And even in Charleston, low country, we too could see some strong windy gusts as we head throughout the afternoon and into tonight, as we don't see weather really improve along the Georgia, South Carolina, even North Carolina coastline until Tuesday. But you have to remember that the ocean will still be agitated, so rip current risk will be high well in through tomorrow. So keep that in mind if you're trying to enjoy a vacation here on the coast, southeast coast. You still have a danger lurking here in the Atlantic. Jackie?
Paul, you've got a lot of seagulls flying around you right now, my friend.
I call these sea pigeons. These are sea pigeons. That's okay. What I call these things.
We'll just say the good thing you have a hat on. All right. Hurricane Hunter is providing some valuable information on Isaias, and this is what crews saw as they flew off Florida's coast into the center of the hurricane. Wow, you can really see some of the banding features of that, and it was reportedly a rather bumpy ride as well. They provide such critical information. They release drop zones, which then take samples of what the weather conditions are into the atmosphere. When you take that information and we can put it into our forecast models to have a better idea of how strong the storm system may become and a better idea on its path and where it's going. So here we are just a couple of minutes before the top of the hour. We're waiting on the next advisory from the National Hurricane Center. We haven't seen that yet, so as soon as that arrives, we will bring that to you, but not expecting any major changes with this. You know, we've seen kind of these fluctuations in intensity of the storm in terms of the flare-ups from the thunderstorms. It seems that we've been going through these cycles every 8 hours or so, and now it does appear that perhaps we're in one of those periods where we're seeing a little bit of intensification. It is fighting some shear, it is fighting a little bit of dry air, so it's not a really well organized storm, but it's still fairly large, and it's a strong tropical storm, which really isn't all that different from a Category 1 hurricane, and that is the official forecast, that this may may be a Category 1 as it continues to move over the warm waters before making landfall, likely later on for tonight. This is going to pick up some forward speed after doing so and tracking off towards the north and east, so it will move overnight across North Carolina, arriving here into Virginia on Tuesday morning, still as a tropical storm as it heads towards New York Tuesday afternoon, evening, and then work its way up here into parts of Maine by Wednesday morning. So it's a quick hitting storm, but it certainly has some very big impacts. We'll be most concerned about the strongest of winds and the storm surge here across parts of the Carolinas. In the mid-Atlantic, we will see strong winds and power outages, but inland freshwater flooding may ultimately be what affects most people. So that's the latest on Isaias, but we've got another invest we got to keep an eye on, Jeff.
Yeah, why not? I mean, this year we've had so many of these. This would be TD11 if it were to develop. This is Invest 94L. There's Isaias right over there along the coast. This isn't that far away, really, but it's very disorganized right now. But the Hurricane Center gives it a 60% chance over the next 5 days of developing here. It would be a slow development. And right now, the long-range computer models take it perhaps a little bit toward the northwest and kind of stall it out here. So it's no big threat right now. But again, in this year of almost everything developing, looks like there's a fairly good shot we may be watching something else in the Atlantic as we head through the latter part of the week.
This is Hal. This is Hal's heart. It's been broken and put back together. This is Hal's relief, knowing he's covered by Medicare from Blue Cross Blue Shield. And with coverage you can trust, backed by over 80 years of healthcare expertise, we'll be there when it matters most. This is Medicare from Blue Cross Blue Shield. This is the benefit of Blue.
Look, this isn't my first rodeo. And let me tell you something. I wouldn't be here if I thought reverse mortgages took advantage of any American senior. Or worse, that it was some way to take your home. It's just a loan designed for older homeowners, and it's helped over 1 million Americans. A reverse mortgage loan isn't some kind of trick to take your home. It's a loan, like any other. Big difference is how you pay it back.
Find out how reverse mortgages really work with AAG's free no-obligation reverse mortgage guide. Eliminate monthly mortgage payments, pay bills, medical costs, and more. Call now and get your free info kit. Call 1-800-231-7626.
Other mortgages are paid each month, but with a reverse mortgage, you can pay whatever you can when it works for you. Or you can wait and pay it off in one lump sum when you leave your home.
Discover the option that's best for you. Call today and find out more in AAG's free no-obligation reverse mortgage loan guide. Access tax-free cash and stay in the home you love.
You've probably been investing in your home for years, making monthly mortgage payments, doing the right thing. And it's become your family's heart and soul. Well, that investment can give you tax-free cash just when you need it.
Learn how homeowners are strategically using a reverse mortgage loan to cover expenses, pay for health care, preserve your portfolio, and so much more.
Look, reverse mortgages aren't for everyone, but I think I've been around long enough to know what's what. I'm proud to be a part of AAG. I trust them. I think you can too.
Trust AAG for the best reverse mortgage solutions. Call 1-800-231-7626 so you can
retire better.
I wanted my hepatitis C gone.
I put off treating mine.
Epclusa treats all main types of chronic hep C. Whatever your type, Epclusa could be your kind of cure.
I just found out about mine.
I knew for years. Epclusa has a 98% overall cure rate.
I had no symptoms of hepatitis C.
Mine caused liver damage.
Epclusa is only one pill, once a day, taken with or without food for 12 weeks. Before starting Epclusa, your doctor will test if you have had hepatitis B, which may flare up and could cause serious liver problems during and after treatment. Tell your doctor if you have had hepatitis B, other liver or kidney problems, HIV or other medical conditions, and all medicines you take, including herbal supplements. Taking amiodarone with Epclusa may cause a serious slowing of your heart rate. Common side effects include headache and tiredness. Ask your doctor today if Epclusa is your kind of cure.
Welcome back to Weather Center Live. I'm meteorologist Paul Goodall live in Tybee Island, Georgia. We have the brand new advisory coming up. We'll get to Jackie Jarris with that info right now. But here on the ground, we're still feeling a strong northerly wind coming on through at times, whipping the sand here on the beach. The water is closed, but the beach is open in terms of coming out and walking on it. You see this group of people trying to lay down their blanket. We have strong winds sustained, maybe 20 plus miles per hour coming through with gusts over 30 from time to time. So good luck with that. A lot of blowing sand here if you kind of look at the horizon of the beach. And then as far as you can see out towards the Atlantic, nothing but white caps as a very agitated Atlantic Ocean because of Isaias. The good news is the system's moving a little bit faster, which means looking at the radar, perhaps we've seen some of the last heaviest rain bands here, at least on Tybee Island. The bad news is some of that heavy rain continues to push farther north into the low country of South Carolina, North Carolina, and then our forecast cone takes us into the mid-Atlantic, into the Northeast, into New England as we head towards Tuesday into Wednesday. So what's happening in Florida yesterday and this morning, passing by Georgia, is not going to be done until we head on towards perhaps Wednesday or Thursday as it pushes off parts of the eastern provinces of Canada. But right now, let's go back to the studio. Jackie has the very latest on the new advisory on Tropical Storm Isaias.
Hey, Paul. Well, no big changes with this. We've had a little bit of an extension on some of the warnings into the Northeast, and that's about it. It's still holding its current intensity with winds of 70 miles per hour, maximum sustained, so that makes it a strong tropical storm. You know, it's not that far off from hurricane status, 4 miles per hour away from that. So the impacts ultimately are going to be the same, whether this is a tropical storm or a hurricane making landfall in the next couple of hours. And we think that's going to be happening later on tonight, perhaps 8, 9, 10 o'clock, depending if it, wobbles just a little bit off towards the east or a little bit further on off towards the west. Its current location right now about 115 miles south of Charleston, South Carolina. So it is pulling more in that northerly direction at 13 miles per hour. So it's moving at a pretty good clip, and it's going to accelerate in that forward speed as it kind of curves off towards the north and east after making landfall. So that's the good news with this, is that it will continue to move, and hopefully that will minimize a little bit some of the flood threat. But we think ultimately freshwater flooding, the inland flooding in urban areas, as well as from rivers, creeks, and streams, could ultimately be the most widespread life-threatening impact. Now, folks in the Carolinas, however, we still have storm surge to deal with. We've got hurricane force winds, at least gusts, that are likely going to be moving in tonight. And right now, as we sample kind of the winds across the region, they're not too bad. They're somewhere between about 25 to as much as 40 miles per hour. Those have been the strongest gusts that I've seen over land for today. But it's really over here. It's really offshore where we're seeing the bursts of convection and those stronger and higher topped thunderstorms, where the worst of the winds are going to ultimately be. So that has been kind of loaded on the north and east side of that storm. And so while impacts, weren't terrible in Florida, it's going to be a lot different as this makes landfall into the Carolinas. We're going to have live coverage all night long as this makes landfall. So make sure you keep it here to the Weather Channel for more on that. This will work its way overnight tonight into tomorrow across North Carolina, get into Virginia by Tuesday morning, work into the Northeast Tuesday evening, and then by Wednesday morning, it's going to be up here into northern New England or getting into southern parts of Canada. So notice the official forecast showing it as a Category 1 hurricane, but look at how strong it still is by Tuesday morning. So, 12 plus hours later, even after interacting with land and having all that friction and slower impacts, we could still be talking about a decent-sized tropical storm, and that's why I'm concerned about some of the wind potential here across the mid-Atlantic, across areas that have a lot of trees that folks need to be prepared to go without power potentially. So we want to get into some more of the details of all of this. We've got meteorologist Jeff Morrow with more on Isaias. Jeff?
All right, thank you very much, Jackie. Here's the latest that we know from Isaias. All right, tropical storm right now. Hurricane warnings in effect for more than 630,000 people along the East Coast in North Carolina. The mayor of Wrightsville Beach has declared a state of emergency and voluntary evacuation for all non-residents. Meanwhile, Duke Energy warns smaller crew sizes may slow the state's power outage response, maybe because of the COVID pandemic. All right, let's take a look right now at the big picture. And something I wanted to point out here, it looks like some of these rain bands, see how the eye, or not really an eye because it's not a hurricane, but the center of circulation was kind of open there a little bit. But now that's starting to close up here as the moisture is wrapping around. Perhaps, just perhaps, a sign that the system is getting a little bit better organized. Seeing a big flare up of lightning here on the northern part of what would be an eye wall potentially. Again, as Jackie mentioned, most of the strongest winds, of course, offshore at the present time, but that will change, of course, as it moves toward the coast. And right now, tropical storm warnings hurricane warnings are up. Even though this is a tropical storm, there is a potential for it to become maybe a minimal hurricane as it comes in. That's why the hurricane warnings all the way up from Georgetown to Surf City, including Myrtle Beach and the Wilmington area. And again, a pretty good confidence that this tropical storm or potentially very weak hurricane will be moving inland, probably between Myrtle Beach and maybe Cape Fear, which is right here east of the Wilmington area, and then moving to the northeast rather rapidly as we head through the overnight and on into the day tomorrow. So here's what it looks like as we head through this evening. This is 8 o'clock, the center of circulation offshore of Charleston, and then moving onshore, as I mentioned, between Myrtle Beach and Wilmington during the overnight hours, and then during the wee hours of the morning, basically moving off toward the northeast, and then during the day tomorrow, heading on up toward the north. Well, at this hour, multiple warnings are in effect as Isaias turns its way up the coast. Meteorologist Paul Goodloe joins us live now in Tybee Island, Georgia. He's getting buffeted, I might say sandblasted right now. What are the current conditions, Paul?
Well, right now we're seeing every now and then some peaks of hazy blue sunshine here. Well, the rain, though, is like being evaporated by some of the dry air coming in and keeping it offshore. That's why you see a lot of people out here. But you also see the double red flags flying here. So the water is closed. The beach is open. You're seeing more and more people out here jogging, perhaps trying to put down a blanket as well, and maybe try to enjoy part of their vacation, which has been temporarily halted or perhaps interrupted by Tropical Storm Isaias. By the way, we are under a tropical storm warning currently still here for Tybee Island, even Savannah as well. I want to bring in the mayor of Tybee Island, Shirley Sessions. Thanks for coming out here. And I know vacation, summer, season is a big season here on the island. How much of an impact has Isaias been on the tourism industry here?
Well, first of all, after COVID hit Tybee, we had a lot of downtime. A lot of businesses were, everybody was impacted. When the beach reopened, we have had constant visitors. It's been busy every day. So today, seeing the beach empty is quite unusual. It's been really a blessing that we were not hit. We're very concerned, and our hearts are with our neighboring states. But on this one, Tybee feels very fortunate that we have an opportunity to revisit what we've done right and what we need to do going forward, knowing that the hurricane season is just starting, and we've got August, September, October still, to plan. Especially, how do we plan with a COVID, with a pandemic that we're still dealing with, and that remains to be seen. We've seen a lot of erosion on our beach. We have had just in December and January, we had the beach renourished and our sand dunes with vegetation, which has been a blessing because otherwise the erosion would have been worse. And so we're going to really review, see what we need to do going forward to plan. And hopefully we love you guys, but we hope we won't see you here in person in the future.
Rather
we want you to come and visit.
Working down here. So, Mayor Sessions, talk about what is. I know we're still kind of in this, but what is really going right in terms of the planning with COVID and with the ongoing hurricane season?
I think the thing that's going well is our commitment, our community's commitment, our residents and our businesses have taken it upon themselves to follow guidelines that we're given, that everybody knows. Wear masks when you're not social distancing, and try to space distance, try to stay at home if you can. And people are learning to readjust their lives, working from home, playing from home, getting being together as a family. So I think that this has given everybody an opportunity to really step back and see what's important. And of course, everybody knows that it's always important to get out and enjoy the ocean and to have fun. So we're pleased that we have the opportunity to kind of review this.
Yeah, and Tybee Island is great because in terms of the last time we've been hit by a hurricane, it's been a long, long time. So you guys are quite fortunate. Let's hope that luck continues. Mayor Sessions, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
And we're going to hopefully come back without working.
Yes, and we want you to come back and party with us.
We do too.
Okay.
But we're always sent to great places working, unfortunately.
Thank
you so much, Mayor Sessions.
Thank you.
So that's definitely kind of the curse of our job here, and you guys in the studio know as well, where people are happy to see us, then they realize, I'm not happy to see you. So unfortunately, we've been to nice destinations. The good news is the weather should be improving as we head throughout later this evening here. Look out towards the west, closer and more towards the north, towards Savannah, and I'm seeing some blue sky, Jackie. So it looks like once again the Georgia coastline has missed a direct impact from a tropical system. But we got to keep those fingers crossed. It's just a matter of time. It's happened before, and we know it will happen again. Jackie?
That concave coastline right in there certainly adds a little layer of protection, doesn't it? Well, new video just in showing you rain in Durham, North Carolina. This is ahead of the rain that you can expect from Isaias. So not good to see that this is already saturating the ground with showers and thunderstorms, because that really can loosen up the soil. You add more rain on top of that, you put in some tropical storm force wind gusts, and that can make trees that normally wouldn't topple over in a tropical system to go ahead and topple over, because the roots just can't hold on to that soil as well. Boy, we really do have some heavy downpours. Let's focus in on North Carolina right now, shall we? And we have a little convergence area, as we call it, right in here. And what's happening is this big old squeeze play going on between our tropical storm and an upper trough, or a cold front, that's approaching from the west. So that's kicking up a line of showers and thunderstorms. Those are repeating themselves in some of the same areas. They're producing a lot of lightning. This is just outside of the Charlotte area right now, but look at that. The leading edge of that is producing winds strong enough that we're starting to get a few severe thunderstorm warnings because of it. Now, tropical tornadoes will be possible. I think any severe weather through most of today would be damaging winds, but from Norfolk to Myrtle Beach, including the Outer Banks down towards Wilmington, as this makes landfall tonight and continuing through the overnight hours, we've got torcons of 3. If there's a number, there is a risk. The higher the number, the higher the risk, and those tornadoes are going to be coming at night after dark. You need a way to be alerted tonight if you live in those areas. A storm surge, especially as this is making landfall, along with high tide, which is occurring just after 8 o'clock in many of these areas, will bring that saltwater flooding into the coast as well as into the Pamlico Sound. So Wrightsville Beach, your next high tide coming in at 8:10 tonight, but also Tuesday morning comes your next one. Those are going to be the 2 high tide cycles that we're most concerned about, with that onshore flow still taking place. Now, it's interesting, right? You would expect the worst of the impacts to be at the coast. Not necessarily. That could be the worst of the wind impacts, but because of the track of this storm, the heaviest rain and the worst of the flash flooding is going to happen in the major metropolitan areas. That includes Raleigh, Durham. And so, Jeff, kind of proving my point there that we are concerned that trees could topple with those tropical storm force winds. I mean, it's been a while since Raleigh has been under a tropical storm warning.
Absolutely. Well, storm surge is going to be, of course, another major concern with Isaias. Earlier, we spoke with National Hurricane Center Director Ken Graham about where he fears the worst of the surge could be.
The greatest fatalities that we get in these systems is from the water, and it's just incredibly dangerous. And now we have a lot of rainfall plus the wind. So in the combination of the two in saturated soils, we could see some trees come down and some power outages. Those are the type of things that we're going to see over the next 24 hours. But look at these storm surge totals. I mean, some areas getting 3 to 5 feet. That's from the South Sanity River to Cape Fear, all the way up to the Pamlico Sound, 2 to 4 feet. That's basically water up your pant leg. That's where water normally is over dry land. And all the way up through Long Island, 1 to 3 feet, all the way to Martha's Vineyard. So this entire area is seeing elevated water levels, not just on the coast, but some of it filtering inland. And where those channels come together, the water piles up. So you could be miles inland and still see storm surge.
All right, let's concentrate in on the Palmetto State of South Carolina. Again, elevation below 10 feet, which could be affected by some storm surge anywhere from Hilton Head Island all the way on up through the Charleston area. Again, anywhere you see the yellow shading here, that's an elevation, and there's a reason they call this the low country, below 10 feet, particularly as you head right down toward the coast, up past the Georgetown area and getting up toward Myrtle Beach, where we think more of a storm surge could be a problem, as this is where the center of the tropical storm will move ashore. Again, elevation below 10 feet, pretty widespread here, particularly there in eastern Horry County. Also, the shape of the coastline has a big effect on how much storm surge you'll get. If you get a concave coastline, then it tends to focus in that concave area, a little bit less maybe on the outer banks, with the exception of the inland sounds. And of course, the wave setup and the height of the waves has a big to do with how much of a surge we're going to get. Of course, the stronger the wind, the higher the waves, and as they continually break on the coastal areas, it doesn't let the water go out. It just continues to pile up, and it's something we're going to continue to have to watch closely, particularly from Myrtle Beach all the way up through the Outer Banks and even farther north. Jackie?
Yeah, so be prepared for that water level rise, especially tonight, continuing through the overnight. I want to leave you for a quick commercial break with a look at Tybee Island, where our Paul Goodlow has been reporting live here all day. Tybee under a tropical storm warning. We'll have more local forecasts coming up.
At Domino's, we're delivery experts. So when it comes to carry-out, our team members had a few thoughts on how to make it even safer and more convenient.
Deliver it. Deliver it.
Deliver it.
Frisbee it.
So we went with what we do best. Delivery to your car. Introducing Domino's Carside Delivery.
Yep, works perfect.
We do the carrying out for you, contact-free, while you conveniently stay in your car.
Thank you.
Just pull up at the store, check in online, and we bring your food to you. Try Domino's Carside Delivery next time you carry out 3-topping pizzas for $7.99 each.
This summer, we've all got miles to make up. Miles to the job site, to the campsite, and anything else we set our sights on. Miles that take us back to the people we've missed, and to those who could make this summer mean more than ever before. Get the most out of those miles during the Ram Suns event.
Severe storm damage can cost you thousands in repairs. Hi, Phil Swift here. This storm season, you need the entire Flex Seal family of products. Make fast, easy, on-the-spot repairs. Seal up cracks and holes to prevent wind and water from damaging your home. Now it's easy to make quick automotive repairs. Severe storms can be a nightmare. Now you can patch huge holes to seal up roof leaks. Easily fix busted downspouts and replace loose siding. Floods can destroy your home. Push FlexPace deep into wet surfaces to help prevent flood damage. With the Flex Seal family of products, you can patch, bond, seal, and repair. Even the worst conditions are no match for the Flex Seal family of products. Get the Flex Seal family of products at these fine retailers.
Devin, did you know Geico is now offering an extra 15% credit on car and motorcycle policies?
Okay.
That's 15% on top of what Geico could already save you. So what are you waiting for? DJ Khaled to be your motivational coach?
Yo, Devin, remember to brush in a circle motion. Thank you, DJ Khaled. Tiny circles, Devin. Do another one. Another one. Is this good? Put in that work, Devin. Don't give up.
Geico. Save an extra 15% when you switch by October 7th.
Behind every 2020 census taker's mask is a friendly neighbor. They'll be coming by to ask simple questions that inform how billions in federal funds are spent on local services every year for the next decade. Time is running out. Shape your future. Start here at 2020census.gov.
Yeah. Little choices make a big difference. Like delicious fruits and veggies. However you healthy. Naked.
Attention! Do you have Medicare? Did you know that you may qualify to get up to $144 added back to your Social Security check every month? It's easy to see if you're eligible. Just call the Go Medicare Benefits Help Center at 800-807-5730. In addition to receiving $144 every month, you might also qualify for a $0 Medicare Advantage plan that includes the following benefits: dental, including fillings, exams, and dentures; vision, including exams, frames, lenses, and even contacts; hearing, including hearing aids and batteries; and prescription drug coverage, all at no additional cost. The Go Medicare Benefits Help Center is open now at 800-807-5730. Both the call and the consultation are 100% free with absolutely no obligation to enroll. Call the Go Medicare Benefits Help Center now at 800-807-5730. That's 800-807-5730.
A tropical storm warning is in effect. Currently in our area, 89 degrees under fair skies. This afternoon, sun and clouds mixed. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. High 90. Tonight, thunderstorms. Low 76. Chance of rain 80%. Tuesday, windy with showers and thunderstorms likely. High 81. Here's our 7-day outlook.
We did get a good trial run for what will likely be a busy hurricane season. In particular, we had the opportunity to beta test the new sheltering strategy, which we had to evolve in light of the coronavirus. The state of Florida sent PPE kits and thermometers to all shelters in the storm's path and arranged for non-congregate sheltering options for people who either had or were suspected of having COVID-19, and it all proved to be very helpful.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis commenting on how Florida did the past couple of days with the approach of hurricane and tropical storm Isaias. So it's definitely it's a good trial run without having a major impacts of a landfall in his state. But now again, we take a look north of us into South Carolina, North Carolina for some impacts here. But here in Georgia, Paul Goodlow here on Tybee Island. And the last time Tybee Island has been hit by a hurricane in August, we have to go back to, I think, the late 1800s, I think either 93 or 98. So it's been more than 100 years since the direct landfall of a hurricane here in the month of August. So let's hope we keep that streak going here. But this is a concern. Pretty low-lying, flat beach here. It's the Barrier Island, Tybee Island, about 20 minutes, 20 miles just off the coast from Savannah here. And yeah, we're still seeing people out here. Seeing a few kids in the water, which is not advisable. Rip current risk is sky high right now. Officially, the beaches are closed. You can come out and walk on the beach or put a picnic on the beach like these folks are. And by the way, they had a hard time keeping that blanket down because the wind's still howling here and the sand is blowing as well. But we have escaped that. And in fact, as I look more towards the south and the west, more inland, I'm seeing some breaks in blue sky. We'll show you that coming up. But right now, the concern is where Isaias is going, and it's going towards the Carolinas, including South Carolina. Jackie, I know more about the impacts there because we're talking about an area of South Carolina called the Low Country for a reason.
Absolutely, because the low elevation, and so that makes them a little more vulnerable to something called storm surge. So it's that salt water that gets pushed by the wind up over the coast, and this could get past the dunes in some areas. So that's one of the big things that we're going to be concerned about. We're looking live at some of the conditions right now. We've got Folly Beach on the left. Folly Beach at the pier there just recorded a wind gust of 46 miles per hour. You can see how conditions have really gone downhill there and Folly Beach. So folks there should really be, rushing to get to the place where you're going to ride out the storm. I would not wait right now. We're getting some of these bands come in. That's bringing those gusty winds, and it's just dangerous to be out there and to be out driving around. Myrtle Beach, you've got a little bit more time, but I would still rush to completion as we think landfall could happen pretty close to you, Myrtle Beach, perhaps just off towards your south, and that's going to happen later on this evening. So let's talk about some of these impacts just for the Carolinas right now, and you're really kind of taking the storm storm on the chin because you're getting it at first landfall. You're getting it when the winds are going to be strongest, and we'll have that greatest push of water as a result. The only saving grace really is that this thing is going to keep moving even after it makes landfall. A lot of times it'll touch the land and it will start to slow down a little bit, but this should still keep booking. So Myrtle Beach, Wilmington areas, those winds may still be hurricane strength at landfall, and you could experience some of those gusts, which could cause some extensive damage, especially closest to the landfall point just to the right of there. Charleston, if it does hit just to your north, that's going to keep your rainfall totals down a little bit to maybe 1 to 3 inches of rainfall. And you can see this model indicating it's going to happen just to your north and south of Myrtle Beach, and that's where we could see as much as 5 to 8 inches of rainfall, leading to some urban flooding as well as some rivers, creeks, and streams having some issues. The heaviest rain is going to be coming in progressively now through the rest of the day and into tonight. Perhaps the worst period is going to be somewhere between about 5 o'clock tonight till about midnight or 1 o'clock for you, Charleston. Myrtle Beach, you're going to be in the thick of it 8, 9, 10 o'clock tonight, continuing through the midnight hour and into the early overnight. But once we head towards sunrise or so on Tuesday morning, the worst certainly will be over with by then. So Charleston, looking at some of those impacts, 30 mile per hour plus gusts this afternoon already. This evening, it'll go up to maybe 40, even 50 potentially if we get some thunderstorms in with that. And your rainfall forecast has been upped since last check to around an inch or two. But this is not just a southeast or a South Carolina storm. This is going into the northeast too, Jeff.
Yeah, you may look at the map and say, whoa, it's way off to the south, right? Well, it's going to move a lot more rapidly here as we head through the next 24 to 36 or even 48 hours. In fact, we're talking about tomorrow morning already pushing on up into southern Virginia. And then, and again, this would be the center. There will be a little bit more widespread than just where the center is. By Tuesday evening, it's already passing New York City and then up into the Canadian Maritimes and the St. Lawrence Valley, losing its tropical characteristics, but still having plenty of rain and some wind with it. So how much rain are we talking about? Well, potentially 3 to 4 inches in and around the Richmond area. And let's take a little bit of a look at that. We're getting some big thunderstorms around that area today, not directly associated with the tropical system. However, a little bit of a break in the evening, and then here comes the heavy rain later overnight with the tropical storm, and then that pushes on by. As we head into the afternoon, it's pretty much gone. Let's head you a little bit farther north. Here's Washington, D.C., 5 to maybe 6 inches of rain. Yeah, that's going to cause some flooding issues around this area. Again, we'll see a couple of isolated storms, some of them heavy as we head through today, then a bit of a break, and then we'll get the actual tropical system moving through as we head through tomorrow morning.
Find your keys. Find your get up and go. Find pants that aren't sweats. Find your friends. Find your sense of wonder. Find the world is new again. At Chevy, we'd like to take you there. Now, during the Chevy Open Road Sales Event, get up to 15% of MSRP cash back on select 2020 models. That's over $5,700 cash back on this Equinox. It's time to find new roads again.
From roof to foundation, the damage to your home can be devastating, from clogged gutters, leaking roofs, rotting wood and fascia, and flooded basements. Protect your entire home with Leaf Filter, the nation's #1 rated gutter protection system. Once our ladders go up, you can put yours down forever.
One of the things that I like the most is that I don't have to get back on the ladder anymore.
Leaf Filter starts by cleaning, sealing, and realigning your gutters. We then install our micro mesh screen over your existing gutters, which is guaranteed to filter out everything except for water.
Trying other products is what made us finally go to Leaf Filter.
And Leaf Filter's lifetime transferable warranty makes it an extraordinary value.
Leaf Filter's going to make my home more valuable, especially when I go to sell it.
Call 833-LEAF-FILTER or go to getleaffilter.com for your free gutter inspection and estimate. Call or log on today and save 15%.
Hi, Joe Namath here, and like you, I'm at home staying safe. But I wanted to get this message out. To make these uncertain times a bit easier and safer while at home, Medicare Advantage plans have added new benefits, including telephone appointments with your doctors, in-home aids, home-delivered meals, home-delivered prescriptions, and so much more. But you don't get all the benefits automatically. You need to enroll. The easiest way to enroll is to call the Medicare Coverage Helpline. It's now more important than ever to make sure your Medicare coverage is up to date. We all have a few minutes to make a phone call to focus on our health. Get what you're entitled to. Call now. It's free.
Call 1-800-346-4800. That's 1-800-346-4800 now.
If you have moderate to severe psoriasis, little things can become your big moment. That's why there's Otezla. Otezla is not a cream. It's a pill that treats plaque psoriasis differently. With Otezla, 75% clearer skin is achievable. Don't use if you're allergic to Otezla. It may cause severe diarrhea, nausea, or vomiting. Otezla is associated with an increased risk of depression. Tell your doctor if you have a history of depression or suicidal thoughts, or if these feelings develop. Some people taking Otezla reported weight loss. Your doctor should monitor your weight and may stop treatment. Upper respiratory tract infection and headache may occur. Tell your doctor about your medicines and if you're pregnant or planning to be. Otezla, show more of you.
Hey, you brought some brats, huh? What if the store took back all the brats you didn't eat at the end of the month the way some wireless companies take back your data?
That would be weird.
TracFone Wireless gives you unlimited carryover data, so if you pay for brats, you get to keep your brats. You also get unlimited talk and text on America's best 4G LTE networks for $20, no contract.
Wow, that's great.
Yeah, hit decline. I don't want to talk to her. Hit me. Get me. This is your wake-up call, people. TracFone Wireless. Now you're in control.
Breaking right now, we have a tornado warning in the state of Virginia. Welcome back to our tropical coverage. We'll get that in just a second, but we want to update you on this tornado warning. This is for Orange County. This rotation being indicated about 10 miles east of the city of Orange. You can see the red box there where the warning is in effect, and we do have a little bit of an appendage on that cell. This is moving pretty slowly to the north and east at only 10 miles per hour. No ground truth on this, but radar is showing some pretty good rotation. So use your best practices for tornado safety. Get to the lowest level of your home. Get away from doors and windows and wait this out. This warning stays in effect until 3 o'clock local time. We also, I might want to mention, have a severe thunderstorm warning for Stafford County, Fredericksburg. This is just to the north of you, and this is tracking right along Interstate 95. So these storms being kicked up along the trough that's actually guiding Isaias. There we go. I knew eventually I'd screw it up too. Jeff Morrow said that same thing earlier. We want to get out to our Paul Goodlow, who is live in Tybee Island, Georgia right now. And Paul, you know, all these things are kind of working together to help guide this. And that trough actually is going to kind of help inject a little bit of energy as this moves into the mid-Atlantic and will help keep it pretty strong as a tropical storm, even though it will be over land for more than 24 hours by the time it gets there.
Yeah, we're going to talk about the impacts of that for sure coming up. Jackie, I quickly want to kind of have Russ pan over and impacts right now. Dangerous rip current. And we still see some people getting into the water. This is the second group of people we saw on the water here. And granted, it looks like most of them are young males. And being a former young male, we do stupid things. But the lifeguard, they're out there. They're patrolling the beaches here. The double red flags mean the water is closed. You can come out here and walk on the beach, sit on the beach all you want, do cartwheels on the beach. Saw that too, but you cannot get in the water. There is a high surf advisory and a dangerous rip current, not only here across the coast of Georgia, but northward through the Carolinas, even the Outer Banks, and then southward. Even in South Florida, yeah, the beaches are open there. So while you get in the water, you want to perhaps swim by a lifeguarded beach there in Florida. Here in Georgia, the beaches are closed here, so stay out of the water. Otherwise, the lifeguards like these guys will whistle them out of the water, remind them that the water is closed because it's just not safe out here. Because remember, if you get in trouble, then they have to go out there and try to get you out of trouble as well. So heed the warnings here. But while we're perhaps dodging Isaias is here, but we still have concerns farther north in South and North Carolina. I know, Jeff, you're talking about more of the preparations they have as the approach of Isaias continues across the Carolina coastline.
All right, thanks very much, Paul. Yeah, we're going to jump a little bit farther north from where you are to coastal North Carolina, and definitely gearing up for Isaias as all of the impacts it could unleash. Stephen Still is the director of New Hanover County Emergency Management, and he's joining us live now from Wilmington with preparation efforts now underway. I would like to thank you, first of all, for joining us today, Mr. Still. What exactly are you going through as far as preparations? I guess you have to be rushing them to completion at this point.
Yeah, we're telling all of our residents to be completing those now while we have a little bit of blue sky and some time to do it before the arrival of these winds. We're telling people to be in their area of safety by 8 p.m. this evening, and we're our EOC is up and running, and we're prepared.
Now, exactly what are you most concerned about at this point? I know you're going to be getting a little bit of everything. Along the coast will be some storm surge, but you'll also be getting some heavy rain and, of course, the wind as well.
Yeah, with each of the forecast updates, we see incremental increases in wind speed, potential for surge, increase in flooding, particularly along our riverine area downtown. So we're hoping that those incremental increases don't become exponential increases, and we can stay with these moderate impacts that we hope that we're going to get.
And, of course, you are no stranger at all there in New Hanover County to tropical systems. There have been many over the years and a few pretty strong ones in recent years. Is that right?
Yeah, unfortunately, we have the experience of numerous tropical events. We're pretty much assured one every year, at least one every year.
And just a real quick question for you. Are there any evacuations at the present time?
Yeah, we do. We have voluntary evacuations in 2 of our beach communities. Those are beach municipalities that are barrier islands, and they're doing it basically to visitors and non-residents, and that's at Riceville Beach and Carolina Beach.
All right. We want to thank you very much, Mr. Stephen Still. He is the New Hanover County Emergency Manager right now. And we're taking a live look there in the Wilmington area, and the skies are darkening. The worst of this tropical storm is still well to your south, but it's going to be moving in this evening, and the worst of it will be overnight tonight. Of course, we'll keep you informed. Keep it right here on the Weather Channel throughout.
My Beneful Superfood Blend has me feeling super healthy with salmon, cranberries. Oh, here comes Superfood Wet with beef and pumpkin. It's like a superfood sundae on a Monday.
Beneful Superfood Blend. Try more of our recipes with no artificial preservatives.
Capillus treats pattern hair loss with proven laser therapy.
Laser therapy is an FDA-cleared treatment for hair loss.
I just put it on when I watch the TV. I got my hair back.
Call 888-307-0136 or visit pickcapillus.com.
Attention everyone on Medicare. New Medicare Advantage plans are now available. Did you know that you may be eligible for additional Medicare-approved benefits that include free eyeglasses, free hearing aids, free meal delivery, free rides to medical appointments, and much more? The Medicare Benefits Hotline is now open. Just call the toll-free number on your screen now to see if you qualify for additional Medicare benefits and make sure you're getting all the benefits you deserve. Just call 800-397-1543 now. In addition to dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drug coverage, you may also qualify for $0 monthly premiums, $0 deductibles, and no copays. Just call the toll-free number on your screen now to see if you're eligible for additional Medicare benefits that may include free eyeglasses, free hearing aids, free meal delivery, free rides to medical appointments, and much more. The call and Medicare benefits review are absolutely free. There's no obligation to enroll. Just call 800-397-1543 to see if you qualify. Did you know that you may be eligible for additional Medicare-approved benefits that include dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drug coverage? All it takes is one fast and easy phone call to see if you qualify for Medicare plans that include $0 monthly premiums, $0 deductibles, and no copays. The Medicare Benefits Hotline is now open. Just call the toll-free number on your screen now to see if you qualify for additional Medicare-approved benefits and make sure you're getting all the benefits you deserve. Just call 800-397-1543 now. Additional benefits may include free eyeglasses, free hearing aids, free meal delivery, free rides to medical appointments, and much more. Don't miss out on all of these additional Medicare benefits. There's no obligation to enroll. The call and Medicare benefits review are absolutely free. Just call 800-397-1543. That's 800-397-1543.
Phil Swift here for Flex Paste, the incredible rubberized paste. Right out of the tub, it clings to the surface, and it instantly fills gaps and holes.
Flex Paste dries to a strong, flexible rubber, perfect for sealing RVs and campers. Use it to help prevent flood damage, stop rodents from getting in your home, or even crafts and hobbies. Get Flex Paste and the Flex Seal family of products at FlexSealProducts.com.
What's the secret to natural bliss? We choose perfect, simple ingredients. Farm fresh milk and cream, pure cane sugar, and Madagascar vanilla.
That's one tasty secret.
Natural bliss. Keep it real, make it simple.
Okay, and slowly.
Okay.
Break.
Oh. Should we leave a note?
No.
Did I pass? Break me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar.
Welcome back to our special coverage as we track Tropical Storm Isaias. You're looking live at Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Myrtle Beach, one of the locations under a hurricane warning. Myrtle Beach will likely be a location very close to landfall and will really take all impacts from this storm, including storm surge, hurricane force wind gusts are likely here, as well as torrential rainfall. So let's show you some more of the impacts that we're expecting across parts of the southeast as landfall is expected later on tonight already. Folks who live there really need to rush any other preparations to completion right now and need to plan on staying put for the rest of the afternoon and into tonight. Official forecast does have it making landfall perhaps between Charleston and Myrtle Beach this evening as a Category 1 hurricane. But keep in mind, even if it stays at 70 miles per hour for those maximum sustained winds, that's just under hurricane strength, and the impacts between a strong tropical storm and a weak Category 1 hurricane are pretty much the same. This will move very quickly across North Carolina, but notice it's going to be to the west of the Outer Banks, so you may still have strong winds and heavy rain here, but inland effects expected, including a tropical storm warning for you into the Raleigh-Durham area. So Charleston expecting 30-plus mile per hour wind gusts the rest of this afternoon. This evening, those winds will be increasing to 40 miles per hour or better. Your rainfall forecast around 1 to 2 inches. And Charleston high tide, by the way, 8:15 tonight. So I am concerned about some water getting in from the ocean into the downtown area. That is something you need to be prepared for as well. I know they've opened up the parking garages so that you can elevate your vehicle and get it out of there. Here's a look at the timing of some of these strongest winds. Charleston, we were talking about the 30 to 35 mile per hour gusts still around 7 o'clock. Georgetown could be seen 50 to 60 mile per hour gusts at 7 o'clock tonight. Myrtle Beach already in the 40 to 50 mile per hour range. As we head towards 9, 10 o'clock, you can see those strong winds, maybe as much as 75 miles per hour here into the Myrtle Beach area. And then we'll watch those winds start to go down a little bit into the overnight hours with some improvements as we head towards sunrise on Tuesday morning. So that's a look at South Carolina. We'll have more local impacts coming up in just a second. But Jeff, I know you've got a guest with you from North Carolina.
That's exactly right, Jackie. And for an idea of ongoing preparations along the Outer Banks of North Carolina, we bring in Congressman Greg Murphy. He joins us live via Skype from Emerald Isle. And first things first, as Tropical Storm Isaias closes in on the Carolinas, what would you say is the biggest issue that your region may face?
Well, I think one of the biggest issues is going to be complacency, just because we've seen some of these storms that turn from hurricanes just into tropical systems, and they don't end up being too much. But with this one, you have to keep your precautions up. We have to really prepare for this and doing all the things that we normally would do. Making sure that you have extra water and those type of things should power go out. So I just don't want folks to let their guard down.
Right. And how is the state as a whole helping out or preparing for the worst? I know that this is just a tropical storm right now, but it could be a minimal hurricane. And there's still, as you know, could be some very serious issues.
We have an excellent emergency management system. In fact, I was on the phone more than an hour ago with Mike Sprayberry, who's our director for emergency services, and they've let the word out, and they've allowed, they're putting out the word to all the certain counties for precautionary measures with guidelines. We were able to get an emergency declaration from the president last night. And so, folks really should understand that we are taking this very, very seriously, and we want to care about the health and safety of all our citizens.
Now, is the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic hampering your efforts in any way? Like if there were any kind of shelters open, I guess that would create a problem as well.
Yeah, it really is, because, we're dealing with one, set of emergencies, which we've dealt with many, many times before, a weather event, but now we have an infectious disease event, and we can't let our safety down on that particular, the health event, while we're trying to respond to the weather event. I will tell you this, unless you really, really need to go to a shelter, please try to stay at home. But if you do, make sure you take your medicines, all those type of things. Plus, make sure you take hand sanitizers and masks if you can. I spoke with the director of all the precautions that they're taking at shelters if people needed to come to them to keep those individuals safe in the middle of this pandemic.
And last but not least, what do you think is the best advice you can give to residents and to visitors who may be there along the Emerald Coast?
Well, I think, this is going to be a weather event. I pray that it is gone by Wednesday, but for the next 36 hours, we have to take this seriously. We have to be prepared, but we have to do that in light of the COVID pandemic. So if you're in a house and you've been together with folks for a while, stay with them unless you really need to. But we don't want individuals staying in hazardous conditions. They are preparing for us in the region. And I think we'll do very well, just in case everybody takes the necessary precautions.
All right. Thank you very much. That's Congressman Greg Murphy joining us from Emerald Isle in North Carolina as they prepare for Isaias. All right, Jackie.
All right, Jeff, well, it's time now for your safe driving tips, and we want to go to the forecast. And one of the concerns, of course, going forward for travelers are going to be the heavy rain along with the gusty winds, and this is going to be affecting the I-95 corridor. There you can see wet conditions along with ponding of water onto the roadways later on tonight as Isaias makes landfall. Certainly don't want to be traveling during that time.
Subaru Safe Driving Guide, brought to you by Subaru. Love, it's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
Life doesn't give you many second chances. But a Subaru can.
You guys okay?
Eyesight with pre-collision braking. Standard on the Subaru Ascent. The 3-row Subaru Ascent. Love. It's what makes a Subaru, a Subaru.
Get 0% APR financing for 63 months on select models during the Subaru A Lot to Love event.
Love. It's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
We asked our customers, what do you like most about Consumer Cellular? Definitely, it's a great value. The great customer service.
There are no contracts.
The price, the plans.
You can get talk, text, and data for just $20 a month from Consumer Cellular.
You can have more data, you can have less data, you can have more minutes, you can have less minutes.
It's flexible, and it fits my lifestyle.
I can change my plan whenever I want to.
Our flexible plans save you money. The average customer pays less than $25 a month for everything they need.
By moving to Consumer Cellular, my cost is 50% less than it was.
Consumer Cellular provides the same reliable nationwide coverage as bigger carriers for less. And AARP members get exclusive discounts.
Customer service is just excellent.
Consumer Cellular has received the J.D. Power Award for highest customer service again.
Consumer Cellular fits me perfectly.
Switch today and start saving. Call 1-800-485-8390. Go to consumercellular.com or visit a Target store today.
Are you losing your hair? Capillus treats pattern hair loss with proven laser therapy.
Laser therapy is an FDA-cleared treatment for hair loss. What laser therapy does, it reboots that blood supply. It reestablishes blood flow, oxygenation. It's a very effective treatment for hair loss.
Using the cap is very simple. I sit pretty much right here, watch TV, and I have it on.
Call 888-307-0135 or visit usecapillus.com to save.
Do you know why I love Coffee Mate? Well, it's triple churn and 2 times richer than milk for one perfect cup of coffee. Think I love Coffee Mate too much? No, impossible.
Coffee Mate. Coffee's perfect mate.
Real people are realizing there's a better way to mobile.
My carrier probably has a lot of fees I don't even know are there. Basic phone line access, federal universal service charge, I don't even know what that is. Why am I paying these fees?
At Spectrum Mobile, there are no added taxes and fees. What you see is what you pay. $45 a line with our unlimited data plan or $14 a gig with our Buy the Gig plan.
The calculator said that we would save $600 a year. We've actually saved $612 in half a year.
With Spectrum Mobile, I'm saving over $350 a year.
$650 a year.
It's true. Most customers who use our calculator find they could save hundreds every year. Don't wait. Find your savings at SpectrumMobile.com or call 844-258-8115 and get it all with free nationwide talk and text and no contracts.
I'm ready to switch.
Get more for less with our unlimited data plan for $45 a line or our Buy the Gig plan for $14 a gig. Plus, get the flexibility to mix and match plans. Visit a Spectrum store. Go to SpectrumMobile.com or call 844-258-8115.
Almost cloud-free at this point.
Plus, it's not cold at all.
We're drying out and even warming up.
We love it that way.
Better days start with the Weather Channel.
A tropical storm warning is in effect. Currently in our area, 90 degrees under fair skies. This afternoon, sun and clouds mixed. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. High 90. Tonight, thunderstorms. Low 76. Chance of rain 80%. Tuesday, windy with showers and thunderstorms likely. High 81. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back to Weather Center Live. I'm meteorologist Paul Godot, live in Tybee Island, Georgia, where we are very grateful that it looks like the worst of Tropical Storm Isaias has already passed us by and definitely is still buffeting us with strong winds, but the heavy rain has pretty much ended in terms of consistent heavy rain. Showers not out of the forecast as well. Right now, the beaches are closed in terms of people in the water, but as we kind of pan over towards my left, or I guess screen left to right, you can see plenty of people on the beach, which is fine. Just stay out of the water. Double red flags are flying here. But as you keep kind of panning on towards the south, we're seeing the back edge of the cloud structure with Isaias, meaning we got some blue sky peeking through, which is just what perhaps vacation goers and residents really want to see, is a slow clearing of the skies and return to, well, this is the normal summer. It's not a return to the COVID summer of 2020. Where going to the beach is one of the things you can do and be socially distant. And we hope that a pleasant day after Isaias will be coming to our friends a little farther north. Let's talk about the timing of this, because the weather is not quite over with the low country of South Carolina into North Carolina as well. The timing for Charleston, South Carolina, a lovely city to visit outside of when you have a hurricane or tropical storm threat. And we expect the gusty winds to continue to increase as we head on towards this afternoon. And then tonight we'll have the closest approach and pass by, perhaps even landfall just around or north or near the Charleston area of Tropical Storm Isaias. Here's the timing of this. Heavy rain is also an ongoing concern there. You'll see many hours of that rain coming on through, and maybe a total of 1 to 2 inches there. We're not quite done. The rain moves farther inland. It also moves into the state of North Carolina as well. Wilmington, we too could be perhaps on just the east side of that center making landfall. So even more impactful weather happening there into Wilmington and Wrightsville Beach as we head overnight tonight into early Tuesday morning. So as you try to sleep tonight, we could have some of the worst weather pounding parts of South Carolina and North Carolina, and also a lot of heavy rain to come well inland, and that's always a danger there across the Piedmont in North Carolina. Jackie?
Yeah, Paul, always scary and more dangerous at nighttime when people can't see, and it's going to be a tough night for folks to get any sleep whatsoever. So, Paul, you were just talking about how you're seeing a little bit of clearing there, and we're seeing that on the satellite imagery right now as well. So let's go ahead and show you the area that we're talking about. Right in there, underneath the N in Savannah on our graphic is where Tybee Island is, and you can see that sharp contrast between some of the cloud cover and then just kind of scattered clouds back behind that. So you will see improving conditions, certainly in terms of the sky cover. But look at this big burst right over here towards Charleston. Conditions are going downhill here now already, and some of the strongest winds that have been holding offshore the entire storm up to this point are now beginning to work their way on land. And you can be prepared to start to see those winds be, tropical storm force easy, 40, 50 plus mile per hour wind gusts are going to start bearing down into some of the coastal areas. Maximum winds still 70 miles per hour. We've seen some fluctuations in the thunderstorm flare-ups today, and we are watching those inching their way towards the coast now. So here's a look at the radar. Notice all the lightning too, by the way. A lot of that has been offshore, but now we're starting to see that sneak up just to the north of the Charleston area. I want to take you in here to Folly Beach. Here's Charleston, and Folly Beach has already recorded a 46 mile per hour wind gust. That was at the pier about an hour ago. But now as this banding begins to push in between Folly Beach and Charleston, you can expect to see some wind gusts here as much as 50 miles per hour. So you do not want to be out any longer into the Folly Beach area, into the Charleston area as that continues to push on in. Our storm is moving quickly, and we are expecting landfall later on tonight. In fact, this could happen 8, 9, 10, 11 o'clock tonight, depending if it takes a little bit more of that inside track or if just kind of sneaks on the outside of that track. But not a lot of wiggle room left with this, but still the chance that this could become a hurricane before landfall. Not a huge difference between a Category 1 and a very strong tropical storm. Our impacts ultimately will end up being the same, and you're really going to be taking it on the chin right in this area of South Carolina, North Carolina, where the state lines come together. You're going to have it all, especially at the coast, with that surge, with the strong winds. Flash flooding ultimately will likely be a concern. We're going to have more on the flash flood risk and time it out for some of your cities in just a second. But Jeff, we've got an invest out in the Atlantic as well. It just keeps on rolling.
Yeah, of course we do. I mean, what else would we have here in 2020 in this very active tropical season? Invest 94L. This would be the 11th tropical depression if it were to form, and 9 of those have gone on to become named systems like Isaias. That's Isaias over here by the coast. This is the new Invest 94L, and the Hurricane Center gives it about a 60% chance of developing here over the next 5 days or so. If it does so, it would be in this zone well off the east coast, but not that far away from Bermuda. Nothing to worry about right now. It looks like it may stall out here, but we'll keep an eye on it throughout the rest of the week.
This summer, we've all got miles to make up. Miles to the job site, to the campsite, and anything else we set our sights on. Miles back to those who can make this summer mean more than ever. We can help you get the most out of those miles during the Ram Summer Clearance Event.
Right now, get 0% financing for 72 months on the 2020 Ram 1500. Go to ram.com to shop and buy today.
Attention, anyone on Medicare. Did you know you may now be eligible for additional Medicare-approved benefits?
I'm on Medicare. What kind of additional benefits could I be eligible for?
You may now be eligible for additional Medicare-approved benefits, including dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drugs. Just call 800-665-3608 now to find out if you're eligible for a Medicare Advantage plan that includes additional benefits like free hearing aids, free eyeglasses, free meal delivery, and expanded at-home telehealth visits.
Can I really get extra benefits for little to no additional costs?
You may also be eligible for $0 monthly premiums, $0 deductibles, or no copays. Just call the toll-free number on your screen now to see if you qualify for additional benefits. There is no obligation to enroll. The call and Medicare benefits review are absolutely free.
I'm at home mostly now. What benefits can I get here at my home?
You may also be eligible for additional benefits with a Medicare Advantage plan that includes additional benefits like home prescription delivery and expanded at-home telehealth visits. You don't get these benefits automatically, so call now to see if you're eligible. Just call 800-665-3608 now to find out if you're eligible for a Medicare Advantage plan that includes additional benefits like free hearing aids, free eyeglasses, free meal delivery, and free rides to medical appointments. You may also be eligible for $0 monthly premiums, $0 deductibles, or no copays. Just call the toll-free number on your screen now to see if you qualify for additional benefits, including dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drugs. There is no obligation to enroll. The call and Medicare benefits review are absolutely free. Just call 800-665-3608. 800-665-3608.
Ever wonder where the capital A in Chick-fil-A came from? It started with grade A, top quality chicken. But we believed everything, not just the food, should be grade A.
A is for above and beyond.
An extra level of care.
A game.
From caring for our guests and our community to cleanliness and safe service with a My Pleasure. A is for all the little things we do to bring you our best every day.
A little funky dance.
And that too.
Book 2 separate qualifying stays and earn a free night. The open road is open again, and wherever you're headed, Choice Hotels is there. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
Yeah. All straight, we ain't stopping, believe me. Go straight till the morning, no lie, we won't wait. And we're taking everything we want, and we can do it all straight. All straight.
We know how to plan, prepare, and respond when it's over. Nothing about that has changed. But this time, we're going to have to do it with a mask on.
All eyes on the Carolina coast as they prepare for tropical storm Isaias. In North Carolina, a state of emergency has been issued as state and local response teams prepare to combat the storm and COVID-19. Right now, stormy skies over Wilmington ahead of Isaias, expected to make landfall later on tonight.
And currently, Isaias is spinning off the Georgia coast. We're taking a live look here at St. Simon's Island, where the storm has been bringing some stormy skies and gusty winds the entire Georgia coast. Of course, dealing with some of these conditions as we head through the day, but should be improving, including right here in Tybee Island, where our own Paul Goodlow has been stationed. And Paul, still seeing some breaks in those clouds as you're out on the beach?
Seeing a lot of breaks out here, Jeff. Seeing some blue sky behind the camera, to the left of the camera, even behind me. More blue sky, which is great news. We're seeing more and more people out here enjoying the beach. But you got to stay out of the water. There's still lifeguards patrolling on their ATVs up and down the beach. Lifeguard stands are closed and shut down. But the winds are still kicking up. And pretty angry surf. A high surf advisory still in effect here. And we're still under a tropical storm warning along the coast of Georgia. And by the way, that tropical storm warning extends more than 1,000 miles north, all the way up towards the North Carolina coastline. So we're going to kind of share the wealth with all the impacts with Tropical Storm Isaias up and down the eastern seaboard. Been quite some time since we had a warning that long. In fact, you see the lifeguards here. They're making sure that people might get their feet wet, but once you go in deeper than perhaps knee deep, you got some issues. I even see some jet skiers out there. Don't know whether you can see that off the end of the pier there, but they're definitely enjoying some of the big waves out there, and the waves are choppy for sure. And there's also a dangerous rip current risk. And here's the thing, even though the sun is coming out and the wind might be dying down somewhat tomorrow, we'll have an ongoing rip current danger here well into tomorrow, maybe even linger into Wednesday as well. And it's not just here in Georgia, it goes down towards Florida as well. So just a heads up, if you are vacationing and not familiar with this area, rip current danger will be sky high. It's all because of Isaias, even after it makes landfall.
Yeah.
Jackie?
That's going to be all up the coast, too. I don't know if you know the tide cycles are not there, Paul. It looks like it might be at low tide, and rip currents are always strongest and more prevalent during low tide. All right, let's get you caught up with the latest on Isaias. It is a very strong tropical storm, packing maximum winds around 70 miles per hour. So it is just shy of hurricane status. Has to have 74 mile per hour maximum sustained winds to be called a hurricane. So we're 4 miles difference. That's it, meaning the impacts aren't going to be very different, whether we call this a tropical storm or if we call this a hurricane. Either way, it does have threats with it that could be life-threatening, so you do need to take the storm really seriously. It's not a very healthy looking tropical cyclone. However, you can see a lot of the energy is all up here onto the north side of the system, and all throughout its path as it paralleled the coast with Florida, the worst of those impacts stay offshore. However, that's changing now as this moves towards South Carolina. All right, breaking right now, we have a press conference underway with Governor Roy Cooper of North Carolina. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us. We'd like to share the latest updates on Isaias as it continues to approach North Carolina. As the storm closes in, we expect it to increase in intensity. There's a potential for dangerous hurricane-force winds as it makes its way toward landfall later tonight. That means we must be on high alert. This storm will bring dangerous weather conditions to much of our state overnight. Heavy rains, flash floods, and storm surge can quickly inundate low-lying areas. Stay inside during the heavy winds and watch for tornadoes. Hurricane warnings have been issued in 3 North Carolina counties: Pender, Brunswick, and New Hanover. Tropical storm warnings and watches have been issued for much of eastern and central North Carolina. Pay attention to these warnings and secure your home and belongings. Have a way to stay informed, particularly since the storm will sweep through at night. As we've cautioned before, the status or category of a storm can be misleading. Whether it's labeled a tropical storm or a hurricane, you should take this storm seriously and make sure your family is ready. And that means taking care of your pets too. This storm threatens our coastline with storm surge and damaging winds, but the inland areas are also at risk. Be prepared for a lot of rain, as much as 7 inches in some places. The rain combined with high winds can lead to flooding, down trees, and down power lines. And make sure you're ready with supplies, flashlights, and things in case you lose power. And remember, never drive through flooded roads. As little as 18 inches can sweep a car away. We've lost too many lives after these storms because of people trying to drive through water. We have deployed water rescue, transportation, and emergency workers to the eastern part of the state. I've talked with the United States Coast Guard leadership, and they are standing by to help, along with our North Carolina National Guard. Healthcare workers are preparing to assist at a medical shelter if it's needed. Swift water rescue teams, high water vehicles, and helicopters are standing by and have been strategically positioned. State and local officials continue to be on the ready, and Director Sprayberry will discuss more of those preparations. Listen to local officials and follow any evacuation orders that you get when they're issued. If you're told to evacuate, the most important thing to do is get out of the danger zone. First, plan to stay with family or friends. And if that doesn't work, a hotel is the next option if you can afford it. But no, shelters will be available for those who need them. Visit your county government website or call 211 for instructions on sheltering options. Shelters will screen people for coronavirus symptoms. If someone has COVID-19 or shows symptoms, they'll be directed to a sheltering option for isolation or medical attention. Shelters will have PPE and will honor social distancing. Now, I know that North Carolinians have had to dig deep in recent months to tap into our strength and resilience during the pandemic, and that hasn't been easy. But with this storm on the way, we have to dig a little deeper. Let's keep each other safe from the wind and water, as well as from the virus. As this storm arrives in just a few hours, remember the power that comes from helping one another. We're all better off when we work together. I'd like to ask our Director of Emergency Management, Mike Sprayberry, to share an update with us. Mike?
Thank you, Governor, and thank you for your leadership. Today is 147 of the COVID-19 response at the State Emergency Operations Center.
All right, that was Governor Roy Cooper of North Carolina giving us an update on how his state is handling the potential impacts there from Isaias. But let's go back out to Paul Goodloe. He's down at Tybee Island, Georgia. And Paul, looks like they're gearing up for the tropical storm, i.e. maybe hurricane, minimal hurricane. But things are improving as where you are.
Yeah, the wind is still gusty, Jeff. Even feeling sand kind of blast my legs here. But as you look above me, we're starting to see the clouds lighten up a bit, a little blue sky as well. So while the major impacts of Isaias might be done here on the beach, the winds will continue and things looking better farther inland here in Georgia. But there's other states in the crosshairs for this. Let's go back down to Miami and bring in Hurricane Director of the National Hurricane Center, Ken Graham. And thanks for joining us again this afternoon. Let's talk about this. Landfall right now is somewhere around that North Carolina, South Carolina border, but the timing of this is crucial. We're talking overnight as people try to go to bed tonight, and they could be in harm's way with the direct landfall of maybe a strong tropical storm or a Category 1 hurricane.
Yeah, Paul, it's a dangerous time when you start getting a landfall at nighttime. You know, just looking at the radar, you can see some of these tropical showers have already moved up to North Carolina and Virginia. So those core rains around that center, that's going to be coming on shore, you know, overnight. And what a dangerous situation when you start getting that flooding and you just can't see the road. So once this starts happening, and the tropical storm force winds, they're probably making their way onshore as we speak into South Carolina. So the winds, the water, very dangerous at night. Just better to be at home. That's the safest way to be.
And moving forward, Isaias is kind of becoming a different animal because it's not just going to be perhaps the light rain that some areas got in Florida or maybe an inch or so. We're going to see a different dynamic kind of set up with the rainfall, and that could be the long-lasting impact not only from the Carolinas but all the way up towards parts of New England with this system.
Absolutely, and this is a dangerous situation with the rainfall because, you know, you have that interaction, you know, with that trough and just getting that rain. Even though the system's moving at a pretty good pace, at the same time, right around the core, you can almost follow the track along that main area of the rainfall. Along the track and just to the right, you get 4 to 6 inches of rain. Some places getting 8 inches of rain. Those rain bands, that rain comes down quick. It can pond the water on the roads really quickly. That becomes so dangerous. We always say, turn around, don't drown. You just don't know what's on that road, and the water's washed out the road. So rain, and the other factor, Paul, that rain plus the tropical storm force winds, trees could fall. You could get some power outages. Just a dangerous situation over the next few days.
And people at the coast kind of familiar with tropical storms and hurricanes. And what about people living, say, in the D.C. area, Philadelphia, even New York City, and parts of perhaps central Massachusetts, New Hampshire? What should they be doing right now in preparation for the dangers that Isaias is bringing towards that area?
Yeah, I think preparation needs to be completed today because if you think about the timing here, by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, we'll have the center over Virginia, which we were talking about at the beginning, those tropical storm force winds extending out ahead of it. So those winds will be arriving Tuesday morning into Tuesday evening all the way through New England. So you got to prepare for the wind. You got to prepare for the rainfall. Get anything that could blow around inside. That type of thing could really help out. But you got to get ready. You got to be safe. A lot of wind, a lot of rain. That's a bad combination when it comes to trees and power outages. Preparation's everything, and having a plan, I think, needs to definitely be wrapped up today.
And last question, Director Graham, is hurricane right now is the forecast, but even a still tropical storm is going to bring some major impacts on that large swath of perhaps over 45 million Americans in the path of impacts from Isaias.
No, absolutely. And Paul, we get the question all the time, is it a tropical storm? Is it a hurricane? And we've said it so much today. And, you know, the difference between that tropical storm and a hurricane is 1 mile an hour. So either way, the impacts are still going to be the same. That's a huge swath of heavy rain and tropical storm force winds. And remember, the gusts are higher. You could get hurricane force winds, gusts in some of these areas. That could be damaging.
Great information. Thank you for your time and everything that you and the men and women of the National Hurricane Center do there. It's Director Ken Graham of the National Hurricane Center. And Jackie, as the Director Graham just mentioned, again, 1 mile per hour doesn't mean a thing really in terms of impacts. It's all about the impacts we have to worry about as we're expecting landfall, even overnight. In the Carolinas, a very vulnerable time for millions of Americans. Jackie?
Yeah, those conditions are going downhill, as we were just hearing from Ken Graham there, that he was saying those tropical storm force winds are likely arriving on the South Carolina coast, and we are estimating, at least on our radar, that those gusts are somewhere between about 50 and 55 miles per hour. So here we go. You know, folks need to plan to ride this out and begin to stay in place now as conditions continue to deteriorate. Got some video that we want to share with you out of Durham in North Carolina, and this is well ahead of what you can expect from Tropical Storm Isaias. Look at the heavy rain that came down earlier. That was leading to some ponding of water, and you can hear the rush of the water as well. You know, it's not great news to see standing water like this developing before the worst of the storm comes in with some really heavy rainfall rates. So that's one of the things that we really have to keep an eye on for urban flooding, as well as some of the rivers, creeks, and streams that may be flooding even for days that could go beyond after the storm makes landfall. Now, right now, what's happening in the Carolinas, this is the main area that I'm concerned about, right in here for the heavy rain and the flash flooding. This line has been kind of parked there pretty much all day long, bringing the heavy rainfall and some training of thunderstorms. If you look at the flow of this coming in from our tropical storm, at the same time, we have that upper trough back here. So the whole area in between is sort of getting the squeeze play on it, and it's an area of convergence, which then causes lift into the atmosphere, and that's why we've got those showers and thunderstorms that have developed there that just aren't going to be moving anywhere anytime soon. Now, as storms make landfall, we tend to get the heaviest of rain within the path of the storm and just to the right of the storm. We also tend to get a few tornadoes begin to develop because of the friction with the land and the vorticity with the tropical storm. So we do have Torcon numbers here from just south of Myrtle Beach, stretching up towards about Norfolk until through tonight even, because I think, landfall may not happen until 7, 8, 9, 10 o'clock for tonight. In addition to that, those strong winds will push the water up against the coastal areas, and that's a storm surge, which could be as much as 2 to 4 feet, not just into the Outer Banks, but also on the Sound side as well. Jeff?
All right, thanks, Jackie. And let's go ahead and take a little bit of a deeper look at storm surge and what enhances it or maybe makes it not so much of a problem. It can be the shape of the coastline, believe it or not, whereas the Outer Banks are what we call a convex coastline. Now, I'm kind of excluding here Albemarle and Pamlico Sounds, which are very shallow and they're kind of like bathtub water. They can slosh back and forth. But along the immediate coast, perhaps the shape of the Outer Banks might help with surge a little bit although there's plenty of overwash there, and a concave area, some like down in the Big Bend of Florida, could also enhance it, as well as, of course, the wave height and, of course, the winds as well.
And Doug. You know, Limu, after all these years, it's the ones that got away that haunt me the most. Because you're not like everybody else. That's why Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance. So you only pay for what you need. What? Oh, I said. Oh, this is my floor. No! Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Attention everyone on Medicare. New Medicare Advantage plans are now available. Did you know that you may be eligible for additional Medicare-approved benefits that include free eyeglasses, free hearing aids, free meal delivery, free rides to medical appointments, and much more? The Medicare Benefits Hotline is now open. Just call the toll-free number on your screen now to see if you qualify for additional Medicare benefits and make sure you're getting all the benefits you deserve. Just call 800-397-1543 now. In addition to dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drug coverage, you may also qualify for $0 monthly premiums, $0 deductibles, and no copays. Just call the toll-free number on your screen now to see if you're eligible for additional Medicare benefits that may include free eyeglasses, free hearing aids, free meal delivery, free rides to medical appointments, and much more. The call and Medicare benefits review are absolutely free. There's no obligation to enroll. Just call 800-397-1543 to see if you qualify. Did you know that you may be eligible for additional Medicare-approved benefits that include dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drug coverage? All it takes is one fast and easy phone call to see if you qualify for Medicare plans that include $0 monthly premiums, $0 deductibles, and no copays. The Medicare Benefits Hotline is now open. Just call the toll-free number on your screen now to see if you qualify for additional Medicare-approved benefits and make sure you're getting all the benefits you deserve. Just call 800-397-1543 now. Additional benefits may include free eyeglasses, free hearing aids, free meal delivery, free rides to medical appointments, and much more. Don't miss out on all of these additional Medicare benefits. There's no obligation to enroll. The call and Medicare benefits review are absolutely free. Just call 800-397-1543. That's 800-397-1543.
Jack was one of 6 million pets in animal shelters in need of a home. He found it in a boy with special needs who also needed him. As part of our love promise, Subaru and our retailers host adoption events and have donated $28 million to support local animal shelters. We're proud to have helped over 230,000 pets so far, changing the lives of dogs like Jack and the families who adopt them. Subaru, more than a car company.
Hello, I'm William Shatner, and you may not know this about me, but years ago, I was diagnosed with a sleep disorder. And like millions of others, I was prescribed sleep equipment. Did you know sleep equipment manufacturers recommend daily cleaning? That's why I use SoClean. SoClean is fast and easy. It keeps my sleep equipment fresh every day without the need for disassembly.
With SoClean, daily maintenance is a snap. All you do is place your equipment in, close the lid, and walk away. That's it. You can try SoClean risk-free for 30 nights. Even shipping is free.
SoClean is so fast and gives you peace of mind that your sleep equipment is fresh each time you use it.
Call 1-800-671-8936 or go to SoClean.com to take advantage of this risk-free trial. Call 1-800-671-8936 now. So fast, so easy, so clean.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat. We are live on the ground.
Right now it's coming down.
The Weather Channel.
A tropical storm warning is in effect. Currently in our area, 91 degrees under fair skies. Tonight, scattered showers or thunderstorms. Low 76. Chance of rain 60%. Tuesday, windy with thunderstorms. High 81. Tuesday night, partly cloudy and windy. Low 73. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back to Weather Center Live. You're taking a look at Holden, North Carolina, which is about halfway between Myrtle Beach and Wrightsville Beach on the Atlantic coastline there in North Carolina. Of the surf coming in here, this video shot moments ago. This area also under a tropical storm warning, and potential hurricane could be making landfall as we head into tonight. So big concerns. In fact, there's portions of this coastline also under a hurricane warning. I do believe Holden is in that area as well, not to mention a high surf advisory, rip current danger. Lots of dangers here lurking offshore and coming onshore as we head on throughout the rest of this evening and overnight here across the eastern seaboard. Welcome back. I'm meteorologist Paul Gibbs live on Tybee Island, North Georgia. You might notice the sand blowing here because even though the rain has ended, we're still feeling very strong gusty winds, sustained winds about 15 to 25 miles per hour, gusting 25 to 35, and that's whipping the sand because the rain is no longer kind of patting it down, and my ankle is getting sandblasted right now. Water is closed. They got the double red flags flying. The lifeguards are patrolling in their ATVs. We've seen at least 2 groups of people whistled out of the water because it's just too dangerous. Again, the surf is angry and the rip current danger is sky high. Will stay high as we head over the next several days. But while the rain has pulled away from Tybee Island, even Savannah, we're still seeing the rain approaching the low country of South Carolina, from Charleston up towards Myrtle Beach and then on towards the North Carolina coastline as we head deeper into this afternoon and into tonight. And the impacts, the weather impacts, increase across that North Carolina, South Carolina border region well after midnight as we expect landfall. Again, we have team coverage up and down the Carolinas as well as moving into the Northeast as in the Mid-Atlantic as the system, Isaias, whether it's a tropical storm or a hurricane, is moving in that direction. So now is the time to prepare because Isaias has a lot more impacts as it continues to move onshore later on this evening. Jackie?
Yeah, Paul, you're showing some great shots off to the side there. Charles Peak Stream from Folly Beach. Can I ask if we can pull that up and take a look at it? So, Paul, these bands are well up to your north right now, and that's where we're getting some of the strongest of wind gusts. You can see the rain is really coming down now, and winds are intensifying. We've got a report now from Folly Beach Pier, and just keep in mind that that's elevated. It's up about 35 feet or so, so these winds are going to be a little bit stronger than what you would experience at the surface, but we're seeing some sustained winds there now at 44 miles per hour and some gusts that are reaching 52 miles per hour. So evidence that those tropical storm winds are arriving into the coastal areas, and Folly Beach probably taking it worse than anybody else right now on the coast there into South Carolina. So we're closing in on that window now of when landfall is going to be occurring. So we're talking about later on tonight, likely into the evening hours. Our forecast cone will show you the timing of all of this, and landfall will likely be somewhere between Charleston and Myrtle Beach. So, you know, there's still a little bit of room for uncertainty, for error to kind of track one side or the other of that cone, but generally moving in south of Myrtle Beach later on this evening as possibly a Category 1 hurricane. And then it's going to spend all night moving across North Carolina and accelerating up towards the north and to the east. So once the sun goes down, you can't see what's going on. No traveling advised whatsoever because all of these impacts certainly are going to be there. Now, Charleston, in terms of the rainfall, if it does indeed make landfall up towards your north, you're going to be doing better off in terms of rainfall amounts, only around an inch or two. But high tide is coming in with some of the stronger winds. So, Charleston, I'm going to be worried about that for you at that 8:15 high tide tonight. Myrtle Beach, the latest rainfall numbers looking somewhere between about 3, 4, perhaps as much as 5 inches of rainfall. And let's talk about the timing of some of these winds. So, Edisto Island looking for wind gusts between 35 and 40 miles per hour. Charleston, the same. So I think that's some of those bands that we're talking about happening right now that the models are beginning to pick up on. Notice those wind speeds increase up here towards Georgetown at 40 to 50 miles per hour. This is at 7 o'clock for tonight. And even inland in Orangeburg, you could get some gusts around 25 miles per hour or so. Myrtle Beach really begins to ramp up 8, 9, 10 o'clock for tonight, and we certainly would not rule out at least hurricane force wind gusts. By early tomorrow morning, as that sun comes up, the winds will start to die down and improve conditions across South Carolina. But it's not just the southeast. This is going to keep going into the mid-Atlantic and northeast, Jeff.
That's right, Jackie. And quickly at that, let's take a look at the city of Brotherly Love. They are on alert for tropical storm conditions. Doesn't look like it right now, but you'll be getting it as we head through the day tomorrow, including some very heavy rain. So let's look at that timing. Again, by tomorrow morning, as you heard earlier from the director of the Hurricane Center, it's going to be impacting southern Virginia by tomorrow morning and then rapidly racing on up through Philadelphia, New York by the evening. We could still have 50 to 60 mile an hour winds up around the Capital District in Albany. Let's head you a little bit farther south. This is down toward the Philadelphia area. And 3 to 4 inches of rain. Now, you're probably going to get a couple of bands. First, one band of heavier showers, maybe a few thunderstorms, then maybe a little bit of a break. Then as we head through the day tomorrow, here it comes. This is by noon, pushing on through with some locally heavy downpours as we head through the afternoon. Not too much in the way to worry about as wind goes tonight, but tomorrow the winds really start to ramp up.
Daddy, what What's that big moving house thing?
It's a motorhome, Junior. Modern invention.
Modern invention? We carried our homes with us since, like, forever.
Yeah, but humans have Geico to protect them. Something goes wrong, they're covered. What do we have?
What could go wrong? Ooh, a feather.
A feather. Duck, Junior!
That's no duck, Daddy. That's a vulture.
Geico for RVs. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Attention Medicare recipients. Medicare has expanded benefits to help you during these uncertain times. Coverage may now include many benefits to help you while at home. To find out what new Medicare Advantage benefits you can get in your area code, call the Medicare Coverage Helpline now.
Hi, Joe Namath here. In Lakeview, I'm at home staying safe. There are new benefits to help you while at home. Telehealth, in-home aids, home-delivered meals, and so many more. But you don't get them automatically. You need to enroll. The easiest way to enroll is to call the Medicare Coverage Helpline now.
Get what you're entitled to. Coverage may now also include dental, home-delivered prescriptions, no deductibles, and no copays. Don't delay. Call to see if the new benefits are available in your area.
Call now. It's free.
Call 1-800-346-4800. That's 1-800-346-4800 now.
Stay tuned to get this luxurious designer pan free from Gotham Steel. That's right, free. Tired of your pan that scratches and sticks? It's so old and worn, you're afraid to cook in it. Well, it's time to upgrade.
Introducing the Hammered Collection from Gotham Steel, one of America's best-selling cookware brands. Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with my new copper-style designer pan that's guaranteed to beautify your kitchen like never before.
Gosh, what I love most about this design is this hammered copper look. It would just look so fantastic hanging in my kitchen.
Wow, this is a beautiful pan. It looks great. Look at those eggs dancing around in there. I tell you, I'm sold. Where do I get these? I love them.
I don't want just the frying pan. I want the whole set.
Eggs stick to other pans, but with mine they slide right out. And look, it still has the super durable ultra non-stick surface. Plus the new Cool Touch solid cast handle makes it safe and easy to cook even the hottest dishes. It's oven safe up to 500 degrees, so bake this beautiful chicken pot pie and serve it straight from the pan. Or warm apple pie just like Grandma used to make. Any recipe looks great in this pan, and then it wipes clean with ease. Plus metal won't scratch it, so beat fluffy egg whites right in the pan for a gourmet souffle that slips right out and a pan that looks just like new.
My wife will go crazy for this pan.
I can't believe how beautiful this pan is.
Similar hammered pans sell for almost $100, but today it's an incredibly low $29.99, and we'll even ship it to you free. It's dishwasher safe and PFOA free. But wait, call right now and you can get a matching single-serve egg pan absolutely free. It's perfect for making personalized eggs and delicious breakfast sandwiches in a flash. So upgrade your cookware today and get it all with free shipping. Call or click now.
To order, call 1-800-916-7953. That's 1-800-916-7953, or order online at gothamhammered.com. That's 1-800-916-7953. Call now.
On the road again. Book 2 separate qualifying stays and earn a free night. The open road is open again, and wherever you're headed, Choice Hotels is there. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
All right, breaking right now, we've got a new tornado warning that was just issued. This is to the south of Washington, D.C., into the metro area, including you in King George County, including the city of Dahlgren. Seeing some rotation on Doppler radar near King George itself. This warning in effect until 3:45. So radar is indicating some rotation. You can kind of see a little break in this line of thunderstorms. And also notice that we do have severe thunderstorm warnings all spread out across, and within that line we have the embedded rotation. So this line, if it holds together, this is going to be moving up towards the Washington, D.C. metro area. So just a heads up, D.C., that this is headed your way and tracking along I-95, and not going to be good travel weather here whatsoever. So again, a tornado warning in effect for King George County, that until 3:45 local time. We want to get back to our tropical coverage right now, the latest on Isaias, which remains a very strong tropical storm. Paul, it's starting to pull up to the north of you, but you still have that northerly flow. I can kind of see your shirt flapping a little bit. How are conditions in Tybee?
They're actually improving if you like sunshine. We're seeing more and more sunshine, more blue sky overhead, and more people out here enjoying the beach. And most are trying to be socially distant. And this area is one place you can go during this summer of COVID-19 and deal with some type of social distancing and some type of a semblance of a normal summer vacation here. The water, though, is closed. Every now and then we'll see people get in the water. We have the lifeguards up and down their ATVs whistling and blowing people out of the water because it is too dangerous. Rip current risk is sky high. The water is closed, but the beach, the sand is open. So whether you want to come out here and sit or picnic or perhaps even walk or jog, yeah, do that. But stay out of the water. Lifeguard stands are closed, but the lifeguards are trying to make their job easier because guess what? If you get in trouble, they've got to go out there and save you and put their lives at risk. So the rip current danger is high. There is a high surf advisory still, even though Isaias and all the impacts are going to be a lot more intense up to South Carolina and North Carolina. We're still going to have the gusty winds for the rest of today, and the surf will stay with us through tomorrow, perhaps even into Wednesday. So there's still a concern in the water. But right now, that whipping wind from the north is going right along the entire beach and is blowing the sand. Early we had times some heavy rain that came through. Kind of kept the sand down from blowing, but the more sunshine we see, the more drying and the more sand blowing in these winds, which could be interrupting perhaps your picnic. But we even see some lifeguards and ATVs about to come under the pier here, but they are definitely trying to keep people out of the water because the impacts from Isaias are still lingering, even though you might think, oh, it's all over. Not quite here in Georgia, but be prepared for dangerous surf for much of the middle of this week. I know, Jeff, you're tracking more of the impacts and what we're watching with Isaias as it continues to approach the Carolinas today.
All right, that's right, Paul. Now time for an update on the latest that we know about Isaias at this half hour. In North Carolina, Brunswick County has opened 2 storm shelters with COVID-19 precautions in effect. The Virginia National Guard is mobilizing 40 personnel to the coast for storm response. And way up north in New York City, pre-stage crews have been deployed to the southeastern portions of the state. Jackie?
All right, let's get the latest on Isaias, which remains still a strong tropical storm, Jeff, and closing in some 70-odd miles, I think, now away from the coastline of where it may be making landfall later on for tonight. So winds are just shy of hurricane status, and it may very well just get to hurricane strength before making landfall. We have seen a little bit of a blow-up right in here of our convection or our storm tops getting stronger. So we'll have to wait and see what the hurricane hunters, if they go in there or if any of the buoys can verify some stronger winds than 70, but that's what we've got right now. This was the latest advisory as of 2 o'clock Eastern time for the location, about 115 miles south of Charleston, but of course it's moving north at around 13 miles per hour, and do the math. So we're within 100 miles or less now of it getting towards the coast. This is going to be moving pretty quickly, and that's one of the good things about this system is that we don't think this is going to make landfall and stall out and rain for days and days. It's going to keep moving, but that said, still flash flooding will ultimately likely affect the most people overall out of this storm. We're expecting this to continue to track up to the north and east and rake its way all the way up the eastern seaboard. So a couple of points that we really want you to know right now, and that's that it is forecast to re-strengthen as a hurricane before landfall, but there's not a ton of difference between a strong tropical storm and a low-end Category 1 hurricane. Life-threatening storm surge can be expected along the immediate coastal areas of South Carolina and North Carolina, and then heavy rainfall will produce life-threatening flash flooding from the Carolinas all the way into parts of the Northeast. We want to get you back out to South Carolina right now with a live look of Folly Beach, where they just recorded that wind gust on the pier there of 52 miles per hour.
As business moves forward, we're all changing the way things get done. Like how we redefine collaboration, how we come up with new ways to serve our customers and deliver our products.
This one is cheddar. It's delicious. Oh, you look so healthy.
But no matter how things change, one thing never will. You can rely on the people and the network of AT&T to help keep your business connected.
Attention, anyone on Medicare. Did you know you may now be eligible for additional Medicare-approved benefits?
I'm on Medicare. What kind of additional benefits could I be eligible for?
You may now be eligible for additional Medicare-approved benefits, including dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drugs. Just call 800-665-3608 now to find out if you're eligible for a Medicare Advantage plan that includes additional benefits like free hearing aids, free eyeglasses, free meal delivery, and expanded at-home telehealth visits.
Can I really get extra benefits for little to no additional costs?
You may also be eligible for $0 monthly premiums, $0 deductibles, or no copays. Just call the toll-free number on your screen now to see if you qualify for additional benefits. There is no obligation to enroll. The call and Medicare benefits review are absolutely free.
I'm at home mostly now. What benefits can I get here at my home?
You may also be eligible for additional benefits with a Medicare Advantage plan that includes additional benefits like home prescription delivery and expanded at-home telehealth visits. You don't get these benefits automatically, so call now to see if you're eligible. Just call 800-665-3608 now to find out if you're eligible for a Medicare Advantage plan that includes additional benefits like free hearing aids, free eyeglasses, free meal delivery, and free rides to medical appointments. You may also be eligible for $0 monthly premiums, $0 deductibles, or no copays. Just call the toll-free number on your screen now to see if you qualify for additional benefits, including dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drugs. There is no obligation to enroll. The call and Medicare benefits review are absolutely free. Just call 800-665-3608. 800-665-3608.
This year, the Alzheimer's Association Walk to End Alzheimer's is everywhere. On every sidewalk, track, and trail across this country. All of us are raising funds for one goal: a world without Alzheimer's and all other dementia. Because this disease isn't waiting, neither are you. Take the first step on your walk right now. Go to alz.org/walk.
We invited food reviewers to learn to make a Whopper.
The Whopper is 100% beef, flame, grilled. First slices of tomato. You get the first slices of onion. That's how we do the flagship all-beef magic. Only thing missing about this Whopper is a second mouth.
The Whopper, now in the 2-for-$5 mix and match deal.
Behind every 2020 census taker's mask is a friendly neighbor. They'll be coming by to ask simple questions that inform how billions in federal funds are spent on local services every year for the next decade. Time is running out. Shape your future. Start here at 2020census.gov.
All right, let's take a live look down the Grand Strand here, Myrtle Beach. Definitely the sky's darkening up, and it's not going to be too long before we start to see some of that heavy rain that Charleston and the Folly Beach area are getting right now. That's going to work its way right up the South Carolina coast. So conditions going downhill as we head on through the rest of this afternoon into this evening here in Myrtle Beach. So let's time it out for you. First of all, we're going to get 30-mile-an-hour gusts probably this afternoon, right on into the morning hours. But we could actually see some wind gusts upwards of 60 miles an hour. 3 to 5 inches of rain there in Horry County is nothing to sneeze at. Again, that may actually extend past Conway and halfway over to Florence. So there's going to be some very, very heavy rain all across parts of the low country here. Let's time it out for you a little bit, and you can see the heavy rain pushing northbound into Myrtle Beach. There's the actual center of circulation late this evening, and we could be getting really pummeled on the west side of that with some of our strongest winds and heavy rain. That would be late this evening and on into just I'd say just after midnight, and then it clears out very quickly by the time dawn rolls around on your Tuesday. Here's some of the winds, and again, as we head through the afternoon, our Myrtle Beach winds are going to start to ramp up to 40 to 50 to 50 to 60 miles an hour right around midnight or so, and then continuing to pull toward the northeast. Let's go up the coast just a little bit farther. This is up toward the Wilmington area. Again, conditions here will also go downhill as we head on through the evening hours with the heavy rain and, of course, the very gusty winds. So let's time that out for you a little bit as well. First of all, you'll get your 30-mile-an-hour gusts as we head through very late this afternoon and early this evening, but it'll really ramp up around midnight or shortly thereafter as the center of circulation pulls on by. Again, 3 to 5 inches of rain. Again, what we're looking at here is some of the heaviest rain in bands coming in, and there it is coming in right around midnight. Looks like the northern part of that center of circulation pulling through New Hanover County. We'll still get it through the wee hours of the morning, but then it starts to exit out of the picture, and as we head on into the day tomorrow, the winds will shift more around toward the west. And again, our winds will go downhill very quickly here, gusting well over 50 and 60 miles an hour. Let's go all the way up to Washington, D.C., and again, you're getting some thunderstorms today around the capital area, and you can see the darkness on the left-hand part of your screen there as some of those storms are starting to pull on in. Let's take a look at the radar here, and again, you can see all of the showers and storms, and then here's the real heavy rain. This is with the actual tropical storm coming in during the morning hours tomorrow, just covered up here. It is not going to be a good commute tomorrow. If you can put off that commute, if you're going into work, I would put that off because it's going to be pretty nasty in the morning. By the afternoon, though, things do start to improve. Jackie?
All right, Jeff. Well, Georgetown, South Carolina, in that area where Isaias could be making landfall later on tonight. The mayor there, Brendan Barber, is joining us now. And Mayor, thanks so much for being with us.
Well, thank you for having us on.
All right, conditions already beginning to deteriorate a little bit. What are you most concerned about? Because you're going to be dealing with all impacts from this tropical storm, possibly hurricane at landfall.
Well, you know, our city, the city of Georgetown, we're below sea level, so we're definitely going to be impacted by flooding, and those areas have already been addressed by our first responders and law enforcement and our water utility department.
Have there been evacuations that have been ordered?
At this time, no evacuation orders are in place, but we are prepared because we have high water level vehicles in place. And as the need arises, our first responders will go out, do the evacuations, and place them in the appropriate shelters as deemed by our Emergency Operations Center.
Now, your area is kind of unique because you are surrounded by water on a couple of different sides. You've got, the bay side, then you've got the river side with the confluence taking place there. You took on a lot of flooding during Florence. Do you expect to have saltwater issues as well as freshwater flooding? Are there certain areas that are particularly vulnerable to that?
Well, we know in the hurricane or tropical storm with the potential of moving up to a hurricane, we know that when it makes the hit here in the city of Georgetown, that's going to be at high tide, and there's also a full moon tonight. Mm-hmm. So we're looking for significant flooding in our areas where we expect them to happen, and the necessary pumps and everything are in place at this particular time with the barricades to prevent anyone from going to water-covered roads.
So how does the city plan to shelter people from the storm if they need it?
Well, right now, our fire chief, along with our chief of police, they have that protocol in place along with our Emergency Operations Center. So those shelters are already been designated, and as the need arises, we will evacuate people to those shelters.
All right. And anything you want to say to the people in Georgetown that might be watching us right now?
Yes, Jackie, it's very important that you shelter in place. This is a very, very dangerous storm. Please do not come around and ride around the city because of fallen power lines, tree limbs, and water on the road. And at the same time, we're still in the midst of COVID-19, a pandemic. So first responders and firefighters will be out at the most appropriate time, making sure you're safe. And, we're just want you to have us in your prayers, and God bless you.
All right. Great message there, Mayor Brendan Barber from Georgetown, South Carolina, wishing you the best riding out this storm. Look now at Folly Beach, South Carolina, where they're getting tropical storm force winds.
For every staircase supporting a grand entrance, door frames marking milestones, and floors kissed by bare feet. Protect the pure joy of home with Terminix. Our all-new On-Guard termite protection system will create a zone of protection around your home with our innovative On-Guard stations that intercept and eliminate termites to prevent the damage they can cause, ensuring you're protected year after year. And new plan options give you a choice in termite protection, all in one low monthly payment. Backed by the Terminix promise to keep termites out of your home, or we'll come back at no cost to you. We're committed to keeping termites out, to keep your home strong enough for all the love it holds. Call 1-800-TERMINIX today.
Are you losing your hair? Capillus treats pattern hair loss with proven laser therapy.
Laser therapy is an FDA-cleared treatment for hair loss. What laser therapy does, it reboots that blood supply. It reestablishes blood flow, oxygenation. It's a very effective treatment for hair loss.
Using the cap is very simple. I sit pretty much right here, watch TV, and I have it on.
Call 888-307-0135 or visit usecapillus.com to save.
Max! No! Max! Max! Max!
Dogs don't know what's good for them. Luckily, you do. Greenie's Dental Treats. Make the summer yours with a twist of flavor. Discover the Mediterranean flavors and gentle bubbles of San Pellegrino Essenza. Add a twist of flavor.
ProPlan Live Clear, a breakthrough, 10 years in the making, that reduces allergens in cat hair and dander. Outstanding nutrition with the power to change lives. This is Purina ProPlan Live Clear.
It only takes a second for an everyday item to become dangerous. Tide Pod's Child Guard Pack helps keep your laundry packs in a safe place and your child safer. To close, twist until it clicks. Tide Pod's Child Guard Pack.
If you're a small business, you can tell. Things are back. Customers are out and about. Orders are picking up. And to adapt, you're going to need faster internet and reliable phone for less. So Spectrum Business is proud to offer new customers 1 free month of internet with speeds up to 200 megabits per second and business phone with advanced calling features. Call 833-919-2122 today. We're here for you because you're here for all of us.
Millions of people are saying yes to Allegra, including the experts. It's the #1 allergist-recommended brand for non-drowsy relief. Allegra works 2 times faster than Claritin, and while Zyrtec may cause drowsiness, Allegra won't. Say yes to Allegra.
Thing is almost cloud-free at this point.
Plus, it's not cold at all.
We're drying out and even warming up.
We love it that way.
Better days start with the Weather Channel.
A tropical storm warning is in effect. Currently in our area, 90 degrees under fair skies. Tonight, scattered showers or thunderstorms. Low 76. Chance of rain 60%. Tuesday, windy with thunderstorms. High 81. Tuesday night, partly cloudy and windy. Low 73. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Hurricane warnings have been issued in 3 North Carolina counties: Pender, Brunswick, and New Hanover. Tropical storm warnings and watches have been issued for much of eastern and central North Carolina. Pay attention to these warnings and secure your home and belongings. Have a way to stay informed, particularly since the storm will sweep through at night.
That's the governor of North Carolina, Roy Cooper, giving you valuable advice to prepare now. And this storm is heading into his state at night, and some of the biggest impacts will be happening perhaps even after midnight as well. Welcome back to our continuing coverage of tracking now Tropical Storm Isaias as it approaches the southeast coastline. Meteorologist Paul Godot live in a sunny and drying out Tybee Island, Georgia here on the pier. You notice the double red flags behind me. The water is closed, but it still, for some reason, has not stopped people from getting in the water. There's a couple there farther down the beach. They got some boogie boards going on out there. The lifeguards have been patrolling on their ATVs, whistling and pulling people out of the water. But in fact, I go left and right from the pier. I'm now seeing dozens of people in the water. The danger is what's unseen. Rip current danger sky high and a high surf advisory, and expect the danger to continue even tomorrow. So the winds, the wind field, the waves that Isaias has churned up is still an ongoing threat and risk here from the Carolinas all the way down into Florida. So if you are trying to enjoy your vacation at the beach, be aware of the danger lurking in there. A lot of people not familiar with the coast or rip currents often get in trouble, and it's generally the leading cause of death here at the beaches, not only in Florida but also here in Georgia and the Carolinas. So just be aware. And if once the beaches do officially open up, swim close to the lifeguards, because they are trying to keep an eye and keep you safe as well. All right, while the sun is shining here, the sun is not shining in the Carolinas. The weather for a couple of cities like Charleston here in the Low Country is going downhill as we speak. And take a look at the timing of this. We're talking about the winds, which are already reaching tropical storm force, will only get more intense as we head deeper into the evening. And the rain is going to get heavier as well. So 1 to 2 inches of rain there. Areas say north of and even northwest or northeast of Charleston perhaps could get even more than that 1 to 2 inches. And then let's head north of there into North Carolina, Wilmington, including the Wrightsville Beach area. Your winds increasing, so is the rain as well, and you can see a couple of inches as we head into this evening, and we're going to see landfall somewhere between Wilmington and Charleston tonight. Of course, we have live coverage. Another concern is that low country of South Carolina and the Piedmont of North Carolina can flood easily, and we can see a lot of rain. So the impacts, Jackie, they're going to extend, maybe a couple of 100 miles from even the landfall point, as the system is still on the move as we head towards Tuesday and Wednesday.
Yeah, so a lot still to go here with Isaias, even after landfall as well. We've got some new video in here to the Weather Channel of the hurricane hunters, helping to provide some valuable information on our tropical storm. This is what it looks like when crews launch a drop zone into the storm, and that is how they collect the data. So that thing goes down. Woo! I went at a fast rate, didn't it? You could kind of hear the pressure. Yeah. Look at that. So that collects all of the information of what's happening in the atmosphere from that flight level all the way down towards the surface. And we put that information into our models. It helps us know what the storm is doing now and gives us a better idea of where that storm is going. So Paul was just talking about conditions in Charleston, that those tropical storm force winds are already beginning to arrive, and it is closing in on the coastline as we speak. You can really see the circulation of this very well right now. You can see the most intense showers and thunderstorms still remaining off the coast, and that's been the case all along. But as this continues now to move up towards the north, we are going to watch those strong winds make their way on the shoreline. I wanted to stop this just a second for you and do a little measurement on this. So the center likely somewhere in there. And if we go due north, we're some 60, maybe 70 miles away the center of the storm from the coastline right now as we speak. And those tropical storm force winds extend out more than 100 miles away. So that makes sense that we're starting to get some of those tropical storm gusts at least into the coastal areas. Charleston, you just reported a 43-mile-per-hour gust at the airport. That was just a few moments ago. So this tells you that conditions are going downhill. Those winds are going to continue to be strong. And it's this area between Folly Beach and McClellanville where I think we're going to get some of the strongest winds as these bands begin to work their way and spiral their way onshore. Now, maximum winds overall still 70 miles per hour, so a very intense tropical storm, not far away from hurricane status. That is still in the forecast, that this may be a hurricane at landfall, and very little difference between the impacts of a strong tropical storm and a low-end Category 1. This will move very quickly through North Carolina overnight. tonight, move through the mid-Atlantic through the day on your Tuesday night, and into Wednesday morning. This is a New England storm, and then we can finally breathe a little easier come Thursday.
No cover-up spray here. It's the irresistibly fresh scent of Febreze Air Effects. Cheaper aerosols can cover up odors bearing the smell in a flowery fog. Switch to Febreze Air Effects. Febreze eliminates even the toughest odors from the air, and it uses a 100% natural propellant to leave behind a pleasant scent you'll love. Use anywhere odors can spread. Freshen up. Don't cover up. Febreze Air Effects.
Attention everyone on Medicare. New Medicare Advantage plans are now available. Did you know that you may be eligible for additional Medicare-approved benefits that include free eyeglasses, free hearing aids, free meal delivery, free rides to medical appointments, and much more? The Medicare Benefits Hotline is now open. Just call the toll-free number on your screen now to see if you qualify for additional Medicare benefits and make sure you're getting all the benefits you deserve. Just call 800-397-1543 now. In addition to dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drug coverage, you may also qualify for $0 monthly premiums, $0 deductibles, and no copays. Just call the toll-free number on your screen now to see if you're eligible for additional Medicare benefits that may include free eyeglasses, free hearing aids, free meal delivery, free rides to medical appointments, and much more. The call and Medicare benefits review are absolutely free. There's no obligation to enroll. Just call 800-397-1543 to see if you qualify. Did you know that you may be eligible for additional Medicare-approved benefits that include dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drug coverage? All it takes is one fast and easy phone call to see if you qualify for Medicare plans that include $0 monthly premiums, $0 deductibles, and no copays. The Medicare Benefits Hotline is now open. Just call the toll-free number on your screen now to see if you qualify for additional Medicare-approved benefits and make sure you're getting all the benefits you deserve. Just call 800-397-1543 now. Additional benefits may include free eyeglasses, free hearing aids, free meal delivery, free rides to medical appointments, and much more. Don't miss out on all of these additional Medicare benefits. There's no obligation to enroll. The call and Medicare benefits review are absolutely free. Just call 800-397-1543. That's 800-397-1543.
Behind every 2020 census taker's mask is a friendly neighbor. They'll be coming by to ask simple questions that inform how billions in federal funds are spent on local services every year for the next decade. Time is running out. Shape your future. Start here at 2020census.gov.
Every day is sweet when we're serving you Blizzard treats. Like M&M's, cookie dough, and new Oreo fudge brownie. Thanks for being our fans for all these years. DQ, happy tastes good.
Commander, the wheel shark loves light, flaky, buttery club marines, and he's ready to snack. Oh no! Commander, Kyle.
Deliciously simple Club Minis. Mini crackers for big imaginations.
Make the summer yours with a twist of flavor. Discover the Mediterranean flavors and gentle bubbles of San Pellegrino Essenza. Add a twist of flavor.
We know how to plan, prepare, and respond when it's over. Nothing about that has changed. But this time, we're going to have to do it with a mask on.
All eyes on the Carolina coast as they prepare for Tropical Storm Isaias. In North Carolina, a state of emergency has been issued as state and local response teams prepare to combat the storm and COVID-19. Right now, stormy skies over Wilmington ahead of Isaias, expected to make a landfall later tonight.
Well, let's take a live look at St. Simon's Island, where the storm is now moving away from the Georgia coast. They're still going to have some gusty winds, though, but I think most of the rain should be over with. Of course, we have somebody stationed just north of St. Simon's up there toward the Tybee Island vicinity. That's our own Paul Goodlow. Hey, Paul.
Hey there, Jeff. And the sun is shining here. We're still seeing some patchy clouds, but the heavier rain clouds that came through this afternoon, we had some very heavy downpours. Those have shifted northward, and we're still getting that strong northerly wind come through here, and the waves are still up and agitated as far as I can see here, seeing more and more whitecaps. Double red flags are up, so the water is officially closed, but we're still seeing more and more people getting in the water, and I understand it because temperatures with the sun out now are rapidly rising into the mid and upper 80s, and our dew point in the mid upper 70s, so it's a very tropical air mass courtesy of our tropical storm here. But the concern is the rip current danger sky high, a high surf advisory. And this will be a threat as we continue tonight and also tomorrow here, not only across the Georgia beaches on towards Florida and then also the Carolinas as well. The big concern, though, is the heavy rain that has passed by here is pushing into North and South Carolina. But the winds with this overall system of Isaias is still battering this area. The wind is kind of blowing the sand across the beaches. But we're still not quite done with the gusty winds, can still do some damage. Good news, though, for the Savannah area, the Talmadge Bridge, which could have closed if the winds got over 39, they don't expect to close it now. So for people who are traveling across the area, that bridge should remain open. Just checked with the Georgia DOT on their Twitter site. Jackie?
Well, Paul, the ocean certainly looks pretty rough back behind you there. And good that conditions are improving, but that wasn't the case earlier this morning. You know, Isaias is moving really, really fast. Do we still have a connection with Paul? I wanted to ask you, Paul, you know, how quickly things really evolved there today.
Pretty quickly. We got here this afternoon, and we're talking it was a gully wash here. It was coming down, and we saw the people running off the beach because they're trying. It's a lot of people here vacationing, Jackie. It's kind of the thing this year, heading to the beach, renting a condo or a house where you can sanitize and be socially distant on a beautiful beach like this. But the rain ran them off, and it rained for a good 45 minutes to an hour. But as it eased up, slowly but surely, more and more people came out. Now we got plenty of blue sky, so people, let's talk to one family, they're happy that they can, you know, they were bummed out thinking the entire day would be a washout, but they're happy they can get out here and enjoy and kind of restart their summer vacation here, because we all need some good feelings during this year, and to have some semblance of a normal family vacation is what people look for. But we still have the ongoing danger, and I tell them, you know, don't sleep on the danger here lurking in the water with that rip current danger, especially with the lifeguards not in their stands. They're patrolling, trying to keep people out of the water, but you know, on a hot summer day and you're a kid, it's definitely inviting. So if you're out here, keep an eye on the little ones especially, because we don't want a side effect being a tragedy of people dying and get caught in these rip currents.
Right. Maybe just splash it in up to the ankles or hit the pool if that's open, and a good possibility. Thanks so much, Paul. So let's give folks an update now on where Isaias is and where it's going to continue to go. Still holding at 70 miles per hour. You know, we've been there for quite a while now. In fact, I think about 24 hours or so. It's less than 100 miles away from the South Carolina coast, and landfall can be expected later on for tonight. Tropical storm force winds have already arrived at the coast in some of these bands that continue to push in, especially in and around the Charleston area as we speak. And there you can see some of that drier air on the back side of that over here. That's where Paul is. So as Isaias, you know, moved northward, it paralleled the Florida coast. And we've got this big bend over here into the Georgia and southern parts of South Carolina coastline. So the impacts here weren't quite as bad. Now, the storm is tracking in a northerly direction, meaning the area of the storm where the worst of the weather has been all along is now making its way to land. So you are going to have a very different outcome, Charleston, up towards Georgetown, up towards Myrtle Beach and Wilmington, than folks had into Florida and into parts of Georgia today. You can see some lightning with this. We can see some of the intense bands. That onshore push of water is already beginning to increase. High tide in Charleston comes later on tonight, about 8:15, so we're worried about that water level rise, and there may be some flooding downtown as a result of that. Of course, sometimes you get that with the king tides on a sunny day, and we do have the full moon tonight too, which can make condition worse. Check out that buoy there, 56 mile per hour wind gusts, Georgetown at 21. We've got 29 in Charleston, but earlier you had a gust around 43. So tropical storm force winds are beginning to gust and reach some of the populated areas. There is a chance that this will be a hurricane at landfall, and then work its way up towards the mid-Atlantic and into the northeast and exit on Wednesday morning. We've got tropical storm warnings that extend from just north of Brunswick, and this goes all the way up to Massachusetts, and then we have watches in effect for northern parts of New England. Some of these areas have not had tropical alerts in 9 years, so it has been a while, and this includes all of the populated areas into the northeast. Hurricane warnings from south of Georgetown all the way up towards Surf City. This is the main zone of concern with that surge as we get landfall later on tonight. So let's dig into some more of the details of all this. Jeff, you've got more from South Carolina.
That's right, Jackie. New video out of James Island, South Carolina. Red flags flying here ahead of the storm. And as Paul was showing us down there in Tybee, the surf really kicked up. Of course, that doesn't stop the surfers from heading out. They really enjoy the hurricane surf. In fact, some folks actually would say that they live for that because you get some of the highest waves. But as Paul was mentioning, the rip current danger is extremely high. We have some more new video to show you. Communities in South Carolina here preparing for the storm. You can see crews filling up some sandbags. Again, this is in James Island here. Again, folks can stop by and fill the sandbags if they need them. And you just may, with not only the heavy rain coming down, but if you live along a waterway, whether it be a river or the coast itself, that could rise very quickly. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at where our hurricane is right now. Jackie just showed this to us, but I want you to notice that area right there, the orange and the yellows, the dark orange. I would say that is where the worst of the weather is. That is still just offshore of Charleston. Charleston, you're getting some pretty gusty, squally weather, particularly anywhere from Folly Beach on over to Sullivan's Island. But in that band offshore, I would say that is probably the worst of the weather. And I want you to notice how it is kind of wrapped around now. The rain has. So it looks like any dry air that has been getting into this system has abated just a little bit, and that might not be good news. All right, here, let's take a look at some of the wind gusts. Myrtle Beach now gusting to 28 miles an hour. Jackie mentioned this a little bit earlier, that buoy just offshore gusting to 56, and a little bit farther north off Cape Fear gusting up over 31 miles an hour. So Charleston, 1 to 2 inches of rain. You're getting that right now. Again, you're getting some of the worst weather you're going to get from now over the next couple of hours, and then it should clear out pretty quickly as we head on into this evening. There it goes, Charleston moving up past Myrtle Beach and heading up into North Carolina as we head into tomorrow morning. How much rain? Again, Charleston, 1 to 2 inches, but as you head up toward Myrtle Beach, it ramps up in a big way, 5 to 6 inches of rain. Again, we're expecting some of the worst winds to be coming onshore as we head into northeast North Carolina, probably as we head through this evening, and then overnight tonight, moving up into North Carolina. All right, let's head back out to the coast right now, and let's talk to Paul Goodlow. And again, Paul, it looks like your rain chance, as you mentioned earlier, is pretty much going by the boards, but that surf out there looks pretty mean, and I don't know whether the folks should be venturing out.
Well, they probably should not be, but the lifeguards, in fact, you can take a look down the beach. They got the ATV. They're pulling people out far enough where they can actually stand up, maybe no deeper than waist deep. So I've been watching them going up and down the beach there, telling people to get a little farther out, farther back towards the shore, because the rip current danger is sky high here. So, you know, kudos to the men and women here with lifeguard stations doing the best they can to try to keep people safe. I know it's inviting. You know, I used to be a kid as well. We all used to be. We want to have fun, enjoy vacation. But there's still a danger. You got to remember the lifeguards, they're trained to rescue you, so they have to put their lives in danger if they got to go out there and save you. And half the time, people have never been experienced surf this rough, because again, a lot of vacationers, people from well inland, talked to people from Greenville, South Carolina earlier, and they're so happy that the impacts from Isaias are starting to diminish as they can get back to their vacation. Speaking of South Carolina, let's share a new video in from Surfside Beach, which is about 150 miles or so as the crow flies from us. Pretty agitated surf there. And by the way, Surfside Beach, South Carolina is in the hurricane warning zone there. So they're concerned, as you can see, perhaps a direct landfall of Isaias, whether it's a tropical storm or a hurricane. Impacts will remain pretty severe across that region as we head on towards tonight. So we are not done with Isaias Isaias across the North Carolina, South Carolina, or even the Georgia coastline. Technically, even into Florida, we're still seeing some impacts as we're seeing our winds still strong here coming in from the north, although they're shifting just a bit more northwestward right now as the center of Isaias continues to push past our point here in Tybee Island. But we do expect that to continue to bring windy and blustery conditions, as well as all the winds creating the waves. They're still coming on shore as well, hence the rip current risk sky high here across the southeast coastline. The rain, well, looks like the coastal rain is ending for much of today. Enjoy the blue sky, but I tell you, the wind is still whipping up here, and that sun's strong. So while you're coming out, perhaps to enjoy the beach, don't forget that sunscreen. Apply it before you get out of here because the sun is pretty strong here as we head on through the middle of summer. Jackie?
All right, Paul. Well, those impacts will continue to work their way up the coast then. You're looking live at Ocean Isle Beach, North Carolina, and you can see the dark overcast conditions. Not looking too gusty there just yet, but you've got the storm surge warning in effect. You've got a flash flood watch in effect here, and tropical storm, even hurricane conditions are going to be possible as Isaias makes landfall later on tonight. So let's talk about North Carolina specifically in the impacts here. And you've already been dealing with showers and thunderstorms pretty widespread across the state today. Some of this is that moisture starting to work its way in with Isaias, but notice this band of rainfall just outside of Charlotte. That's been sitting there all day long, and that's been bringing some heavy rain. We're finally starting to see some signs of that weakening a little bit, but that's kind of a convergent zone from the trough or that cold front that's coming in to help steer Isaias and Isaias itself. So that's where the winds kind of come together, creating lift into the atmosphere, and why we've been seeing so much rain there for today. Wind gusts in Wilmington now 24 miles per hour, pretty calm for you. In Raleigh, Hatteras, those winds beginning to increase to 15 miles per hour now. We do have a threat of not just some strong winds with our thunderstorms as they roll in, but we also expect a few tornadoes. This will likely happen later tonight as landfall takes place and then beyond. So it will be dark out. You'll be in bed trying to sleep, and warnings could happen. So you really have to have a way to be alerted tonight from Norfolk all the way down to just south of Myrtle Beach. So we've got torcons of a 3. If there's a number, there's a risk. The higher the number, the higher the risk. And North Carolina is really interesting too, especially because of where Isaias is expected to track. So this is going to be moving up somewhere within this area. So the Outer Banks and over towards Greenville might only come out with an inch or two of rainfall, but Raleigh down towards Fayetteville, even into Wilmington, right along the I-95 corridor, where most of the population is here in North Carolina, could have 3, maybe as much as 5 inches of rainfall. So urban flooding, flash flooding, rivers, creeks, and streams all will likely be on the rise. If you live in a flood-prone area, be prepared to evacuate if that's what you need to do. And this is happening after dark, so you do not want to drive and be out there later on for tonight. Once we head towards sunrise or so tomorrow, Isaias works its way into Virginia, and we'll watch for improving conditions. But be prepared to lose power, and be careful if you are going to be traveling even into Tuesday. Jeff?
All right, let's shift our attention a little bit to right along the coast and some of these inland bays and everything. We're talking about storm surge here. Now, we've been talking about the flooding rain potential. Jackie was covering how much water is going to be falling on some of those coastal areas. But of course, even in a tropical storm, if you have a prolonged time period of winds pushing that water up against the coast, you're going to have what's called storm surge. We have what's called wave setup. In other words, wave continuously breaking against the shoreline, and there's no time for the water to recede before the next wave comes in, so the water continues to pile on up. That's called setup, and that can cause the water to rise. Of course, the stronger the storm, then you have more force pushing on the water, and it continues to push it in. Again, the duration of the wind as well, on the fetch, or how long that wind or how far that wind is blowing across the water, can also pile the water up. We're not expecting a huge surge with Isaias, but it does look like that may be a problem, particularly in the sound areas of North Carolina. Jackie?
Yeah, a surge may even be a problem up into the Chesapeake Bay and Long Island Sound. So this is going to keep going and work its way into the Northeast. So this is really going to be a Tuesday into Wednesday morning event here. This shows you the timing of it as it moves through the Mid-Atlantic and into the Northeast. So New York City, Tuesday afternoon into Tuesday night. Rainfall will be a big concern. We could get as much as 3 3 to 5 inches from D.C. to Baltimore to Philadelphia. Still 2 to 3 up here into parts of New England, so that could lead to some flash flooding. New England is the one spot really in the country that could use and take on a little bit of rainfall, but too much rain along with some of these gusty winds does mean power outages will be possible.
When was the last time you really looked out the window? What do you see? The awakening of the rising sun or light dancing across the mountaintops? Look for a moment longer and you'll see beauties all around us. Like a painting, moving in the wind, speaking to the soul. The world flashing past, still yet to explore. Look out the window. The summer of Jeep is here.
Right now, get 0% financing for 72 months, plus no monthly payments for 90 days on select 2020 Jeep brand vehicles.
Attention Medicare recipients. Medicare has expanded benefits to help you during these uncertain times. Coverage may now include many benefits to help you while at home. To find out what new Medicare Advantage benefits you can get in your area code, call the Medicare Coverage Helpline now.
Hi, Joe Namath here, and like you, I'm at home staying safe. But I wanted to get this message out. To make these uncertain times a bit easier and safer while at home, Medicare Advantage plans have added new benefits, including telephone appointments with your doctors, in-home aids, home-delivered meals, home-delivered prescriptions, and so much more. But you don't get all the benefits automatically. You need to enroll. The easiest way to enroll is to call the Medicare Coverage Helpline. It's now more important than ever to make sure your Medicare coverage is up to date. We all have a few minutes to make a phone call to focus on our health. Get what you're entitled to. Call now. It's free.
Coverage may now include many benefits to help you while at home. To find out what new Medicare Advantage benefits you can get in your area code, call the Medicare Coverage Helpline now.
There are new benefits to help you while at home. Telehealth, in-home aids, home-delivered meals, and so many more. But you don't get them automatically. You need to enroll. The easiest way to enroll is to call the Medicare Coverage Helpline now.
Get what you're entitled to. Coverage may now also include dental, home-delivered prescriptions, no deductibles, and no copays. Don't delay. Call to see if the new benefits are available in your area.
Call now. It's free.
Call 1-800-354-4016. That's 1-800-354-4016 now.
Jack was one of 6 million pets in animal shelters in need of a home. He found it in a boy with special needs who also needed him. As part of our love promise, Subaru and our retailers host adoption events and have donated $28 million to support local animal shelters. We're proud to have helped over 230,000 pets so far, changing the lives of dogs like Jack and the families who adopt them. Subaru, more than a car company.
It's Mattress Firm's Summer Save and Sleep event. Hurry in and don't miss savings of up to $300 on our top-rated brands. Plus, get a free adjustable base with select mattress purchase of $6.99 or more. Or get up to 50% off select mattresses from our best-selling brands like Beautyrest, Serta, and Sleepy's. Don't wait. Shop in-store, online, or by phone with a sleep expert for these amazing deals. Only at Mattress Firm.
There's no set path, no way you have to be. So why not do what you've been dreaming of? You've got the power, we've got the tools. Make a website with GoDaddy and put what you want out there.
Millions of people are saying yes to Allegra, including the experts. It's the #1 allergist-recommended brand for non-drowsy relief. Allegra works 2 times faster than Claritin, and while Zyrtec may cause drowsiness, Allegra won't. Say yes to Allegra.
It's almost cloud-free at this point.
Plus, it's not cold at all.
We're drying out and even warming up.
We love it that way.
Better days start with the Weather Channel.
A tropical storm warning is in effect. Currently in our area, 90 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, scattered thunderstorms, low 77. Chance of rain, 60%. Tuesday, windy with thunderstorms, high 81. Tuesday night, partly cloudy and windy. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible, low 73. Here's our 7-day outlook.
This is going to be a weather event. I pray that it is gone by Wednesday, but for the next 36 hours, we have to take this seriously. We have to be prepared, but we have to do that in light of the COVID pandemic. So if you're in a house and you know you've been together with folks for a while, stay with them unless you really need to. But we don't want individuals staying in hazardous conditions. They are preparing for us in the region. And I think we'll do very well, just in case everybody takes the necessary precautions.
That was Congressman Murphy of North Carolina talking about preparations and what to do as we are waiting the approach and landfall of Tropical Storm Isaias as we head throughout the rest of tonight. I'm meteorologist Paul Goodall live in Tybee Island, Georgia here, and just kind of give you location in terms of what's going on with the tropical storm. We look behind me here, about 94 miles away is the actual center, give or take 5 or 8 miles or so, the center of Tropical Storm Isaias. And you can also look at the cloud structure here. They're rolling from the left to the right. Remember, tropical storms, hurricanes, they rotate counterclockwise. So that's what's going on. We're on the western side of that center, of that eye wall of the rotation blowing through here. And now we're dealing with big waves being produced by those winds that is going on with a hurricane/tropical storm. And our winds have been from the north for much of the morning. Now they're shifting a little bit, and they're shifting with a little bit more of a westerly component. Still north, but more like north-northwest winds are coming. So it's not just straight down the beach. It's kind of at a cross at the beach, basically coming from the direction of the water towel back on towards the shore. So when you finally get that offshore wind, you'll probably see a lot more surfers out here. But speaking of people in the surf, as far as you can see, you see a lot of people out there. We have double red flags, meaning the beach water is closed. Beach is open, but the water is closed, and the reason why is take a look at this graphic. We have a sky-high rip current risk here and danger, basically from the North Carolina, Virginia border, all the way down through Palm Beach County, Florida, and still elevated on towards Miami, Dade, and Broward counties there as well. So basically, any beach, say south of Virginia Beach, on into the Upper Keys, has a risk of an increased rip current danger. There's always a rip current danger at any beach at the ocean, but it's even higher now because of what's going on with Tropical Storm Isaias. It continues to build winds, which create waves, and the waves are crashing on shore, and the water has to go somewhere, and that's that rip current that can rip you, a swimmer, out into sea if you're not aware of what's going on. You have to remember, there are tons more people, tens of thousands of people who are now vacationing at the beach because it's one of the safer places to be during this summer of COVID-19. So we keep an eye on that. Lifeguards have been busy, and give them a break, man. These men and women are doing double time trying to make sure that you are not in harm's way. Jackie?
Paul, yeah, lots of people there at the beach. I have to be honest, I was a little surprised to see as many there as are. So let's take a look at what's happening in South Carolina today as Isaias is churning up the eastern seaboard. This is a live look at conditions in Folly Beach, South Carolina. Some of the outer bands have been pushing through Folly Beach, so the rain has been heavy. The winds have been gusting up on the Folly Beach pier. It's elevated a little bit, so know that the winds would have been a little bit lesser at the surface, but still some gusts there at 52 miles per hour recorded. Myrtle Beach, you've got 80 degrees, you've got overcast conditions. You can kind of see the breeze going on there with the palm trees. Your conditions will be deteriorating now, especially tonight as landfall approaches. And we're getting there. You know, we were talking about 8, 9, 10, 11 o'clock tonight, somewhere within that window, depending exactly where this makes its way towards the shore. So if it takes a little bit more of this right side track, back and heads closer towards the state line, that would be a little bit later. But if it takes a little bit more closer towards Charleston or just to the north, that could happen as early as maybe 8 o'clock for tonight, because this is a fast-moving storm. We're already talking about less than 100 miles away from the coastal area, so those tropical storm force wind gusts are already lashing you into parts of South Carolina, including in Charleston, where you've had wind gusts exceeding 40 miles per hour. So look for those gusts to continue now through the rest of the afternoon and evening. Rainfall amounts likely somewhere between 1 and 2 inches in Charleston, but notice not too far away, just up the highway there, those rainfall totals will increase quite a bit. We could see 3 to 6 inches up towards Myrtle Beach. Timing of all of this, look at how those bands have already made it on shore. Some of the strongest ones will continue during the PM rush, so hopefully nobody's going to be out there traveling during the worst of this, and that will continue for Myrtle Beach into the early overnight hours. But check it out, by sunrise tomorrow, a lot of that's going to be out of here. Wilmington, North Carolina, your strongest winds that could get close to hurricane force coming in overnight tonight and early Tuesday morning. Rainfall estimates here between 3 and 5 inches, and there you can see the timing of this. Scattered thunderstorms already there in the Carolinas, and watch for solid rain to be arriving by 7, 8 o'clock tonight. And then this keeps going into the mid-Atlantic and Northeast, Jeff.
Yes, it does indeed, and it moves very, very quickly. We're talking moving into Washington, D.C., probably mid-morning or so. You're already getting storms today, but the tropical storm effects will be tomorrow. It rapidly moves up through Philly and New York City during the day, and then up into northern New England as we head on into Tuesday night and Wednesday morning. So Philadelphia, expect the winds to start to ramp up. Could be 40 plus in gusts as we head through the midday Tuesday, with rainfall anywhere from D.C. to Philly to New York, probably in the 2 to 3 inch range. Be careful.
Target's same-day delivery. Contactless delivery right to your door, designed for your day, so you can work out, join in, and game on. Just download the Target app and try it today.
Policy Genius saved me a lot of time. Going onto the website, first of all, it's very intuitive, very user-friendly. The customer service and the price was phenomenal. I saved about $800. Take a few minutes out of your day and give Policy Genius a shot.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life. But with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on, uninterrupted, because you'll have power when you need it the most.
24 days we were without power. I had water, I had ice, I had coffee, I had air conditioner. I was able to stay here because of the Generac.
Get the safety, security, and peace of mind your family deserves with a home standby generator from Generac. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
Very good product. Very, very good reviews from everybody.
Prices start at just $19.99. And special financing is available with surprisingly affordable monthly payments. Call now to schedule your free in-home assessment, and you'll receive a 7-year extended warranty absolutely free. That's a $695 value. Call or go online today. Power your life with Generac.
I heard you the first time. I just wanted to hear it again.
Now available at Walmart.com. World-class rechargeable hearing aids for hundreds, not thousands of dollars, including our new app-controlled hearing aid that gives you full control of your sound environment. Try them in the comfort of your home for 60 days. Our full lineup available with free 2-day shipping now at Walmart.com.
Hearing Assist will change your life.
If you have moderate to severe psoriasis, little things can become your big moment. That's why there's Otezla. Otezla is not a cream. It's a pill that treats plaque psoriasis differently. With Otezla, 75% clear skin is achievable. Don't use if you're allergic to Otezla. It may cause severe diarrhea, nausea, or vomiting. Otezla is associated with an increased risk of depression. Tell your doctor if you have a history of depression or suicidal thoughts, or if these feelings develop. Some people taking Otezla reported weight loss. Your doctor should monitor your weight and may stop treatment. Upper respiratory tract infection and headache may occur. Tell your doctor about your medicines and if you're pregnant or planning to be. Otezla, show more of you.
Are you losing your hair? Capillus treats pattern hair loss with proven laser therapy.
Laser therapy is an FDA-cleared treatment for hair loss. What laser therapy does, it reboots that blood supply. It reestablishes blood flow, oxygenation. It's a very effective treatment for hair loss.
Using the cap is very simple. I sit pretty much right here, watch TV, and I have it on.
Call 888-307-0135 or visit usecapillus.com to save.
With Domino's $5.99 mix and match deal, you can feed a family of 4 for about $3 per person. And since we've all been spending so much time with our families at home, we asked one of ours to make this commercial from home. And enjoy safely feeding a family of 4 for about $3 per person when you get specialty chicken, stuffed cheesy bread, medium 2-topping pizzas, or any 2 or more mix and match items for just $5.99 each.
Welcome back to Weather Center Live. We're still tracking Tropical Storm Isaias. Still the forecast by the National Hurricane Center is for this to strengthen as a hurricane before it makes landfall tonight. South Carolina, North Carolina border area there, perhaps smack dab in South Carolina, but the right front quadrant will be hitting North Carolina as well. Welcome back. Our meteorologist Paul Goodlow live in Tybee Island here, where he's still getting buffeted by strong winds and very angry surf here. But take a look farther out towards the Atlantic. We just noticed this on the horizon here, a tanker ship moving along there. And as you look that direction, about 90 miles from here, that's the center of Tropical Storm Isaias. And in fact, you kind of zoom out, you see the overall kind of curvature of the clouds. That's that counterclockwise kind of rotation. That's the circle, the whole circulation of this tropical storm here, quite evident as you look above. As you look above me right now, I'm seeing actually sunshine and blue sky. You're thinking, oh, well, no impacts here. No, we had some of the outer rain bands kind of slash here and the beach for quite some time. Earlier this afternoon, it chased everyone off the beach, but as these things do, they move, and so did those rain bands move, and now we got some sunshine. I'm going to walk this way to kind of show you what's going on here. I'm seeing some lifeguards driving by in their ATV, whistling at people to pull them out of the beach, but you see more and more people in the water. Water is closed. We got the double red flags up, meaning the water is closed. The beach is open. You can come out and enjoy the sand, but they're trying to pull people farther closer to shore. People are getting a little deeper than waist deep. It's a little dangerous as we have an enhanced rip current danger across this region. So the sand, maybe even sitting in the surf zone, is fine, but the deeper you go, the more the pull of the ocean. We're talking a lot of people don't have daily interaction with the ocean here, especially a very angry and upset Atlantic as it is now. That water's pushing on shore, but eventually it pulls back out. That's that rip current. And if people are unaware, they can get caught in it, and then they start to panic because you're swimming as hard as you can, and it's pulling you out even faster than that to swim parallel. Eventually, the same force that creates the rip will push you back in. But something we're still concerned with, even though the storm is passing us by, but it's still approaching South Carolina and North Carolina, and we have a lot more impacts as we head farther up the coast. I know, Jeff, you're keeping a close eye on the timing of the weather going downhill farther north along the coast.
All right, let's talk a little bit about, get you caught up on what we know about Isaias at this half hour. Numerous roads have been closed in downtown Charleston due to some flooding here already, mostly the heavy rain. The U.S. Coast Guard is now standing by due to the tropical storm, and North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper says shelters will screen for coronavirus symptoms at their shelters, provide PPE, and promote social distancing. Jackie?
All right, we're waiting on the 5 o'clock advisory right now for the latest on Isaias, so stay with us because as soon as that comes in, we will bring that to you. Not anticipating any big changes. The intensity of our storm has stayed the same for about the last 24 hours now, but still a chance, as we've seen a little bit of a blow up in some of the thunderstorms here today, that those winds could reach hurricane force. But it's, 4-mile-per-hour difference between a tropical storm and a hurricane right now, and the impacts are going to end up being the same pretty much. So we don't want you to focus in on that. It's just shy of 100 miles away from the coastline. Tropical storm force winds have made their way onshore and some of the outer bands in South Carolina and will continue to deteriorate and get stronger now into tonight. Landfall is expected later tonight, somewhere between Charleston and Wilmington, and it will spend the night working its way across North Carolina. Some of those outer bands are raking the coast as we speak. The heaviest of rain and winds have stayed offshore through the entirety of Isaias near the U.S. coastline, but that's beginning to change now. We're getting gusts around the Charleston area around 43 miles per hour, and parts of Broad Street are closed due to that onshore push of water. McClellanville, expect to see 40, maybe 50 mile per hour gusts as these bands move on through, and also these strong gusty winds into the Georgetown and Jamestown area too. So there you can see the onshore push of these winds. Check out that buoy too, by the way, as strong as 58 miles per hour. So we are seeing some of the ground truth of that. Those winds will ride up along with the path of this and still stay a tropical storm in the mid-Atlantic and into the Northeast.
The story of the Kind Mini. We took the full-size bar and cut it in half. So the next time it's 3 o'clock and you want some delicious dark chocolate, grab a dark chocolate nuts and sea salt mini with whole almonds and just 90 calories. It's a kinder way to satisfy.
Look, Limu! Someone out there needs help customizing their car insurance with Liberty Mutual, so they only pay for what they need. False alarm. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Attention everyone on Medicare. New Medicare Advantage plans are now available. Did you know that you may be eligible for additional Medicare-approved benefits that include free eyeglasses, free hearing aids, free meal delivery, free rides to medical appointments, and much more? The Medicare Benefits Hotline is now open. Just call the toll-free number on your screen now to see if you qualify for additional Medicare benefits and make sure you're getting all the benefits you deserve. Just call 800-397-1543 now. In addition to dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drug coverage, you may also qualify for $0 monthly premiums, $0 deductibles, and no copays. Just call the toll-free number on your screen now to see if you're eligible for additional Medicare benefits that may include free eyeglasses, free hearing aids, free meal delivery, free rides to medical appointments, and much more. The call and Medicare benefits review are absolutely free. There's no obligation to enroll. Just call 800-397-1543 to see if you qualify. Did you know that you may be eligible for additional Medicare-approved benefits that include dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drug coverage? All it takes is one fast and easy phone call to see if you qualify for Medicare plans that include $0 monthly premiums, $0 deductibles, and no copays. The Medicare Benefits Hotline is now open. Just call the toll-free number on your screen now to see if you qualify for additional Medicare-approved benefits and make sure you're getting all the benefits you deserve. Just call 800-397-1543 now. Additional benefits may include free eyeglasses, free hearing aids, free meal delivery, free rides to medical appointments, and much more. Don't miss out on all of these additional Medicare benefits. There's no obligation to enroll. The call and Medicare benefits review are absolutely free. Just call 800-397-1543. That's 800-397-1543.
This year, the Alzheimer's Association Walk to End Alzheimer's is everywhere. On every sidewalk, track, and trail across this country. All of us are raising funds for one goal: a world without Alzheimer's and all other dementia. Because this disease isn't waiting, neither are you. Take the first step on your walk right now. Go to alz.org/walk.
All right, let's roll.
Come on, pizza's in. Whoa.
This is my new pizza, the Shakaroni, and it's bigger than pizza. Because for every Shakaroni sold, $1 is donated to the Papa John's Foundation for Building Community.
It only takes a second for an everyday item to become dangerous. Tide Pod's Child Guard Pack helps keep your laundry packs in a safe place and your child safer. To close, twist until it clicks. Tide Pod's Child Guard Packaging.
All right, let's take you on a little bit of a tour here. We're going to head you down to Charleston, and you can see it is a miserable day there. They're right along, that shot is right along the Battery. I know exactly where that is. And they're already getting some flooding, which isn't highly unusual for Charleston, but enough rain has come down that some of the downtown streets there from Lower Broad on down to the Battery are underwater right now. That's just an inch or two of rain, and we're expecting a lot more than that as we head up the coast. You're getting some of the worst weather right now in and around the Charleston area. Some of the western fringes, if you will, of this tropical storm are impacting Charleston. And eventually, as the center moves north and up toward Myrtle Beach and Wilmington, things will improve as we head through the overnight. This is by 10 p.m. this evening. So again, Charleston, you're getting some of the worst of it right now, and then things pretty much clear up as we head through the overnight hours, and tomorrow should actually be a pretty nice day and pretty warm as well. Winds, gusty, very strong now, but they will be decreasing as we head through the overnight. Let's take you up to Cape Hatteras, North Carolina. Again, the surf not quite as high this far north, but your surf will be increasing, Hatteras, as we head through the overnight hours, and definitely some of the worst of it late tonight and on into the early part of the day tomorrow. Let's take a look at the forecast here for Cape Hatteras. Again, thunderstorms, very windy, and of course the surf coming up, particularly at times of high tide. And as Jackie mentioned earlier, we also have a full moon tonight. That's going to exacerbate any flooding issues. The early part of the day, morning showers and storms. That wind will whip around to the northwest and west, and then it looks like things will quiet down. Maybe a few leftover storms for the nighttime hours. Again, Hatteras, maybe not so much as far as heavy rain. That heavy rain will be farther inland here from Raleigh and on over to Greenville and extending all the way down toward New Hanover County. Again, some areas getting 4 and 5 inches of rain. Not much wind there at Hatteras right now, but that picks up. Wilmington, again, you get the worst of it as we head through around the midnight hour, as the center of the circulation pulls on by and continues to head off toward the north. Then the winds will start to come around more toward the northwest and west as the whole system moves on by. Let's take you a little bit farther north. I think we have a shot here we can show you out of Atlantic City, New Jersey. Again, things okay here for right now. Of course, the tropical storm way to your south. It's looking a little bit stormy there, as there are some showers and storms around, but the actual effects from the tropical storm Isaias will be moving in as we head into the day tomorrow. So probably late morning into the early afternoon. It'll be a quick mover though, but you could have some very gusty winds. And again, some of the locally heaviest rain will be farther inland from the Atlantic City area. No wind to worry about there right now, but the winds definitely ramp up, particularly around the Chesapeake Bay area. And as Jackie mentioned earlier, could be some coastal flooding, not only along the immediate coast, but on up into parts of Chesapeake Bay as well.
Yeah.
Jackie?
So flooding, a huge issue, right? And the majority of fatalities that happen or deaths that happen in tropical cyclones come from the water, whether it is that salt water from that storm surge or it's the fresh water from the inland flooding. So let's talk about that risk, because this is going to be moving through and affecting millions of Americans potentially who are in the line of that flood threat. And we've got flash flood watches in effect for millions of Americans from Charleston, South Carolina, stretching on up into the mid-Atlantic, and it goes north from there all the way into New England. So that's where the flash flood watches are in effect, where life-threatening flash flooding could occur. We're talking about urban flooding, where you get heavy rainfall rates and you get drainage systems becoming overwhelmed and then the water beginning to fill up into the streets, but also river flooding. Some of the smaller, especially river creeks and streams, will likely be on the rise, and we could have flood issues on some of the waterways extending for days after the storm has passed. The main risk areas for flash flooding between now and tomorrow morning, right here into the yellow area, and that's going to be right near and to the right of where Isaias makes landfall, but still possibility with some of the other thunderstorms just from the cold front today. And we've had a couple of flash flood warnings in Virginia as well as in North Carolina. So rainfall amounts, you can see right where that path is expected to be, likely to be 3 to 5 inches. That's Baltimore, that's D.C., that's down near Richmond into Raleigh. Raleigh into Wilmington and just north of the Charleston area. But still on the periphery of all that, we could easily get 1 to 3 inches. Now, as for you into the northeast, Philadelphia stretching up towards New York City, maybe 2 to 5 inches of rainfall here, and then 2 to 3 from Albany to Burlington and up to an inch into down East Maine. So let's take a look at a city like Norfolk. You're going to be well to the east of the storm, but within the path, plus with elevation over towards the Richmond area, your rainfall totals are likely to be much greater. So that's going to be where the zone of 3 to 5 inches of rain is going to be a possibility, and that terrain providing a little bit of additional lift to increase some of the rainfall totals. How about you along I-95 from Baltimore to Washington, D.C.? This is a really large area of 3 to 5 inches of rainfall. And notice, the idea of some of these orange little pockets beginning to pop up, where we could be talking about a half a foot or better, and that stretches over towards the eastern shore. You get over towards the Shenandoah Valley, the amounts will be a little lesser, around 2 to 3 inches. So this will be a big story moving forward. 5 o'clock advisory is in a little early. Jeff, what you got?
All right, the brand new 5 o'clock advisory in from the National Hurricane Center. Still a tropical storm here. We have a 70-mile-an-hour tropical storm right now. 993 is the pressure. Moving now north-northeast, making that little bit of a turn at 16 miles an hour. Also wanted to mention a brand new tornado watch has just been issued along the North and South Carolina coast till 2 in the morning.
Constant hand washing causes hands to dry and crack. Try O'Keefe's Working Hands. It's America's #1 hand cream for guaranteed relief of dry, cracked hands. Also available in O'Keefe's for healthy feet. Guaranteed relief for extremely dry, cracked feet.
This Beneful Simple Goodness is amazing. Meaty morsels, a tender texture with real meat, and a blend of peas and carrots I can see.
Beneful Simple Goodness. Or try these recipes with no artificial preservatives.
There's nothing as unique as our eyes, which is why Essilor pioneers ways to make lenses as unique as you. Verilux for super sharp vision, Essential Blue for protection, and Crizal for freedom from glare. 3 cutting-edge solutions in a single unique lens. So whatever your needs, insist on Essilor. Visit your local Essilor experts and find the perfect lens for you. See more, do more, Essilor.
If you want to do a little fishing, you don't buy a yacht. And if you want to take a bath, you just fill up the tub, not a swimming pool. So if you don't use your cell phone that much, why pay for more than you need? For as low as $20 a month, you can get talk, text, and data from Consumer Cellular with no contract and connections on the nation's largest wireless networks. It's easy to switch. Activation is free. And if you like, you can even keep your phone and number. You'll also receive award-winning customer support. Consumer Cellular has received the J.D. Power Award for highest customer service 8 times in a row. And you get a simple, easy-to-understand bill with no surprises. Plus, they've been an approved AARP provider for over 10 years, so members get exclusive discounts. Start saving with Consumer Cellular. You can get talk, text, and data for as low as $20 a month. Switch today. With our 30-day guarantee, it's 100% risk-free. Call 1-800-918-4712. Go online or find us at Target.
DiGiorno has 7 delicious crusts, and your family food critics will rave. Rising crust is fresh baked deliciousness. Stuffed crust is literally mouth-watering. There's a 5-star pizza for everyone in your family to love. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
Behind every 2020 census taker's mask is a friendly neighbor. They'll be coming by to ask simple questions that inform how billions in federal funds are spent on local services every year for the next decade. Time is running out. Shape your future. Start here at 2020census.gov.
Things are starting to look up for small businesses. Your doors are open, customers are calling, orders are picking up. So now, more than ever, your business is going to need reliable internet and phone solutions for less. That's why Spectrum Business is proud to offer new customers the best internet, phone, and TV services for free for 1 month when you switch. Call 888-839-9449 today, and your business will get the best value available. With our faster internet speeds that start at 200 megabits per second for only $49.99 per month. Add our reliable business phone service, and you'll get unlimited local and long-distance calling. Plus over 35 calling features to help you stay connected at work or away for just $19.99 per month. At Spectrum Business, we're here for you because you're here for all of us. Get 1 free month of internet, phone, and TV when you switch to Spectrum Business today. Call 888-839-9449.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat. We are live on the ground. Right now, it's coming down.
The Weather Channel.
A tropical storm warning is in effect. Currently in our area, 90 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, scattered thunderstorms, low 77. Chance of rain, 60%. Tuesday, windy with thunderstorms, high 81. Tuesday night, partly cloudy and windy. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible, low 73. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Continue to track Tropical Storm Isaias. The new 5 o'clock advisory is in, and tropical storm conditions are reaching the coast now as conditions are deteriorating. You're looking live near Southport, North Carolina at Frying Pan Shoals, and wow, you can really see that flag extended. Of course, this is elevated a little bit, and this is offshore just a little bit as well, but certainly gives you an idea of the lashing that is on the way to the Carolinas tonight. Welcome back to the Weather Channel. We are tracking Isaias, which is closing in on the South Carolina, North Carolina coastline as we speak. The latest advisory showing the intensity of the storm holding steady. So we've been at 70 miles per hour for quite some time now. In fact, about 24 hours or so. It has picked up a little bit of forward speed. So that's one of the changes a little bit with this advisory, with that little bit of a curve now towards the northeast. Previously, it was moving northerly. Now we're talking in a north-northeasterly direction, and still looking at about 100 miles or so away from Charleston. This will continue to accelerate in forward speed. This is a new look at the cone, and it shows you landfall will be likely later on this evening. And notice that that area has been shaved down a little bit, very close to the South Carolina, North Carolina state line. Perhaps a Category 1 hurricane, perhaps a strong tropical storm. Honestly, it doesn't make that much difference between 4 miles per hour, right? The impacts are ultimately going to be the same, as we've been telling you all along throughout this time. Stay with the Weather Channel, too, by the way. Tonight, we're going to have live coverage all night long as this comes in and makes landfall. It will stay a strong tropical storm as it moves northward through North Carolina overnight tonight, into the mid-Atlantic tomorrow evening, and into early Wednesday into parts of the Northeast. Now, we've got another update here on the watches and warnings with the latest advisory. Still, we've got tropical storm warnings from the Georgia coastal areas all the way into the Northeast. This map has not updated yet, but the tropical storm warning has been expanded northward all the way to Stonington, Maine. So that's somewhere right in there. So tropical storm warnings now extended. That includes just along the coast near the Portland area. Those folks up there have not seen tropical alerts in 9 years. So it is really significant. Also breaking new information here as a new tornado watch has just been issued. And this includes parts of South Carolina and North Carolina, including you in Myrtle Beach and Wilmington. So tropical tornadoes develop, especially as systems make landfall, and that's going to be ongoing all night long tonight. So folks who live there certainly need to be alerted and take those tornado warnings very seriously. Want to head back out into the field with our own Paul Goodlow. And Paul, conditions getting worse into the Carolinas. The worst of it is over for you, but it's still really gusty and rough surf.
Yeah, worse in terms of the rainfall here along the coast of Georgia, but not so much in the wind. Still very gusty, and also the impacts here on the ocean. But let's time this forward to our friends farther north here, up towards Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, because the impacts are just beginning there, and the weather will go downhill all night long. We expect the winds to continue to increase. We could see perhaps 40, 50, 60-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts up towards the Myrtle Beach, South Carolina area as we head on to this evening, as well as some very heavy rain coming on through as well. I think we got the graphics. Are they going to come up? but we're definitely going to see the rain come down and the wind to really get stronger and stronger as it lashes the area, and heavy rainfall, even inland, will be a huge concern. Let's go a little farther north into Virginia, because you're also in the path of the movement of Isaias, and perhaps you can be just on the right side of center. So pretty big impacts coming up towards Norfolk as we head overnight tonight and through tomorrow morning with the strongest winds. The good news is the system is accelerating. The bad news is there's another system pushing in with it, which will bring a lot of rain across the area. But Norfolk, maybe a couple of inches of rain there. Then even the Jersey Shore. Let's show you the forecast here in Atlantic City. We too will not escape the wrath of Tropical Storm Isaias, also bringing with it some very strong winds as we head on towards overnight tonight in through much of the morning into your Tuesday. Could linger into the early afternoon as well, and we could see a couple of inches of rain there. But the inland areas from basically South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, into areas of even D.C., we could see some very heavy rain from this system coming on through. Here in Georgia, the sun is shining, but the wind is still howling. Can't even keep my hat on so much, but behind me you see people still in the water. The lifeguards are trying to keep people not too deep in. It's hard to not keep people out of water on a vacation here after they were thinking the whole day would be a washout. But the danger remains of that rip current risk. And by the way, right now, rip current warnings, high surf warnings continue well north of here as well. That'll be an ongoing concern as we're still awaiting landfall. The timing of this is overnight tonight, so have your preparations done now because weather continues to go downhill. And before we leave you, I've been just geeking out here by looking up at the clouds because we're now just to the west of the center of Isaias. You can see the curvature of the clouds, the outer cloud bands here of Tropical Storm Isaias as it passes by the Georgia coastline, but heading for the Carolinas.
At Physicians Mutual, we know that planning for retirement can feel scary.
Heard you're retiring soon. My husband just retired. Figuring out how to stay covered was a real doozy.
Hey, look, Leonard's premiums are showing.
He doesn't even have a Medigap.
We're gonna say Jamal.
Anyways, we found Physicians Mutual. They made it really easy.
I'll give him a call.
Retire with confidence. We'll listen and find you the coverage you need.
Physicians Mutual, Physicians Mutual.
Would you spend $1 to help protect your family? Of course you would. And now it's just that easy with Protect Direct, a new service designed to provide you and your loved ones with the personal protective gear you need at prices any family can afford. Right now, you can get non-medical masks for just $1 each. That's right, just $1. The price is guaranteed and shipping is always free. The CDC's top recommendations for protecting yourself and others are wash your hands often, avoid close contact, and cover your mouth and nose. Now it has never been easier or more affordable to follow those guidelines thanks to Protect Direct. And unlike those questionable masks from who knows